Chapter 101. Dizza was an old factory that used to manufacturing plastics, but since it was located closer to the city, they were forced to move to another side due to the pollution that they were causing. Now, it seemed that the Jerks Brothers gang had taken over that warehouse of theirs as their new base. From the location and a few other factors, it was indeed a good place for them to hide from the public. Jack wasted no time as he drove faster. He knew that the more time that he wasted, the higher the losses that he was going to suffer. Well, although it couldn't be considered as real losses, less profit was lost to him now that he had to accumulate a wealth of $500 This was just the amount of money that he was supposed to have in hand, not to mention the 5 companies with net worth of at least $500 now. As long as he could get money, Jack wouldn't dare be careless to let the chance slip away. About 20 minutes later, he arrived at the old warehouse. The area around the warehouse was almost empty and only a few people were passing by this area. Many people didn't like this part of the city due to the pollution that had occurred here about 5 years ago. All the same, Jack didn't care and drove the Bentley towards the gate. The factory of this warehouse itself was located not far from this location, but still, it was about 3 kilometers from here. The moment that Jack's Bentley arrived, a group of people got out of the warehouse. There were more than 100 of them, and each one of them had a weapon of their own liking in their hands. They gazed towards the approaching Bentley Continental GT excitedly. They were looking forward to beating up someone. Jack stopped not far from them before he alighted from the Bentley. Although there were more than 100 men in front of him, Jack wasn't afraid in the least. He stood in front of them without showing any fear. "Where's your boss? Tell him to get out of here, or is he afraid of me even before we meet?" Jack stated as he looked at the group in front of him. "Kid, who are you to ask to see our boss? Do you know where you are? This is the territory of the Jerks Brothers gang. Nobody makes a scene here. Maybe he's just a newborn calf that isn't afraid of the tiger. F King idiot. Just you wait till I smash this bat on your head." The crowd of gangsters immediately began throwing curses and taunts towards Jack. Jack had no intention of bantering with them as, better stop talking nonsense if you're not the leader here. If your leader's a coward, that he can continue hiding even after I came here. Then I can only go inside and pull him out by myself. Jack's words were arrogant in front of the muscular and armed group. But all the same, they had no chance of speaking as a person came from behind them at this moment. It was a man who seemed to be in his late 40s. He had a huge scar on his chin. Currently, several tattoos could be seen on his exposed parts of the body. But the most eye-catching was the tattoo of a knife that was on his left side of the neck. That knife was the one that was used by the military, and the one on him was one that had been drawn in such a way that it depicted the blood stains on it. Just from this tattoo, Jack could conclude that this guy was cold-blooded. Looking at Jack, who was standing straight in front of the over 100 men, the person that had come from behind the group smiled as he said, "You're brave for a youngster. I didn't expect that you would really show up alone." The voice was extremely familiar to Jack as he had heard it not long ago. He gazed at the man and said, "Do you know how much losses you've caused? That's over $100 million. Can you compensate me?" Big Brother 3. Are you kidding me? Who's that in this city that can make over $100 million in a single day? Even the biggest family in Inchoate City, the Dante family, cannot do that. Big Brother 3 said contemptuously. "If you haven't seen that happen, that doesn't mean that it doesn't exist." Jack wasn't ready to explain himself and went straight to the point. "Who was the one that sent you to cause trouble for my stores?" he asked, coldly this time. Big Brother 3 looked at him as if he was looking at an idiot and said, "Why should I tell you? It's not like you have the ability to make me tell you that, right?" In return, Jack smiled and said, "Okay then, let's see my ability." With that, he gazed at the crowd of gangsters and said, "Whoever beats up the so-called Big Brother 3 till he says who gave him the mission will receive $100,000 from me." Jack's words caused the crowd that was whispering to each other to immediately go silent. Each and every gang member gazed at Jack, wondering if he was joking or if he was serious about what he had just said. Seeing no response from the crowd, Jack raised 2 fingers in the air and spoke once again. "If you think that $100,000 is not enough, then I'll make it $200,000. Jack's words made the crowd swallow their saliva while thinking about the big amount of money. If they could get that amount of money, they could simply retire from being gangsters and live a better life that had no risks involved. When he saw Jack's plan, Big Brother 3's expression shifted, mostly the moment that he saw that the group seemed to be considering Jack's words. Controlling the gangsters wasn't something simple, as all those that joined the gang all had their own reasons. And if they could get a benefit, they wouldn't mind killing someone, let alone beating him up. So he was forced to take command early and stop Jack from giving out more benefits. What are you all thinking about? Get him and beat him up? Once he's down, the money that he's promising will be ours anyway." Big 3 said, A/N. Instead of the long name, I'll just call him Big 3. When they were told another method of gaining even better benefits, The group no longer felt tempted by Jack's reward. They all swarmed towards him, ready to beat him up. Jack sneered when he saw this. It was true that Big Three was someone with brains after all. The only means to convince these people would be to beat them up. When they saw that they had no other way out of this, they would have to compromise. What about $500,000? Jack tried again that if he could solve this without having to waste his time fighting with them, it would be better. Hee, your small rewards are not appreciated. We'll just beat you up so that you can hand over the money by yourself. They no longer listened to what Jack had to say as they charged towards him. Upon seeing that there was no way out of the situation, Jack could only roll the sleeve of his shirt to prepare himself for the fight. When the first person arrived in front of him, Jack gave him no time to attack and used the chance that they were underestimating him to deal a decisive blow. Thump! A single hit on the chest, and the guy was forced to fly backwards, knocking down those that were charging forward. Jack didn't stop at that as he swung his fists at those that came towards him. Since there was a crowd of over 100 men charging towards him, it was obvious that not all of them would attack him at the same time. As he moved around the crowd, he landed heavy punches on them. One punch that would make sure that the one that was punched wouldn't get back onto their feet. With everything of his being 4 times higher than the ones that were attacking him, Jack had no problem at all that he evaded what could be evaded and used other gangsters as shield when necessary. And so, it wasn't long before more than 20 gangsters lay on the floor wailing miserably. The others had no choice but to take a few steps backwards because none of them had expected that Jack was this fierce. Now that about a fifth of them were on the ground while Jack had no injuries on him, they lost the confidence that they were having before. Even Big Three wasn't expecting such a scene that he had thought that it would be easy for them to kill Jack. With him dying in a place that was far from the public eye, there would be no one that would take them accountable considering that there were no witnesses. If this was just a warm-up, Jack began stretching his joints. He had never been forced to use any aspect of his improved self to the maximum. But facing the more than 10 men at a single time, he had to use his speed and reaction at the maximum to avoid being hit. He looked at the goons that were eyeing him warily and smiled as he said, "Now, I don't want you to beat him up. Instead, all those that are going to join and work under me will receive a monthly salary of $30,000. Jack's words immediately changed the previously tense and somber atmosphere around the warehouse. Now, I don't want you to beat him up. Instead, all those that are going to join and work under me will receive a monthly salary of $30,000. Jack's words immediately changed the previously tense and somber atmosphere around the warehouse. If you're not convinced about that, you can still come and receive a beating from me that I'm not done warming up yet," Jack said as he revealed a smile that gave the gangsters a shiver. What he just said was true. He had just felt that his muscles had been stimulated, just like how people would feel like when they were doing exercises. And now he could feel that he was far from getting tired at his. He didn't mind continuing for a little while to stretch his muscles to the limit. Although he claimed to be the limit, he was still holding back his punches. Otherwise, the group that had received his attack would have definitely been in a bad shape at this moment. This moment. Big Three knew that things weren't going the way that they were supposed to. He got alarmed, but he still tried maintaining the calm expression on his face. Don't get deceived by him. The moment that you agree to this, as long as he gets what he wants, how can he guarantee that he will pay you the amount of money that he's promised you? Big Three said as he warily eyed Jack. There was a certain period of silence as the goons were contemplating on what to do to this time. One of them took a step forward and said, "I agree to that. I'll join you." The others were stunned by this guy's decisiveness. They had never expected that he would agree to Jack's offer that easily. "That's good. From now on, you'll be the leader of those that will agree to work under me. Your salary has been increased to $50,000 a month," Jack said as he nodded his head in satisfaction. But he didn't view this guy as an easy person to sway, but a smart one. He could already tell from the current situation that they had no chance of winning at all. Jack, on the other hand, was offering a big and guaranteed salary that, in other words, he was not a simple person like they had thought he was. Someone that could afford to pay millions a month as salary to a group of gangsters. How could that person be simple? Upon seeing the scene where one of them took a step forward, Big Three was enraged. He pointed his finger at that guy and said, "You idiot, once I'm done with this guy, I'll make sure to break your limbs." The guy looked at him and said, "What's the difference? Here, I can have guaranteed monthly payment. On the other hand, I sometimes get nothing at the end of the month, as there's nothing to do. And for both sides, no matter where I choose, I'll end up beaten if things don't go as I had expected." Big Three. His words were like a wake-up call to the others. If they didn't join Jack, they would end up beaten. On the other hand, if they joined Jack, they would still end up being beaten up as long as Jack lost in the fight. But now it was just a matter of where they would benefit the most and where there were higher odds of winning. And at this moment, the high odds and benefits were all on Jack's side. One by one, the gangsters began joining Jack's side until there was only about a dozen of them. standing together with Big Three, who was fuming at this moment. That he looked at the dozen or so goons that were standing behind him and thought, only these are the loyal ones, that if I manage to get out of here, I surely will treat them well. That he had just finished thinking this way, when suddenly a heavy punch landed on his back. Not expecting to be attacked from the back, Big Three was forced to stagger forward. He turned around and gazed at the group that was looking at him with hungry eyes. That he shouted, "What the FCK do you think you're doing? Aren't you supposed to stand with me? I'm sorry, Big Three, but I don't remember saying that I'll stand with you in this. I simply stood here because I'm still trying to gain the $500,000 reward that was mentioned before." The guy with the red shirt spoke. The ones behind him had the same thoughts as him. So they also nodded before charging towards Big Three. All at the same time, AS for the ones that were standing behind Jack. They suddenly realized that they had just missed such a big opportunity. Although they wanted to make a move at this moment, they held themselves back as they didn't want to make Jack's impression on them to drop further. Although he was attacked by over 12 men at the same time, Big Three still managed to knock down 2 men. But at the end of it all, he was just a single person and was being attacked by a whole group. So in the end, he was forced on his knees with several injuries on him. "Boss, we've subdued him for you." The guy with the red shirt, the one that had initiated the attack, looked at Jack as he said these words. In return, Jack nodded in appreciation. Then he said, "You've done a good work, and it seems that you're good at seizing opportunities. Had you done this earlier, I surely wouldn't have minded rewarding you with $1 million. The guy with the red shirt felt that he had just missed an even bigger opportunity. But still, he was still satisfied that he had gotten the small opportunity. "But you still have a chance. Just make him say who's the one that had given him the mission to disrupt the activities of my stores." Jack stated as he eyed Big Three, who was now on his knees, with his head lowered. Big Three wasn't stupid. He knew that the situation wasn't in his favor at this moment. He knew that even if he had managed to beat the over 12 men that had attacked him, there were still others that were eyeing him, waiting for a chance to strike at him. Although he was angry at this moment, he had to look for a way to get himself out of this situation first. Otherwise, there was no way that he was going to give the information about what had happened here to the leader of the gang. The guy with the red shirt immediately threw a punch towards Big Three's head. And Big Three, who had been expecting that they would ask him the question first before taking action, when he didn't answer, was immediately forced to eat dirt. "Didn't you effing hear what boss just asked? He said that you're supposed to tell him who gave you the stupid SI submission." The guy in red shirt yelled. Jack could tell that this guy was kind of venting his anger on Big Three. Maybe Big Three had been suppressing him a lot in the past days. In any case, that didn't matter to him in the moment. Big Three used his hands to try and get his face from the ground. And feeling aggrieved, he asked, "Aren't you supposed to ask questions first before using the other methods to make me talk if I refuse? I just felt like punching you again. Furthermore, have you gone deaf after receiving a beating? I think boss asked that question since the start." The guy replied as he twisted his fist in the air, as if he was ready to punch again Big Three. He thought for a moment and decided to give the answers before getting himself out of here. As for this Big Three and the others that had betrayed him, he decided to forget about that for the moment. The Jerks Brothers gang was big, and the over 100 men that he brought here weren't even half of the whole gang. So as long as he left here, he could simply deal with these ingrates using the other gangsters. "All right, I'll talk," Big Three said before taking a deep breath. "To tell the truth, I myself don't know who was the one that sent the mission. Our leader was the one that talked with him over the phone, and he may be the only one that knows him. As for the background, I can assume that it may be a member of the 5 big families or the Dante family." Jack listened and thought things through. He then asked, "Are you sure that it wasn't Frank?" Big Three was surprised that Jack knew about Frank. But all the same, he shook his head and said, "He hired us, but later, someone else called our boss to make a bigger move. As for Frank, he came looking for us and asked us the same thing. That I can only guess that this is the action of 2 different people." Jack's eyes narrowed, that he decided that he would need to meet this leader of theirs so that he could know the other mastermind. All the same, it wasn't going to be hard to deal with Frank. He was now richer than the Dante family. So he was sure that he could block all the sources of income or resources for their companies by breaking the partnerships that they had formed. But he wasn't ready to make a move on the whole Dante family in respect to George. It seemed that he would have to look for another way of punishing Frank without influencing the whole family. "Okay then, take me to that leader of yours. I will deal with him and the one that had given him the mission," Jack said. Although he was looking for a means of getting out of here, Big Three never thought that a chance would present itself in front of him in such a manner. Although Jack had stated that he wanted to deal with his boss, how could Big Three believe that he had the ability? Or to him, as long as he reached where the other gang members were, he would be saved, and then he would be able to take his revenge on Jack and the ones that had betrayed them. So he hurriedly agreed to take Jack to where the leader of the gang was, as if he was afraid that Jack would change his mind after thinking things through. "You guys can wait for me here. I'll be back, or I'll contact you if I can't come and find you," Jack stated as he exchanged contacts with the guy that had stepped forward first. After that, he drove away with the beaten Big Three. Although Big Three had been well beaten up and had bled, it wasn't that much, other than having a nosebleed that he was preventing by using his handkerchief. With the directions pointed by Big Three, they arrived in front of a villa. Although its level couldn't be compared to the Prince and Princess Palace, it could be said to be good enough that he wasn't surprised by. The fact that the gang leader lived an extraordinary life as compared to the low-level goons in the gang. It was mostly a pyramid. The one at the top was fed by the ones at the bottom. After alighting from the car, Jack and Big Three entered the courtyard of the villa. And just as he had expected, there were a few gang members here, obviously working as security for the boss. When they saw Jack coming in, two of them immediately went ahead and blocked his path. "What business do you have here?" one of the goons asked. "Get the hell out of the way from me," Big Three shouted in response. He was itching to get to his boss so that he could have his sweet revenge. But now, a few minions were delaying that from happening. "Who the FCK are you? Do you believe me that I'll smash that face of yours?" "Oh, it seems that someone already did that, but it doesn't hurt to beat you more," another goon shouted from his side as he pointed at Big Three. "You idiot. Do you know who you're talking to? I'll destroy you." Big Three was already angry. And now that even a small goon dared to talk to him with such disrespect, he obviously had to do something about the anger in his heart. "Do you know where you are? Better scram from here, BF dash." The goon wasn't allowed to speak further as he was interrupted by the other goon. "Why does his voice sound somehow familiar?" the goon said as he tried sizing up Big Three, upon being reminded by his colleague. The other goon looked at Big Three and immediately found the similarities between him and their third boss. "Now that you mentioned it, he really does look like him. But hey, could he be his twin brother? Is he here to look for Big Three to ask for revenge? After all, look at his face. It's like someone beat the SHD out of him." "I think you're right. He may be his twin brother or something. Or could he be his father or son? Come on, can you stop bullshitting? How can you not know Big Three? He doesn't have a wife. In fact, he always hangs out with several girls. How can he have a big son like this? Wait, now that this guy has heard us and we talked to him rudely, do you think he will report us to Big Three? So what? This is the boss's villa that we didn't know him and we wanted to send him away when he was rude. Case solved." "You're brilliant." The two guys spoke to each other, completely forgetting that Jack and Big Three were still standing there. Jack chuckled as he looked at Big Three, who was already fuming, and said, "Looks like your prestige as the third boss of the Jerks Brothers gang isn't that high." Jack's words immediately garnered the attention of the two that were still seriously discussing on how to deal with the situation in front of them. "What did I just say? I knew that this was Big Three's son," one of the goons said as he looked at his partner smugly. "Get lost. I think I heard him call him third boss." The other one retorted, "Come on. How can Big Three be beaten into such an embarrassing state?" The other one didn't believe it at all. Getting enough of this, Big Three stepped forward and gave each of them a tight slap on their faces. Pa. Pa. One by one, the two that hadn't expected this situation immediately looked at Big Three with their wide eyes. They were just about to retort when they heard Big Three talking again. "Just you wait till I finish dealing with the current problem. I'll make sure that you disappear by tonight," Big Three said coldly. "Who's this shouting idiot that has been disfigured?" A man wearing a black short-sleeved shirt that exposed his thick arm muscles chuckled as he looked at Big Three. "What are you laughing at, Big Two?" Frowning, Big Three looked at the guy whom he referred to as Big Two as he asked coldly, "Ah, you're Big Three. What the FCK happened to you? Did you go to dojo to challenge their master and you ended up being beaten to a pulp?" Big Two was greatly surprised that he hadn't expected that Big Three would be reduced to such a state in this city. "You're the one that challenged a master of a dojo," Big Three retorted furiously. After calming down a little bit, he looked at the two that had been talking rubbish since he arrived and said, "I'll come back and deal with you." The two gangsters were immediately frightened as they shivered and took a few steps backwards. Although they wanted to defend themselves, upon seeing Big Three's face, they immediately gave up on that thought. "And who's this?" Big Two asked as he sized up Jack, who was standing at the side while enjoying the little show. "Big Two, we need to see the boss, that he's here for the boss." Big Three didn't say more than that. He simply decided that it would be good if they dealt with Jack inside the territory, where there would be no witnesses. Looking at Jack for a moment, Big Two led the way as he said, "Follow me." Jack and Big Three followed Big Two into the villa. Then they exited the villa through the back door and headed towards a small wooden cabin. Jack wondered what kind of taste the boss of the gang had. He actually lived inside a wooden cabin when he had a villa? Weird. Anyway, he followed the duo to the wooden cabin. Till now, he wasn't afraid that he would get attacked. He had already thought it through. Since the goons had been spread out to block the customers from visiting the stores, it was obvious that there would be lesser gangsters here. When they entered the cabin, Big Two used a crowbar to open up the wooden floor. Beneath it, there was a thick door that once it was opened, there was a path that led towards the underground, and our Jack was a little surprised upon seeing this. He finally understood why the boss was living in a wooden cabin. IT was just a facade, but it was to be expected as they would definitely be having shady deals that couldn't be exposed, and the way that they had hidden the door was definitely in such a way that it couldn't be expected. The metallic door was almost a meter thick, which would definitely prevent someone from noticing that below it, there was a hole. Jack said no word as he followed the duo down the well-lit path, and not long after, they arrived in a mansion-like basement. The basement was just like a house as it was well decorated. Added to this was the fact that it was designed just like how one would a mansion. Not long after, they entered a room where there was a man who was in his early 50s. He was holding a smoking pipe as he smoked without care of the world. The room had a setup that was similar to that of an office. But currently, the man was seating on a couch, and in front of him was a table made of glass. "What's it?" He raised his head as he asked when he noticed the three, but he focused his gaze on Jack. Although he was surprised by Big Three's swollen face, he still ignored that for the moment. "Boss, this dash," before Big Three could say a word. Jack took a few steps forward and looked at the boss as he asked, "Are you the one that ordered your minions to cause my store's losses?" Although surprised by Jack's words, the boss didn't lose his composure and said, "I was paid for that, and that was what I did, but I'm surprised that you're this young." Jack raised his brows a little. A small but cold smile appeared at the corner of his lips as he asked, "And how much did they pay you?" He completely ignored the man's last part of the sentence. Without seeing the need of hiding such a thing, or maybe due to his pride, the boss replied, $20 million in full. Haha. Jack chuckled a little before he spoke again. "Just a small $20 million to cause me a loss of over $100M. Do you think that's fair?" "It doesn't matter to us. It's a simple thing to block the stores and ensure that there are no sales before they close down. So, the $20 million is a good price." The man replied as he placed the smoking pipe on the table in front of him. "Oh, I see. But did you ask the one that gave you the mission about the risk involved when taking the mission?" Jack asked curiously. "You're just a newcomer to the city. What risks can you bring if you're trying to establish yourself here? It's obvious that you have no big background." The man replied as he eyed Jack. Jack nodded. He then said, "Maybe true that I don't have a family to back me up, but you should have at least asked about my ability before provoking me." The moment that he finished speaking, he kicked the table that was separating the two of them, immediately breaking it into pieces. "Maybe true that I don't have a family to back me up, but you should have at least asked about my ability before provoking me." The moment that he finished speaking, he kicked the table that was separating the two of them, immediately breaking it into pieces. Jack's action startled even the boss, as he had never expected that there was a person that would dare to attack him on his turf. So, he had completely been unprepared of such a situation. Jack strode forward while ignoring the surprised and stunned gazes of the three. He stopped in front of the boss of the Jerk Brothers gang, or maybe the real Jerk Brother. Whatever. Jack didn't care about the name as he spoke. "The first thing that I want from you is that you compensate me for my losses." Jack's voice wasn't loud, but could be clearly heard by the three present in the room. Jack continued, "The total loss for the previous day should be at least $210M. And today, now is already almost noon and is on a Sunday, it should be at least $90M. In total, you'll have to compensate me with at least $300 million. Who are you bullshitting? You dare be rude in front of me, the Jerk Brother of Inchoate? It seems that you don't value your life at all." The boss, who had just regained his composure, sprang to his feet as he pointed his finger at Jack as he shouted, "Tui, $300M. Do you think I don't know what kind of business you're doing in this city? Not to mention $300 million in 1.5 days. You cannot earn $100 million in a whole month." Jerk Brother continued, "Furthermore, do you expect me to compensate you? Ha! You better know where you're right now. This is my territory and I have the say here. I'm the king here." Jerk Brother continued. Jack ignored whatever Jerk Brother had just said as he continued with whatever it was that he was saying. "The second thing that I want is the information about the one that sent you to disrupt my business here in the city, that if they cannot look for better means and resort to such foul ones, I don't mind playing this game with them either." Upon seeing that Jack had ignored him, Jerk Brother was furious. He looked at Big 3 and 2, who were watching from the side, still unable to make out what they were supposed to do, and shouted, "What the FCK are you doing there? Call all the brothers of the gang here." "Why, yes, boss." Both Big 2 and 3 were startled by Jerk Brother's shouted and hurriedly nodded their head before rushing out of the room. Jerk Brother, Although he had said that they were supposed to call the others, he didn't mean that the both of them should leave. He had expected that only one of them would leave to call the gangsters that were around while the other one would remain to restrain Jack from taking any action. Looks like those two are so thoughtful in that they knew that we need some time alone. Now that there's no more distraction, let's get serious. Jack smiled as he looked at Jerk Brother, whose expression was dark at the moment. What serious business do we two have to discuss? Just be patient and wait for my little brothers to come and deal with you. Jerk Brother spoke as he sat back on the couch. Sorry for that, but I don't think I have that much time to wait, so I'll go straight to the point. Are you going to compensate me and provide me with the information that I want or not? Jack shook his head as he placed his foot on the couch that Jerk Brother was seated on. Seeing this, Jerk Brother was obviously infuriated. This was the place that he usually sat when he was relaxing. And now, Jack had just stepped on it with his shoe. He was just about to reprimand him when suddenly, he felt a hand holding his collar. Jack then spoke, more coldly this time. If you won't speak, I might as well force the words out of you. Ha! A resounding slap could be heard in the next second as Jack slapped Jerk Brother. He had put in part of his strength, and as a result, a few teeth of Jerk Brother immediately loosened in his mouth. Had Jack placed a little bit more strength, Jerk Brother would have been forced to either swallow or spit out the teeth. What the FCK do? Why dash Jerk Brother immediately wanted to shout curses at Jack, but he wasn't given a chance at all. Pa! 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 One slap after the other landed on his cheeks, and not long after, they were swollen as if he had just stuffed his mouth with food. Not only that, but during the time that Jack was slapping him, he had already spat several of his teeth. The area closer to his eyes had already become black with several marks of fingers being visible on his cheeks. I'll speak. Stop. I see that I will speak. With a few of his teeth missing and his cheeks bottled from receiving slaps, Jerk Brother spoke as if he was forcing himself to speak a foreign language, but his words were full of his accent. I'll speak. Stop. I said that I will speak. Now that's good. Why the hell did you make me waste a lot of time and effort slapping the words out of you? Jack shook his head helplessly as he released Jerk Brother, who then fell back on the couch. Jerk Brother wanted to cry at this moment. He was a coward who had chanced upon luck. He had won a lottery grand prize of $10M. From there, he had intended to show off by hiring a few lackeys for himself. And as time passed by, he had hired almost 100 of them. And, using these 100 over men, he had decided to join the underworld. And so, the Jerk Brothers gang was formed. And as years went by, their reputation grew, and at the same time, their power rose, and they became one of the top gangs in the city. It has already been 7 years since then, and now, the Jerk Brothers gang had grown to such a large gang in that he could make deals with the top families. He had gained a lot of wealth during these years, the villa above being one of them. But knowing that he didn't have the ability to fight, he had always put a cold and calm front to give the impression that he was a person that had nothing. That could scare him. And for such a reason, added to his brains, he was able to lead the gang to the level that it was at the moment without the underlings revolting. Having gotten used to simply acting tough and solving the problems that required muscles by using his minions, he had never thought of a situation where he would be beaten up to this extent. When the second slap landed on him, he had already decided to tell the truth. But the slaps just kept coming without ceasing. That it was only after the rate and speed at which the slaps were coming reduced that he had a chance of speaking as for the ones that had gone to call the underlings. He wasn't sure if it was just taking time for them to reach here or if they were just taking their time. Anyway, since they were not here, he would have to make sure that he could get himself out of the situation that he was in. So, let's start with the first thing that I wanted. Will you compensate me or not? Jack smiled as he rubbed his palms together, obviously indicating that if the answer that he received was unsatisfactory, he would rain several slaps on Jerk Brother's cheeks again. Seeking you readjust it. After all, the $300 million is a big amount of money. Jerk Brother stuttered as he asked her, can you reduce it? After all, the $300 million is a big amount of money. Jack looked at him as he stated calmly, I have only asked for the exact amount of money that I've lost so far. I have not added the money that you're supposed to pay for making me spend a lot of time to get here, that I have not added the price of dealing with the psychological torture to my employees. I have not added the cost of treating my customers' psychological damage, physical damage, hunger damage, refusal damage, threat damage, shoe damn dash. All right, I'll pay it by next week. Mosh of the chings that I own in terms of ashich, I'll have to shell them to get enough money for that sh, unless you can take the ashich. Upon seeing how the price was going to rise, Jerk Brother had no choice but to agree. All right, I'll pay it by next week. Most of the things that I own are in terms of assets. I'll have to sell them to get enough money for that. That's unless you can take the assets. I can barely accept the one about you spending time to come here personally, but what's up with this customer damage? It's not like you'll give them the money anyway. Refusal damage? Hunger damage? FCK? Even shoe damage? Does any of these exist? Jerk Brother wailed inside his mind. That's good then that I'll just take the money. And you better not try running away because I can still find you no matter where you hide. Jack gave a warning before continuing with narrowed eyes. Who's the one that gave you the mission? Jerk Brother felt his body shudder under Jack's gaze. All the same, he collected himself together and replied, I don't know. Shamwan coyed and gave me the Mizhan. He transferred the money to my account after we came to an agreement. I don't know. Someone called and gave me the mission that he transferred the money to my account after we came to an agreement. Jerk Brother replied. When he saw Jack's eyes still on him, he continued. The details of the number were encrypted show. I didn't see the number of the shinner. Ash for the account that shint the money. I don't know the owner either. The details of the number were encrypted so I didn't see the number of the sender AS for the account that sent the money. I don't know the owner either. Jack thought for a moment and asked for the phone. After looking at the call logs, he found that the phone didn't show who the caller was, it just showed that it was a private number. After a while, Jack opened the bank message and looked at it. The account was registered under a person's surname Hazda. The account number was also there, but Jack was sure that there was no family with the surname Hazda in Inchoate City that had the abilities to easily pay $20M now. Who was this person? Jack then remembered something that he took out his phone and sent Denali the details that he'd gathered and asked her to investigate it. Now he just had to wait for the results. About 10 minutes later, Jack received a call from Denali. Hello, Master. I've found who the owner of the account is. The person is called James Hazda. He works for the Dante family under Reuben Shinley. Reuben Shinley is the head butler of the Dante family and is currently serving the current family head, Kevin Dante. Denali began. According to the records of the conversation, I have hacked into the private message that he had received 2 days ago stating that James Hazda was supposed to hire a group of gangsters to cause trouble for Jackson Enterprise Grocery Department. As Jack listened, his expression darkened. He himself hadn't expected that the family head of the Dante family would target him as far as he could remember. Other than the banquet that was organized by Celine, he had never met Kevin. Additionally, even during the banquet, he couldn't remember interacting with him. But at the end of it all, he was targeted by the other party. The Dante family had no dealings with the groceries, so this couldn't be said to be a rivalry in business. But this was, now, at a personal level, a level that Jack would absolutely not tolerate. Okay, then, try and look into the Dante family. Try and see if you can find anything related to the reason as to why they are targeting me. Jack instructed after a moment of thought. Yes, Master, Denali replied. After hanging up, Jack looked at Jerk Brother who was trying to catch what the person at the other end was saying. Upon noticing that the call had ended, he leaned his back on the couch and pretended that he hadn't done anything. Jack had obviously seen his actions, but he decided to ignore them because he had other things to do at the moment, and there was nothing sensitive that they had spoken of. You can have those goons of yours retreat. I already know that the one that gave you the mission is the head butler of the Dante family, Jack stated. Ignoring Jerk Brother's surprised gaze, he continued, You better pay up whatever you're supposed to, but if you try playing any tricks again, I surely will make you pay for that. He turned around and headed for the door. He stopped for a moment, as if he had just remembered something. He said without looking back, I've taken a few of your men to be working for me, so I hope that you won't cause problems for them, or else I'll make one for you, and I can assure that you won't like it. And with the last word, Jack stepped out of the room. Once he saw Jack walking out of the room, Jerk Brother immediately wiped away the cold sweat that had accumulated on his forehead. It was only at this moment that he realized how tense he really was in front of Jack. Although Jack was just a youth and he himself was already in his early 50s, he was greatly pressured by Jack. The thing that had shocked him the most was that Jack had actually found out who was the one that had sent the money. Within 10 minutes. This was something that even the big family in Inchoate City couldn't do. What's more, although the Dante family had tried hiding their tracks, just with the account number, Jack had found who the sender was. Didn't that mean that Jack had powerful connections with someone at the bank? Furthermore, he knew who the person was. Although he wasn't named Dante, Jack actually found out that he was related to the Dante family. I better try not to provoke him, otherwise I will surely be finished, Jerk Brother thought to himself. A huge crowd of people was blocking the hallway about 100 meters from the room that Jack was talking with Jerk Brother. Each and every one of them was holding a weapon, and they seemed to be waiting for someone in front of the group. Big 2 and Big 3 stood there, each of them gazing towards the entrance not far away from them. This was the scene that Jack saw the moment that he stepped out of the room. He looked at the huge crowd of people that were blocking the corridor with a smile. He didn't stop walking, and neither was he surprised to see them here. With his senses, he had already heard them the moment that they entered the basement. He could already guess that this group was planning on overthrowing Jerk Brother. All that time that Jack had been inside that room. If these guys were really going to help, they would have already done so. They had arrived about 5 minutes after the two left the room. But Jack had been in the room for over 20 minutes, but they hadn't showed up. Although they indeed came in earlier, they had been standing there, waiting. I guess that you guys are waiting for me to deal with your boss before you can take over the throne of the gang. Jack asked with a smile on his face as soon as he was in front of the group. This smile made Big Three's heart skip a beat at the moment. It wasn't long since he saw that smile. That was the same smile on his face when he beat up more than 20 people of the group that he'd taken to deal with Jack. What are you talking about? We just arrived here, and we're waiting for you so that we can beat you up, Big Three said. Looking at the big group behind him, he got his courage to face Jack. On the other hand, Jack simply chuckled and said, "Don't worry, it doesn't matter. But if you were expecting me to kill the boss for you before you can attack me in the name of revenge, then I'm sorry to disappoint you. Your boss is still alive and healthy." Jack's words stunned both Big Three and Big Two. They never thought that Jack could easily see through their plan. But all the same, they decided that they were going to deal with Jack. Jack had already beaten Big Three, and that was enough of a reason for them to attack. Big Three was just about to order the group to charge forward when they heard a shout coming from behind Jack. "What the FCK are you doing there? Can you get out of the way and let the gentleman pass?" Jerk Brother yelled. He wanted Jack to get out of here as fast as possible. But the group under him was already trying to make him stay. Jerk Brother's words stunned the group. They hadn't expected that their boss would allow Jack to leave. Although Big Three was reluctant, he had no choice but to give up on the idea of having his revenge for a moment. They had planned to finish off Jack the moment that they found out that Jerk Brother was dead. According to what Big Three had thought, Jack was furious and would definitely kill Jerk Brother in the name of having revenge for their boss. They would attack Jack. As for why they couldn't just attack Jerk Brother and take the throne from him was simple. If they dare to betray the leader of a gang, all the other gangs will definitely eliminate them. But now that the plan was no longer going to work, they had to look for ways to deal with the furious Jerk Brother. The crowd parted and Jack walked out. He got out through the wooden cabin and finally left the villa as he headed towards Celine's friend's company, Eminent. Beauty.as for how Jerk Brother was going to deal with the two people who tried betraying him. He didn't care as it was none of his business. Along the way, he called the guy that was leading the gangsters that he'd left at Dizza Warehouse and told him that they were supposed to look for him at the entrance of the business overlord building the following day. And after that, he called George. Not long after, George responded. "Hello, boss. Are you okay?" George's voice was filled with concern. Jack had left to deal with a group of gangsters, and as a result, he was concerned. He now took Jack not only as his boss, but as a friend, so he was really concerned about his safety. "Yeah, I'm okay. How are things on your side?" Jack replied before asking. "It's good that you're okay today, as for this side. The gangsters are retreating. There are areas that they had retreated from earlier." George replied. Jack nodded in satisfaction. Although the gangsters might have caused him to lose some customers, he was sure that they would be back in a while. "I have something to tell you that it seems that your family is involved with the gangsters," Jack said solemnly. "Ah, are you sure about that, boss? If it's my Uncle Frank, then he's definitely doing this on his own, but not the family." George tried to reason things out. "I guess you know Reuben Shinley?" Jack asked. "Our family's butler." George was surprised that Jack knew about the old butler. "Yes, he's the one that paid the gangsters to cause me to close the stores." Jack said, "This can't be. Wait, I'll ask them about this." George said before ending the call that he absolutely knew that this involved the Dante family. Then that meant that his family wanted to fight with Jack. But what he didn't know was why that was so. Our Dante family mansion. Inside the study, Kevin looked at Reuben and asked, "How are things going with the plan?" "They're good. Yesterday, they had a drop of sales by about 90%. Reuben replied, "Okay then, I would like you to organize a meeting with Jack. If possible, I would like that to happen tonight. We can invite him to dinner and discuss things through." Kevin said, "Okay." Reuben replied before taking his phone, ready to make a call. But before he could, the phone rang. Looking at the unfamiliar number, he frowned for a moment before he received it. "Hello, are you Mr. Reuben of the Dante family?" "Okay," Reuben replied before taking his phone, ready to make a call. But before he could, the phone rang. Looking at the unfamiliar number, he frowned for a moment before he received it. "Hello, are you Mr. Reuben of the Dante family?" Reuben wondered why the voice sounded familiar in his ears, but all the same, just to confirm his suspicions, he asked, "Who are you?" "Of course you won't know me because you were hiding in the dark, trying to play mysterious while sending my Jerk Brothers gang into our doom." "How good you really are, Mr. Reuben," Jerk Brother said sarcastically. Reuben hadn't expected that Jerk Brother would know that they were the ones that had offered the mission. But what surprised him the most was the fact that Jerk Brother said that he had sent them to their doom. How? He couldn't understand. "What do you mean by saying that we sent you to your doom? Wasn't it just dealing with a simple junior and give him pressure that his stores would be closed down?" Reuben asked, completely ignoring the first part of Jerk Brother's statement. "Just a junior. Are you trying to play ignorant with me at this time, even after I have found out that you were the ones that had given out the mission? I will tell you this right now. We're no longer taking that mission that I will refund you your $20 million. Jerk Brother got even angry as he thought how the other party was playing dumb. It was obvious that he knew what he had done, but he was actually trying to get out of this by playing dumb. Although there was nothing big that he could do to the Dante family, he could as well stop cooperating with them in the future. He might as well tell the other bosses of the gangs in the city about this. So he could make sure that all the connections that the Dante family had in the underworld were cut off. What do you mean that you're refunding me? I simply told you to pressure the stores by reducing their sales. That's all. It's not like you're going to a life and death fight, right? Ruben asked. He couldn't allow one of their plans to fail at a critical moment. After all, they had already arrived at a crucial point, and it was just that they simply had to take a single action and they would succeed. This is more than a life and death battle. Least in a life and death battle. There's a chance of getting out alive, even if it's small. But this is a direct death sentence. Jerk Brother retorted. Can you be direct with your words? You're talking in riddles and that I definitely can't understand what you mean. Ruben asked as he tried to understand what Jerk Brother was meaning. That on the other hand, Kevin listened tentatively from the side. He wasn't sure about what was going on. But from Ruben's expression, he could tell that it wasn't something good. And for some reason, a bad premonition began rising in his heart. What I mean is simple. You actually knew that the owner of the stores was actually a big shot. But you hid that information from us. What's more, you sent us saying that he was just a nobody with a little money trying to establish himself in the city. It would have been better if you had not said anything. But you dare give us faulty information? The more Jerk Brother spoke, the more angry B became. When he had received the information that Jack was just a little junior with money, trying to establish himself in the city, he thought that the information was to be trusted considering that the other party was paying $20M, that who knew that they were trying to eliminate the gang using the $20 million. How could he not be angry? Had they not told him any information about Jack, he would have definitely investigated him. And if he found that he was someone that he couldn't handle, he would simply refuse to take the mission. What big shot! That little brat has got no background at all. He's trying to establish himself here in the city. Ruben refused to believe that Jack had a bigger background than the Dante family. You still can't admit it? You asked someone else to send me the money and make the deal with me. But at the end of the day, I still found out that you were the ones that had wanted us to carry out the mission. Jerk Brother sneered. Upon being reminded that the other party had actually found out that they were the ones that had asked James to give out the mission to the gang, Ruben couldn't help but think things through. According to what he knew, unless James himself revealed that he was the one that had told him to ask the Jerk Brothers gang to carry out the mission, there was no way that Jerk Brother would know about that. Not even the big five families could know about that, as James was someone who secretly operated things for the Dante family. He had never revealed information that he was related to the Dante family in any way. Are you too surprised? Ha ha, ha ha. I'd like to tell you that it wasn't me who found out who James was. You know who did it? It was the target of the mission. Jerk Brother laughed angrily as he said these words. Ruben couldn't believe it at all. Jack, you mean that he was the one that had found out about it? Did you tell him about the mission? What nonsense are you spouting there? Humph, this guy is so strong. With most of my men out there to block the stores. There were only a few of them present at my villa. One of my subordinates took 100 men to deal with him. Jerk Brother was silent for a moment before he continued. And you know what the results were? He beat up more than 20 people by himself. And then he bought the others over. In other words, I have lost over 100 men because of you. Then he came to my villa and caused trouble. He took my phone and looked at the account number that had sent the money to my account. And guess what? You were exposed within 10 minutes. 10 F-King minutes. Not days, not months. It was 10 minutes. Even an idiot understand what this means. Someone without any connections can do that. FCK. I'm sure that even you yourself don't have enough connections with the bank for them to give you the information about the account holder. And another thing that you should know is that he knew that you were the one that actually sent the GUI.SO. He knows. And guess what? I've changed my mind. I'm not refunding your 20 million that you sent over. After all, I've just lost 300 million as compensation plus 100 men over. Jerk Brother said all these words in one breath before hanging up. Ruben remained holding the phone in his hand, not sure what to do at the moment. He was too shocked by the information that he had just received. He wasn't sure what was the best way of reacting to this piece of information. Kevin watched from the side in silence as he waited for Ruben to speak. In the end, seeing that the old man was still standing there without saying a word, he couldn't help but ask, "What's going on?" Kevin's words pulled Ruben out of his stupor. He regained his usual calmness, but there was somberness in his expression. But he began explaining, "The Jerk Brothers failed the mission that we gave them." When Ruben finished explaining what had happened, Kevin himself was also not sure what to say at the moment. He had now become frustrated. He wondered why all of his plans were getting ruined every time that they reached a critical moment. Could we have been mistaken about Jack's background? Kevin asked doubtfully. I think so, but I think even our previous assumptions are wrong that he might be from a bigger family, one that is bigger than the Alfonso family, that I do believe that even the Alfonso family would need a lot more time to be able to find out that James was related to US, that IT may take a whole month, or they may even fail to know about that. The more Ruben spoke, the more frightened he became. Then, Kevin thought of something that made him jump from the couch. Could he be the Jack that Dalton asked me to help him get information about him? Upon being reminded of this, Ruben also remembered that it hadn't been long since Dalton, who was Jack's father, had called and asked them to help him gather information about his son. According to what he had said, his son was about to get married to Alton's granddaughter, and they were already engaged. If they did give them the help, the Alfonso family would support them. Thinking about Jack being known as Jackson Alfonso, and for him to know about their information in 10 minutes, could it be that Alton was involved? I don't think that Master Alton can do that in such a short moment of time. Although he's as powerful as the Gravies, his influence in Inchoate City is minimal. Kevin shook his head as he muttered. Then, could it be Dash? Just before Ruben could say a word more, Kevin's phone rang. Kevin took it and looked at the screen. His expression changed, and he became angry. The caller was his son, George, who had insisted on living outside for 5 years. Receiving the call, he asked grumpily, "What is it?" "Father, what are you guys doing? Do you know who you're actually provoking? I will tell you that if you have any more plans of messing with Jack, it's better if you give up on him right now," George said. Jack arrived in front of the building where Eminent Beauty, the fashion company that Celine had started for her friend, was located. He parked his Bentley Continental GT and headed straight for the office. He had already informed Celine that he would be here. As a result, she had told him to go to the 3rd floor. That was where her office was located. From the way that she had said it, it was obvious that she was busy with something. As he headed for the elevator, Jack looked around at the way that things had been decorated here. He could only say that this was indeed where fashion mattered the most. He could see several people moving from place to place with different clothes in their hands. There were other clothes that he could see that were a fashion that he had never seen before and had been out on display. Jack was amazed as he could tell that the level of this company, although it was just a startup, it was already not that bad as compared to Terran Designers. After feeding his eyes for a moment, he entered the elevator and headed to the 3rd floor. When it opened, he happened to meet with Faith, Celine's assistant, secretary. Jack wasn't sure about the relationship between the two. "Oh, Mr. Jack, you're here already?" Faith was expecting that Jack would come here, but he had never expected that he would be here this early. According to what Celine had told her, Jack was dealing with a few gangsters that were causing trouble for his stores. For him to be here this fast, wasn't he so efficient if he had already dealt with them? Yes, it's not Faith. By the way, you can just call me Jack. We're an acquaintance after all. Jack smiled as he nodded. Okay, then. Celine is in her office, at the end of the corridor. I have something to take care of at the moment, so I won't be able to take you there, Faith said as she looked at Jack. Jack wasn't sure why Faith was looking at him in such a manner, but he still thanked her and left as he headed straight towards where she had pointed. Faith looked at Jack's receding back meaningfully. She thought to herself, would someone that has just met the other offer help that easily? There must be something that these two are trying to hide. Or even as she thought of that, she still got into the elevator and left. Or Jack arrived in front of an office that he found that the door was slightly open. And from the small space, he could see the figure of Celine, who was immersed in some kind of paperwork. From this angle, he could see part of her beautiful face. Although not clearly, he could still see her beauty. When she was this serious with what she was doing, Jack had to admit that she was indeed a beauty, to be exact. Her beauty was even more prominent when she was this serious, or she was currently dressed officially. Although he could only see her upper part of the body as the other was hidden below the desk, he could see the white blouse that could be seen from the front. He observed her working, not wanting to enter, but enjoy and appreciate the beauty that he was seeing, or as if she felt something. Celine, who was immersed in the office work, raised her head as she glanced at the door. Then, the two eyes, blue and green, met as time froze for a moment. The two held their gazes before Jack broke the silence with an awkward chuckle. He had been staring at the lady, and she just happened to see him doing that. It was good to stare at a beauty and appreciate her. But to be caught while staring, that was a different case. With his reaction speed, he could have easily shifted his gaze and pretend that he was just arriving. But he didn't, and the reason behind that was something that he failed to understand. Ahem, hello there, Jack greeted as he entered the office. The things inside were all neatly arranged, proving that Celine was a lady that loved cleanliness. How long have you been staring at me like that? Celine didn't reply to his greeting as she asked. Well, about 10 minutes. Jack replied honestly. Celine was stunned by Jack's words. Think that this guy had been staring at her like that for almost 10 minutes. Celine didn't know whether to laugh or reprimand him. She then thought, can you not be so honest about it? Or, And you're proud of that? Celine pretended to be angry at him. Well, I just couldn't help it. You're such a beauty after all. I can't help but want to stare and appreciate how beautiful you are. Jack replied as he smiled awkwardly. From the way that she was looking at him and her tone, he felt that she was angry at the fact that he had been staring at her for that long. But he could only blame his eyes and his taste for beauties. TCH, men never miss words to say to a lady. Celine clicked her tongue as she said. Then she pointed at a seat in front of her. Understanding her meaning, Jack sat in front of her as he observed her working, and he looked at her handwriting and was amazed. For some reason, he felt that her handwriting was just as beautiful as her. After about 10 minutes, Celine put the document aside and looked at Jack. Have you already dealt with the gangsters? Jack nodded. In fact, I have made them to compensate me for the losses that I have incurred so far. Oh, you're fast. That I'm curious. How much was the compensation? Celine asked as she raised her brows a little, with curiosity written all over her face. $300 million and 100 men. Jack replied nonchalantly that Celine's mouth went agape from shock. What did she just hear? $300M. Who's going to give that much compensation? Did they break his stores or what? But even the stores and the groceries that he was selling were not worth that big amount of money, right? Or are you joking? Celine asked. Not all. I'm saying the truth here. That's just enough compensation for the losses that I suffered from the lack of sales yesterday. And it was on a Saturday. Jack shook his head as he replied. Celine was speechless once again. That was just for bad sales. What if the stock was robbed or his stores were demolished? Wouldn't he ask for at least $1 billion for compensation? Or Celine didn't know just how right her thoughts were. Had they really destroyed the stores or robbed the stock, Jack would surely have made sure to ask them to pay $1 billion in the least. The reason being that, once the stores were demolished, he would have to get new stores and renovate them once again. And it would take some time. And the time that would be used for renovation would be the time that he was supposed to be earning hundreds of millions. It's okay if you don't want to tell me the truth then, Celine waved her hand dismissively, thinking that Jack didn't want to tell her the truth. But she was feeling a little down that Jack didn't trust her to tell her something like that. Jack, there it was again. If he told the truth, they thought that he was lying. Maybe he had to lie. That was a decision made after several trials of speaking the truth, only to be dismissed as a liar. Seeing that silence was about to dominate the office, Jack thought of something and said, why don't we head out for lunch first? You haven't eaten, right? Celine looked at him as she nodded in her heart. Seems that this guy is thoughtful too. Okay, let's go, my treat this time. Celine said as she got up from her seat. Yes, she stood up. She showed her curvaceous body, and Jack couldn't help but stare again. What could he do? The eyes just wanted to look, and they had the support of the heart. So, Mr. Brain was also forced to analyze the beauty, even if he was opposing the idea of staring. You're staring again. Then aren't you tired of staring? You stared for almost 10 minutes before. Celine complained jokingly. But all the same, she was happy that her charm was there and could capture Jack. Well, I was staring at half of you, but now I can stare at the full of you, two different things, completely different. Instinctively, Jack gave an honest response of what he was thinking at the moment. Celine was stunned by Jack's words, but she smiled before she picked a document and threw at his face as she said, stop staring. Let's get going already. I'm hungry. Jack didn't dodge at all. It was just a piece of paper. What harm could it cause if it hit him? But if he dodged, he would surely have to stop enjoying looking at her. He just raised his hand and caught the piece of paper and put on the desk as he continued feeding his eyes. Seeing Jack's action, Celine couldn't help but flash another smile before picking a file. She was just about to throw it at Jack's face when a voice came from the door. Can you two stop flirting already? Aren't you supposed to be getting acquainted? How come you're behaving like lovers? Faith said as she squinted her eyes at the two. Faith's words made Celine remember where she was. She blushed and returned the file back on the desk while giving Faith a stare. Jack didn't mind, and neither did he explain about Faith's assumptions. He just said, I'm getting acquainted here. Maybe I'll need to buy her a few pairs of clothes, so it's good to get acquainted to her body. Jack's words caused the two ladies to blush for a moment. They couldn't help but size up Jack once again. Jack, not knowing that his words had caused a certain misunderstanding, he said as he headed for the door, let's get going for lunch then. Author's note, the chapter is a thank you for the support, the gifts, golden tickets, and the power stones. Currently, I'm about to do an exam, so I'm sorry, but the bonus chapters will reduce for a while. As for the update frequency, be assured that it will be maintained the same 2 chaps a day. Thank you for the support there. Jack, Faith, and Celine walked out of the office together before heading downstairs. Upon seeing Jack, who was walking with the 2 top beauties with the highest authority in the company, the employees were surprised and wondered what his background was. Everyone here knew that Celine's background wasn't something small. That's the workers here. They definitely knew about that. For Jack, the only man that they had seen closer to Celine, to be here and chat with her so casually, he must be from a big background, right? Jack and the two ladies ignored the looks and whispers of the employees as they walked out of the building. They didn't go far from the company, as there was a small restaurant closer to the company. It was only a 20 minutes walk away. Having already lived a life where he would eat in such a small stall to save money, Jack saw no problem with eating here. Are you sure that the food here is okay? Faith asked doubtfully. Jack smiled and said, you shouldn't doubt these people. Although they run small businesses, it's not that they're dirty, it's just that they lack enough capital to start bigger businesses. So, you don't need to worry. They maintain high hygiene, that it's just that it looks simple due to the lack of the expensive tables and decorations. Jack's words made the two ladies nod as they sat down. Celine looked at Jack and asked, you're talking as if you've already experienced eating in this kind of stalls? Yeah, most of the time, as long as I wasn't eating at home, I would definitely be visiting the stalls to get my meals. They're good, even though they're not expensive. Jack affirmed that Celine's impression of Jack changed once again. The way that he was spending money had made her think that he was a prodigal. But looking at his simple clothes and where they were going to have their lunch, plus the fact that Jack seemed used to being here, she dumped that thought. They soon ordered the meal. Well, it was Jack who did that, as he knew the menu of the food that was sold in these kinds of stalls. The two ladies had been living a different life, and as a result, this was going to be their first experience. They ate simple fried rice with a few pieces of pork. The total price of the food after they were done was only $700 per person. Only Jack ate 3 bowls alone. In total, it cost them $3,500 that was then paid by Celine. Jack, what you said was true. The food was really tasty. I wanted to eat more, but I just can't finish a second bowl, so there's no need for me to order it, only to leave it behind. That'll be a waste. Celine shook her head in the end. Jack, you really have a big appetite. How comes I've never noticed it? Faith asked as she walked beside Celine. How can you know about my appetite when we haven't had meals together? But worry not. Maybe in the future, you'll know the level of my appetite. Jack said. They continued walking towards the company while chatting. It was during these chats that Faith understood Jack's character. Although he was walking alongside two beauties, his gaze was only full of sincere appreciation and not undisguised lust. Additionally, he was an honest man. Not that much scheming. They asked for whether this was his true character or just a facade. She would need to observe more. They were just about to cross a street when Jack's expression changed and a cold smile appeared at the corner of his lips. Then, he whispered to Faith's ears. Don't worry about us. We will be back by evening. There's no need to panic. I'm going to deal with the origin of the problem. His words were only heard by Faith. Faith was obviously confused by Jack's words. She was just about to ask what he was meaning when suddenly, a van stopped next to them. Before she could react, Jack pushed her to the side as several bulky men got out of the van hurriedly and captured Celine and Jack, pulled them into the van before it sped away, leaving the flabbergasted and panicked Faith. She had just been pushed away by Jack, and she had no time to react by the time that they too were taken away. Since she was a distance away from the two, she was obviously ignored by the kidnappers. Faith hurriedly took out her phone and began dialing the emergency number for the police, 123, but she was so nervous and was panicking in that the phone fell on the ground before the screen cracked. She hurriedly picked it up only to notice that the screen had turned black and cracks filled it. She was surprised and looked down, only to notice that there was actually a stone with a sharp edge on the ground. And coincidentally or not, the phone had dropped directly on it, and the stone actually damaged the phone's screen. She tried tapping on it only to find that it was no longer working. She got scared at this moment that she forgot what Jack had told her a moment ago. She began blaming herself for being careless at the moment. She had completely ignored replacing her cheap phone because she was busy. Had she been having a better phone, it surely wouldn't have been destroyed the moment that it hit the floor. Looking around, she found that there was a man passing by. She hurriedly stopped him and asked for his phone to make a call to the police. Although the man was doubtful, seeing Faith's panicked and official dressing, he gave her the phone. Faith hurriedly thanked him before calling the police. Inside the van, Jack held Celine in his arms, feeling the softness of her body on his. When they were kidnapping them, Jack had purposely placed himself before the group. They had taken him first before they pulled Celine into the van. They had already confiscated their phones and switched them off. Although Jack wasn't expecting that the guys that were loitering around the eminent beauty company actually had the plan of kidnapping her. He had noticed the van when it approached them that he had previously told Heyman that he had already returned, so he could recall his men back. Who knew that this would happen as soon as Heyman stopped interfering? When they got into the van, he pulled Celine into his arms and protected her. Since he had let the kidnapping happen, he was going to make sure that nobody treated her badly. Celine was scared at this moment. She had never thought that in such a small city, there would be someone that would dare to kidnap her. But, feeling Jack's arms around her, she found herself calming down. Although she felt that it was quite weird that he was hugging her at the moment, she was happy that he was willing to protect her even in such a situation. In the end, she could only blush at the thought of how close they were to each other. Although they had already been this close when dancing, this was actually a different scenario. Don't worry, I will deal with this problem from the source, be assured. Nobody is going to hurt you. Jack whispered into Celine's ears. Jack's words immediately made Celine's racing heart to calm down. She tried getting out of his embrace, but Jack didn't allow that at all. The reason being that he enjoyed the sensation of him. He wanted to protect her from being taken advantage of by the kidnappers. Upon noticing that Jack had no intention of letting her go, Celine could only remain in his arms, enjoying his protection. She was sure that if this was another person other than Jack that was holding her, she would have surely made sure to keep a distance to as for Jack. It was instinctive. She felt like she belonged to his arms. In total, there were 6 kidnappers plus the driver. Added to Jack and Celine, there was a total of 8 people. Looking at the 2 of them who were seated there without causing any trouble or screaming for help, the kidnappers felt pleased. They had been instructed to ensure that they did not harm the lady in any way, and seeing that she was not troublesome and was instead cooperative, they were satisfied. But they were obviously not pleased with seeing Jack holding a beauty in his arms in front of them. So, they tried provoking him to see if he would cause trouble so that they could at least beat him up. Look at that kid, he's such a coward. He's been kidnapped, but he doesn't even try fighting back. What a waste of a handsome face. Not even trying to show off in front of the beauty. You guys, what nonsense are you talking about? What's the use of him acting bravely when he can simply sit there and embrace a beauty? You can only look from the side. Kidnappers. They really had nothing to say. Although they wanted to retort, they found that there was nothing that they could say as that was the truth, but they dared not to make the 2 who were not causing trouble start it. They could just complete the mission first. Jack, on the other hand, simply sneered as he thought to himself, kidnapped. More like bringing a tiger into a sheep's pen. Silence reigned in the van as it drove towards the outskirts of the city. They arrived in front of a very familiar warehouse. Jack could clearly remember that not long ago, he had been here, and there were supposed to be 100 men here. But from the looks of it, they had already left, and having not received a call to inform him that they were in trouble, Jack would like to assume that Jerk Brother didn't cause them any problems now. Something that made him wonder was the fact that they had been brought to this warehouse. Could it be that the Jerk Brothers gang was the one that was involved with the kidnapping of Celine? Or if that was so, then Jack would surely have to deal with Jerk Brother well. After all, it wasn't long ago when he beat up the other guy, but here he was already kidnapping others. When they arrived in front of the warehouse, the van stopped. And after a moment, the kidnappers alighted one after the other before they stood beside the door for Jack and Celine to alight from the van. Jack held Celine in his arms and got out of the van. There was no fear on his face, and it was like he had come here on a vacation. In a moment like this, Celine was supposed to be frightened that she had been kidnapped, and there were several men here, having tattoos on their bodies, and they were holding blunt weapons. But when she felt Jack's hands around her, she didn't feel any sign of danger at all. In fact, she felt extremely secure in his arms. Looking at the warehouse that was currently having a few gangsters as compared to the first time that he was here, Jack shook his head as he thought that things would be easier for him to deal with. Seeing that there was no form of resistance from the duo, the gangsters got bored. They liked seeing the terrified expression on the faces of those that they had kidnapped. They were the ones that enjoyed bullying the weak and feared the strong. And now seeing that the people that they had caught this time had no fear in their eyes, they were obviously not pleased. But all the same, they were told that they were not supposed to treat that lady rudely. And since she was in Jack's arms at the moment, they were afraid that if they dared to taunt Jack, they would surely make the lady start resisting. The 2 were led into the warehouse, and they were taken to one corner where there were a few couches that had been placed there. Jack assumed that there were some gangsters that stayed here, and they were the ones that had placed the furniture here. Jack was surprised that the treatment that they were receiving wasn't that in fact, they were only being restricted from roaming around AS for harassing them. That had yet to happen to AS such. The anger that was burning in Jack's heart reduced in intensity, but did not dissipate. Why would they kidnap her? They dared to restrict her freedom and place her in such a place? Or furthermore, with several guys looking at her with such lecherous eyes, Jack obviously had to punish them. But the main thing that Jack wanted was to get the mastermind behind all of this. After taking a seat, Jack still hadn't let go of Celine, but he decided to wait and see who was the one that was in charge here. He wasn't sure if the warehouse was being shared by several gangs, or if it was just the Jerk Brothers gang that occupied it. About 30 minutes later, Jack heard the sound of footsteps coming from behind him. But he didn't turn his head and remained gazing at Celine, who was currently leaning on his chest. Even in such a situation, he still couldn't help but ogle at Celine. And upon seeing his gaze on her, Celine blushed. But considering where they were currently, she didn't say a word and let him enjoy her beauty. Soon, the owner of the footsteps arrived in front of the two. Jack could feel that there were two footsteps that had stopped behind him. But all the same, he didn't care about that. Standing in front of Jack, the other party couldn't see his face as currently. Jack's head was lowered as he enjoyed the beauty in his hands. You don't seem nervous for someone that has just been kidnapped. The man spoke as he gazed at the two, hearing the familiar voice. Jack's brows rose. Then he said with some hint of sarcasm, "We meet again in such a grand manner." When he heard these words, the expression of the person that was standing in front of Jack changed as horror appeared on his face. He was not the only one, as even the two that were standing behind the couch that Jack and Celine were seated on had a change in their expressions. "What were you doing here?" The man stuttered. He couldn't believe that he had just been happy that he had sent Jack away, only for him to appear here again. And from the looks of it, he was in even more deep trouble. Jack raised his head and gazed at Jerk Brother, whose face was currently flushed. The guy was still not healed, and his face had injuries. But it seemed that this guy had used a good amount of money to get a medicine that could actually reduce the swelling for the missing teeth. Jack wasn't interested on how. Jerk Brother was able to talk normally without a few teeth in his mouth. Looking at Jack, who was looking at him with a cold expression, Jerk Brother was soaked in sweat. He wasn't the only one, as the two that had accompanied him, Big 2 and 3, were so scared. After Jack left, Jerk Brother had told them that Jack's background was definitely something that they couldn't mess with. So they had made a decision that they would not dare to cross Jack's path, and if they met by coincidence, they would run far away from him. But in just a few hours since their last meeting, they had already met Jack, and to make matters worse, they were the ones that had brought him here. There was no need to think, as they could already tell that Jack and their target had a deep relationship. They had just targeted Jack's girl the moment that he had left. Wouldn't he think that they were trying to take revenge on him for beating them up? Or the other gangsters were surprised upon seeing the way that their three leaders were behaving in front of Jack. This was actually the first time that they had seen them this flustered. Although they were curious about what was going on, reading the atmosphere, they dared not to make a sound and waited to see what was going to happen next. "What do you mean by what am I doing here? I was kidnapped by your men and brought here," Jack said as a small but cold smile began emerging at the corner of his lips. "I'm sorry about that, but I think that the ones that we sent made a mistake and got you here. You were not supposed to be kidnapped." Jerk Brother shook his head and tried to explain things out. "Is that so? Then who was the real target?" Jack asked with narrowed eyes. Seeing the way that Jack was looking at him, Jerk Brother's heart skipped a beat, and he nervously said, "We didn't know that she was your wife. That if we knew, we wouldn't dare to make a move on her, even if we were given the guts of a newborn calf." He had already branded the two as couples. Jack didn't explain it. And although Celine was surprised by this, she still kept quiet about it, while thinking that, if Jack didn't want to explain, then she wasn't going to say a word to explain their real relationship. Jack looked at him for a moment and asked, "Who's behind this now?" He could already tell that the other party didn't even know Celine's identity. Otherwise, with Jerk Brother's character, how could he dare to make a move on her? Or without hesitation, Jerk Brother replied, "It was the Dante family, the same Reuben Shinley who gave us the mission to cause trouble for your stores." When Jack heard these words, he narrowed his eyes. He was wondering if the Dante family was just so tired of being a big family in the city or what. After all, this was getting too much now. Not only had they targeted him, but they had also targeted Celine at the same time. That it was like they were thinking that one problem wasn't enough, and they needed more. Celine was also surprised when she heard that it was the Dante family that had organized for her to be kidnapped as a member of a big family. She definitely knew the intention of the Dante family by kidnapping her. Jack looked at her and asked, "Do you have a grudge against the Dante family?" That was the only thing that Jack could think of. There might be a grudge between the Dante family and Celine or her family, but he wasn't sure what that grudge was. Not at all that if we had a grudge against them, they wouldn't be standing at the top of Inchoate City by now. Although my family is based in the capital, as long as they're serious about destroying a small family like the Dante, they would definitely have no problem dealing with them within a month. Celine shook her head as she explained her doubts. When Jerk Brother and the other goons heard Celine's words, they were immediately terrified to owe them. The Dante family was a big pillar that they could only look at from below. But this girl's family could actually destroy the Dante family within a month, and it was located in the capital. This made them shiver, just thinking about the fact that they had just kidnapped such a big shot. If the Dante family couldn't survive the attack, how could their gang survive? Our Jerk Brother's expression currently was so ugly, he just thought to himself, just good, excellent Dante family. You have prepared 2 plans to destroy my gang? If I ever survive this calamity, I will surely make sure that you pay for it, even if it will kill me. he swore to himself. Jack looked at the shocked jerk brother and asked incredulously, "You were not told who your target was from the beginning?" In response, jerk brother nodded and replied, "They told us not to care about the identity of the target. As long as we completed the mission without causing her harm, there will be nothing to worry about." Seeing that Jack was expecting more, he continued, "At first, just like the mission that they had given us for your stores, they had tried keeping it a secret that they were the ones behind it. But after you found out that they were the ones that had given the mission, it was easy to relate the two as the payment came from the same account." Jack heard this and thought for a moment. He then asked, "What mission was given to you first, and when was that?" The first one was for the lady here that we were supposed to have some of our minions move around that area. Then, once we were given the go-ahead, we would kidnap her AS for when the mission was issued. It was during the start of last week, on Monday to be precise. Jerk brother replied. Jack's expression shifted for a moment and asked, "Even after the first mission you're still collaborating with the Dante family?" Jerk brother panicked as he replied hastily, "Not at all. Not at all. It was just that they had given us the mission first. We decided to complete it as the last one that we would ever do for them." Jerk brother had previously wanted to give up on the mission, but upon remembering that he still had to give Jack $300 million, he decided to complete it so that he would receive the payment. The Dante family had paid a deposit of 50%, which was a total of $25M. So the total amount offered for the mission was $50M. Thinking about how he was happy to take the mission, not knowing that it was a trap that they had built for him and the gang, Jerk brother really wanted to strangle the one that had given them the mission. "Okay then, can you send us back? After all, we don't have a car," Jack asked. Hearing this, Jerk brother was surprised that Jack was going to let them off this time, that he was happy and enthusiastically said, "Of course, I will personally send you back." He got the key for the car that he had used to get here and asked Jack to follow him. Celine still couldn't understand why this person was so afraid of Jack at the beginning. But the more they talked, the more she understood. It turned out that they were the ones that Jack dealt with in the morning. Jack took her out under the incredulous gazes of the goons in the warehouse. They were still trying to understand what the situation was like at this moment. The most confused were the ones that had kidnapped the duo, looking at their boss escorting the two out of the warehouse. They sweated at the thought of how they were taunting Jack back in the van. Now, they understood why Jack was calm even after they had kidnapped him. It turned out that he was someone that not even their boss could afford to offend. Inside the Audi, as it drove towards the city, Jack looked at Jerk brother and said, "Although you were not the ones that had the intention of kidnapping her, you still have to pay for being used to do that. So, I'll expect that you will make sure that no underworld gang of Inchoate City dares to make a move on her or anyone that's related to her." Jack paused for a moment and continued, "If you perform well, I might as well give you support. But that's on a condition that you don't continue doing the dirty work for others." Jerk brother was excited. Although it was said to be a punishment, this could be considered as an opportunity for him and the gang to follow a big shot. So, he hurriedly agreed, "Don't worry, boss, that I'll make sure that nobody dares to make a move on madam." Jerk brother still referred to Celine as Jack's wife. But all the same, the duo didn't try correcting him. "Take us to the prince and princess palace," Jack stated. He wasn't sure what would have happened back in the city when Faith called the police and informs them about the kidnapping. He had told her that he would deal with the problem from the source. But he wasn't sure if she got what he wanted her to know. And just like he had expected, he found that the city was in chaos, looking for Celine. But they were mostly looking for a white van, sitting inside an Audi. The three of them had no problem in getting back to the prince and princess palace. The police were mainly searching for the van.as for the other cars. They only inspected them, trying to see if they could find a girl that was kidnapped. They expected that the girl would definitely try shouting for help. So, when they looked inside the Audi and saw Celine, who was relaxed and had no sign of being bullied, they were allowed to pass. From the way that the police were looking around, Jack could already tell that Faith had used the power of the Gravy family to get the topmost person in the police department to be able to mobilize the police in the city. But Jack had noticed something was that, although the police were searching for Celine, they had no image of her. In other words, they were searching blindly. Considering who had given the mission of having Celine kidnapped, Jack could already tell that the police was in the pockets of the Dante family already. So, the search was just a FAD. And no matter how dedicated the police at the lower levels were, as long as the superiors didn't give them Celine's image, they would only search blindly. Looking at the magnificent environment that was full of green, Celine was amazed. Furthermore, looking at the two mansions, she had to accept that this place was beautiful. Although she had seen these kinds of mansions in the capital, with some of them being even bigger and better in this city, this could be said to be the well-designed mansion. Pair of mansions to be exact. Even Jerk brother was surprised that Jack lived here. His respect for Jack rose once again. After dropping the two at the entrance of the palace, Jerk Brother left the place immediately. He still had to deal with the problem about the Dante family that on the way. He took his phone and made a call. "Hello, Jerk Brother." Ruben's voice reached Jerk Brother's ears. From the voice, he could tell that the other party was enthusiastic. Enthusiastic that he's destroyed my gang. "Heh, not a chance." "Hello your head, Ruben shinily. How dare you give us such a risky mission? You gave us a mission that could fully lead to the death of the gang." Jerk Brother began his session of cursing at Ruben. Back at the Prince and Princess Palace, Celine was looking around and was even more amazed. She looked at the cars that had several logos added on them and shook her head. This guy actually bought so many vehicles. But, knowing that he was a person with foresight, she didn't say a word about him spending so much money on the cars. After getting into the mansion, Jack told her to select a room. She was reluctant to stay here with Jack because she thought that she was taking advantage of him. "You don't have to think too much about it. You can stay here until the time that you're supposed to leave in Coet City. You can ask Faith to come as well." Jack shook his head. He thought that the closer she was to him, the safer she would be. And for that reason, he wanted her to stay here. "If you feel uncomfortable here, you can stay in the other mansion, that it's more suitable for girls." Jack said that it was only then that Celine agreed. Although they had been close to each other and had several body contact, it was a different thing when it came to living in the same house. After settling everything, Jack called Faith and told her to come to the Prince and Princess Palace. He told her not to come with the police, as they would disturb them with the issue about going to record their statements and so on. And most of the time, such a thing always took a long time. Jack didn't want to get involved with the police, whose superior was now working for the Dante family instead of the public. Since he was going to deal with the Dante family, he didn't want to get involved with their accomplices. Faith arrived not long after and was happy after seeing that Celine was okay. If Celine was harmed, she would surely face a great punishment once she went back to the capital. As the two ladies caught up with each other, Jack's phone rang. Looking at it, he found that the caller was none other than Peter, the manager of the off-track racers in Coet City. "Hello, Mr. Jack." Peter greeted enthusiastically. "Hello, Mr. Peter. I asked there's something that made you call me." Jack asked, "I think you might have forgotten about something. The bet that you made last week on Sunday with Ben, that he's here, and he wants to do the transfer of the shares that are in his hands. According to the information that he has shared with us, something had happened back at Blue City, and he had no choice but to postpone the date of delivering his end of the bet." Peter replied that it was only now that Jack was reminded about the bet that he had made with Ben that he had won. Being busy in the past few days, he had almost forgotten about the benefits that he was supposed to receive after winning. "Okay, then I'll be there in the evening. There should be a few people racing there, right?" Jack asked. "That's right. You can as well come and liven things up with your driving skills," Peter said with a chuckle. "Okay then, I'll be there at around 6 in the evening." Jack replied before hanging up. Just then, his phone rang. It was an unknown number. Receiving it, Jack waited for the other party to speak. "Hello, Mr. Jack." A lady's voice reached his ears. "Yes, you are." Jack asked. "I'm a manager of Vacheron Constantine's shop. The Vacheron Constantine Traditionnel that you had ordered previously has arrived, that I wonder where it should be delivered to." The lady asked. Jack was now getting speechless at himself. How comes he was forgetting about so many things? Or he remembered this watch. It was the one that he had ordered. But the real one wasn't in the store at that moment, and he had to wait for it to be delivered. Jack asked the lady to have the watch delivered as mentioned. He was lazy to go out and pick it by himself. Since there was free delivery service, Jack would take it. Not long after the call ended, Jack was informed by Bob that there was someone who had claimed that she was there to see him. Jack asked him to let her in. And not long after he ended the call, the familiar lady walked into the mansion. She wasn't alone, and she was accompanied by a few men who Jack thought that they were security. In any case, the Vacheron Constantine Traditionnel that he had ordered was something precious, considering that it was one of the limited editions. As such, it had to be protected. Jack received the watch and looked at it. And just like he had seen the model before, he found that the watch was still the way that he had expected. There were absolutely no changes that had been made on it. After signing and confirming that he had received the watch, the lady left. Since he was already having a Patek Philippe, he decided that he would be changing the watches every week. In any case, he had bought the watches so that he could put them on and not to store them. Jack and Celine decided to stay at the palace for the day. Although Celine had calmed down a little bit, she still needed to relax a little more so that she could relax her mind out that had been shaken by the kidnapping incidents. Later in the evening, Jack decided to take her out with him so that she could enjoy the race. Faith had already left so that she could deal with the issue concerning the police that were continuing to search for Celine, since she had nothing to do at the moment. And considering the fact that she was quite curious about Jack's racing skills, Celine agreed to Jack's proposal to accompany him to Mount Bright. Knowing that he would not use the Bugatti Veyron for racing, Jack simply drove his Bentley Continental GT to Mount Bright. When he arrived at the management office, he found that Ben was waiting there for him. And the moment that he saw that Celine was actually together with Jack, he was obviously infuriated. Had it not been for the fact that fights were not allowed at Mount Bright, he would have already charged forward and beaten up Jack to a pulp. But all the same, the reddening of his eyes and the anger that was shown on his face couldn't be hidden from Jack's eyes. In response to this, he simply smiled. Was there anything that he could do in such a situation? No. There was nothing that he could do when the lady chose him over Ben, but there was definitely something that he could do if Ben was chosen instead of him. On seeing Jack smile, Ben was further irritated. But in the end, he only snorted before entering the management office. Quickly, the procedures were done, and finally, Jack saw the system prompts that indicated that his reward had been multiplied. Ben left after coming to an agreement that Jack had to sell the shares back to him. You've received 10% shares of Good Health Hospital. Multiplier applied. You received 70% of the shares of Hope Hospital. You've received 3% shares of Bomba Group. Multiplier applied. You received 21% shares of Andis Corporation. Although Ben was from a big family in Blue City, he was still from the younger generation at the end of the day. The shares in his hand were only a few. And having lost them, Jack was sure that Ben was going to have a difficult life back at home. But he didn't care about this. What he cared about the most was the fact that, although the system had said that the multiplier effect would not be applied on the income that came from betting, why was it applied on the one that he received from Ben? The multiplier effect was supposed to be applied on the day that the bet was won. In other words, you had already earned the income, but it had not yet been delivered to you. The multiplier effect is applied on the income only when the income that you have received has a proof that they belong to you. Jack finally understood why the multiplier effect had been applied, although it was supposed to be when he had upgraded the system to the second level. Deciding that he was going to do the research about the shares that the system had granted him when he got back home, Jack joined the race. It just so happened that William and the others were also present on that day. It was just that they had arrived later. After Ben took his leave, the group was surprised that Jack was together with Celine, or was it that they were surprised that Celine was with Jack? Whatever it was that they thought, they still managed to maintain their composure in front of a big shot like Celine that moment. They had great respect for Jack as he could capture the heart of such a beauty. And just like before, they didn't believe it even if Jack said that they were actually not in a relationship, but were just normal friends. As for Celine, she didn't say anything to explain the end of the day. She was going to leaving Coat City by the following month. This time, Jack didn't want to break the record that he had already set. He wanted Celine to enjoy the race. Although he was driving fast, it wasn't to the extent that he had done the first time. But although he had not driven that fast, he still took the first position in the competition. But what had changed was obviously the time that he had taken to complete the race and the range between him and the runner-up. When they went back to the palace, they found that Faith had already come back. According to what she said, Jack found that she had forged an excuse that Celine had suddenly been released by the kidnappers. Although the one that was in charge of taking the statement was doubtful about it. Since the one who initiated the search for Celine had claimed that she had been found, they had no choice but to close the case since Faith had no intention of pursuing the matter further. If this was any other time, she would definitely have continued pursuing the matter until she found out who was the real culprit behind the kidnapping. But after hearing that Jack was going to deal with them, she decided to leave the matter to him. Jack prepared dinner for the ladies, and after they ate, they chatted for a long while before Faith and Celine went to the princess mansion to rest for the night. Once he was alone, Jack decided that it was time for him to look into the matter concerning the shares that he had received. Through searching on the internet, he found out the information about the hospital and corporation. The 10% shares of Good Health Hospital was worth a total of $5 million. And once the multiplier was applied, Jack received 70% of the shares of Hope Hospital that was worth $500 million. On the other hand, Bomba Group was the group that had been formed by Ben's family. In other words, Jack had become a member of a group that was supposed to be a family's private group. But at the end of the day, Jack had agreed to sell back the shares that he had taken from Ben. That was only after he had signed to take possession of it. If he had accepted money instead, he would not have gotten the 21% shares of Andis Corporation or the hospital. In other words, he had signed the document that agreed to the transfer of the shares to him, only to sign another agreement that he agreed to transfer the shares back to Ben. Although Celine, Ben, and Peter were both confused about Jack's actions, they didn't ask him at all. When he left Mount Bright, Jack had received a total of $13 million. What Jack currently wanted was to create a foundation for his future enterprise. If he simply accepted money, there was no way he was going to build connections. The shares that he had received were worth $800 million. Although the amount couldn't be compared to the $30 billion of Good Vision Security Limited, Jack could still expand it. After he was done with this, he decided to look at his balance. Denali had been using money since he had given her the platinum card that had access to his current account. But Jack wasn't worried about that because he knew that he was using it to stabilize and expand the companies that he had just bought recently. Flyer's bank savings account balance is $5,734,953,321, currently in US dollars, 10 times less the previous currency. This was his current balance after buying the remaining 49% shares of Brightway Medical Research Center, together with other expenditures, such as hiring and firing their staff at the companies that were under him in the past few days. But of course, all of this was done by Denali, who was currently at the Capitol. She was currently preparing the Good Six Vision Security Limited for the merging with the Amber Security and Safety Enforcers. Jack decided to stay here in Inchoate City for 2 more days. Before heading towards the Capitol, he wanted to deal with Brightway Medical Research Center by taking over the shares through signing the documents. What came after that was obviously the production of the body-strengthening pill. Today, the airport was busy just like any other day. People came and left. There were planes that landed and others departed. In other words, just like any other normal day. The activities of the airport here were normal.at this time. A helicopter appeared in the sky before it landed in an area that had been reserved for helicopters to land. Jack got out of the Eurocopter and looked around the airport. This was his first time in such a place. He looked around curiously, but not obviously. Gabriel also alighted and came to stand by his side. He was only waiting for Jack to tell him what plane he was supposed to fly so that he could make the necessary arrangements that in the past 2 days, Jack had handled most of the things that he had to deal with in Inchoate City that he had paid the Dante family a visit. The moment that they saw him, they immediately knew why he was there. But all the same, they tried playing it tough. But when faced with such a situation, Jack was calm that he simply stated his conditions. George was only having a little over a month before the end of the 5 years period ended. That Jack's condition to not severely punish the Dante family was definitely to have George take the position of the family head, that if they dared to refuse that, he would definitely make them pay. Another thing was that if the Gravy family found out that they had planned the kidnapping of their only daughter, they would definitely destroy the Dante family. Faced with such a situation, the Dante family had no choice but to give in, according to the agreement. Jack had decided that all the big decisions had to be approved by George. It was only when they accepted it that Jack let them be. Although he was angry, George had asked him to do him a favor and not fight against his family. It was only then that Jack agreed. Otherwise, things would definitely not end that simply. The grocery department was also developing well in the city, and Jack thought that within a week at most, Grace would be coming to Venture City to develop the department here as well. Currently, Jack was already ready to head to the capital of Ozima. It was called Kartut. He intended to stay there for a long period of time. But of course, he would definitely have to come and respond to Wendy's invitation first. Since they were heading to the capital, Jack had to use the private jet that he'd gotten from the system. And although he could use a normal passenger plane, he wanted to try out the plane that he had received from the system. Boeing 787-8 BBJ. According to the information that it found, the BBJ 787-8 is a long-range aircraft with ranges of 960 nmi, 18,445 kilometers, with a maximum carrying capacity of 25 passengers. It had a cabin that was 2,340 square ft/217.3 square meters. Cargo 4,397 cu feet /124.5 cubic meters, a length of 186 feet 1 inch, 56.7 meters, span of 197 feet 3 inches, 60.1 meters, height was 55 feet 6 inches, 16.9 meters, maximum payload 78,000 pounds, 35.3 t, fuel capacity of 33,340 gallons, 126,206 liters, engine was GX 1B, range 25 packs, 9,960 nmi, 18,445 kilometers. Now, what Jack didn't know was how to get the plane. After all, although the system had stated that the jet was here, he hadn't seen it, and neither had he made any arrangements in the airport. Just wait for the call. Angel spoke at this moment. Upon hearing this, Jack finally relaxed. Gabriel had been standing next to Jack for a few minutes now, but he didn't see Jack making any movements. He was now wondering if Jack was sure that they were having a jet here. He was just about to ask when Jack's phone rang at AS for why the person called. Jack could only say that the system was so overpowered. "Hello, who am I speaking to?" Jack asked. "Hello, Mr. Jack. I'm Lester, the manager of the Venture Branch Airport. I have heard that you are here to see your jet." A man spoke. Jack was full of question marks. He had arrived less than 10 minutes ago. When had this person known that he had arrived? All the same, since he could deal with the issue, he simply went with the flow as it was. "Yeah, I just arrived I'm at the helicopter square," Jack stated. Okay, I'll be there to bring you to your jet. It was delivered about 5 days ago, and we've been taking good care of it. Lester spoke excitedly. Okay then. Jack agreed to wait before hanging up. He then looked at Gabriel, who was standing next to him, and asked, "Can you single-handedly fly a private jet that has a passenger capacity of 25? 25 passengers. Can you give me the name of the jet?" Gabriel was surprised at first, but he excitedly asked for the name of the jet. One had to know that business jets were mostly luxurious. For this one to be able to accommodate 25 passengers, it was supposed to be big.so. He was excited. "It is a Boeing 787-8 BBJ," Jack replied. The moment that his voice fell, Gabriel felt as if he had just been struck by lightning. He looked at Jack incredulously before asking, "Are you sure about that?" Although Gabriel had experienced many things, for him, he had not really had a chance to fly a big private jet like that. Although he indeed had had several chances of flying the normal passenger planes, it was something else to have a chance to fly a private plane. "Of course, otherwise, why would I ask you about that?" Jack nodded. Upon receiving Jack's consent, Gabriel was further excited. He was now looking forward to flying that plane. Although at first he had thought that although Jack had a private business jet, he hadn't thought much of it, as he simply thought that it was a small one, that who would have thought that Jack actually had a plane that was worth $200,000,000. This was $200 million for a plane. Now, he was wondering just how rich Jack really was. Although he had already shown that he was rich by paying the over $100 million for hiring the services of Skyflight Charters, he had not expected that it was to this extent. To the end of the day, he knew that the jet that Jack had was one of the limited release planes on the market. For him to be able to get one, he not only had to have money, he also had to have enough connections. Not long after, a man rushed towards them. He was wearing a black suit, with his black shoes shining in the midday sun. His hair was tidily combed backwards. When he saw Jack, he hurried forward and greeted him. Jack greeted back, but not as enthusiastic as Lester. Then, Lester took them to a hangar. The moment that they arrived here, Jack found that there were a few staff members here. It seemed that this place was restricted. This hangar and the next one on the left are the ones that usually have the private jets. As long as one pays, they can have their private jets here. But there are levels of the hangars and the level of service as well. Lester began explaining as they entered one of the hangars. This is the VIP one. It only handles planes that are worth at least $50 M. But of course, here in Venture City, there are not that many people who own private jets at SO. It's normal that the hangars are mostly empty. Lester continued. When they entered the hangar, they found that Jack's jet was there, being prepared to go on the runway. The staff were checking it to make sure that everything was okay. As for any other plane, there was none other than Jack's BBJ. Gabriel couldn't hold it any more the moment that he saw the plane. "That's the one." He was excited that he shouted. But nobody was surprised by his reaction, as all those that had seen it for the first time were just as surprised as him. Gabriel's blood was already boiling as he thought about flying the plane, but he couldn't wait to get in the cockpit. It was at this time that he remembered that he hadn't answered Jack's previous question, that he looked at him and said, "Boss, I will need someone to help me in flying this plane." Lester was surprised that Gabriel was the one that was going to fly it, but seeing that he was in his pilot uniform, he thought that it was normal that Jack had his own pilot. But with the size of the private jet, it would need two pilots to fly it efficiently. So he thought that this was his chance. He spoke, "I can lend you one of our free pilots." When he heard that, although Gabriel had wanted to refuse because he wanted to invite a friend, he still accepted because he simply thought that he would fly with this one. But since there would be other chances, he would definitely call his friend to work for Jack. After all the arrangements were made, Gabriel met with the other pilot as they arranged the flight plans and so on. It was only around one that they were ready to take off. Jack didn't mind though. After all, what he was going to do was to simply sign the documents and make the preparations for the production of the body-strengthening pill, that he was sure that he would be back before Friday. So there was no need for him to hurry things out, that he could as well leave things to Denali and deal with the appointment that he had made with Wendy. Not long after the preparations were completed, Jack stepped into the jet. He was greatly stunned at how luxurious the plane was. Although he had already seen several images of the interior of the plane, he really had to say that the designer did a good job. There were entertainment facilities here. So he didn't need to worry that the journey would be boring at all. He could simply look for something to entertain himself. In about 10 minutes after he made himself comfortable, the plane finally took off. Jack simply relaxed as he found himself something to pass time while waiting for the plane to land. After 5 hours, Jack finally landed in the capital of Ozima, Kartu City. There were not many procedures that had to be taken care of there. Instead, he simply had to leave the other things about the plane to Gabriel to deal with, as he was experienced. After reaching the waiting area, he found that Denali was already waiting for him. She had already made preparations for his arrival here. Having been a few days since they last met, Jack found that Denali hadn't changed at all. But that was to be expected as it was only a few days and not years. So, there were not that many changes that could take place in such a short period of time. He got in the Lamborghini Urus that was waiting for him. This was a car that Denali had bought when she came to the capital that it cost about $230,000. Looking that it wasn't even worth $1 million, it was obviously a drop to the bucket when compared to his $5. Denali drove the car to a 5-star hotel. And on the way, Jack looked at the huge difference between the central region and the western zone that he was from. The buildings here were all sky-rise buildings. Looking at the side through the window of the car from the passenger seat, Jack could see the tall skyscrapers that had hundreds of floors. To be honest, Jack was amazed by how this place was so developed. In other words, although it could be said that Venture City was developed as compared to Inchoate City, it couldn't even match the capital, Kartu City. Now he could understand why Wendy and the others would leave the capital to go to the other regions for adventure, to enjoy themselves and relax. The central region was mainly dominated by the high-rise buildings and other things that were related to technology. In other words, there were only a few scenic sites that they could enjoy themselves. Another thing that was to note was definitely the fact that the central zone was the smallest of the 5 regions. Although it was small, it was actually the backbone of the country in terms of technology and development. As for the other regions, they were the real source of food, but technology was obviously not highly developed there. The hotel that Denali had taken him to was called Cardinal's Supreme Hotel. The cost of staying there for a night was $26,000. Denali had stated that she had booked the suite for a whole month. Since Jack was going to come back to Kartu City after going to deal with the invitation that he had received from Wendy, there was actually no problem at all if they rented the suite for a whole month. In any case, he didn't lack that amount of money. After settling in and having his meal, Jack asked Denali to make some arrangements for Gabriel and the other pilot, since he was going to go back. Soon, the pilot would have to stay in Kartu. Jack decided to go out for a walk. He didn't take the car because he was going out to admire the infrastructure of the city. Walking on the clean streets and observing the pedestrians who were walking hurriedly, Jack felt amazed. But all the same, he knew that this was just a picture that had been painted. Once the things that were hiding were exposed, there would definitely be dirty things that were hiding in the dark. Strolling around, he was amazed by the level of technology here. The way that advertisements were being carried out here was definitely more advanced. Jack decided that he would definitely implement this type of technology to his enterprise. Thinking of the enterprise, he had yet to register it. Although he had already gotten the building to set up the enterprise, he had yet to officially register it as one of the enterprises. The grocery department was operating on its own, although it was going to be under the enterprise. Now, as long as he was done merging the security companies, as well as completed the changes that could be made in the medical research center, he would then register the enterprise. He was just about to cross the road when suddenly, a sports car came at a high speed. Looking at the approaching car, Jack hurriedly jumped to the side and evaded. Although the car had also reduced the speed when it arrived in front of him, had he stood in front of it, he would definitely have been hit. His reaction speed had really saved him this time, and although he had yet to test the limit of his ability, he dared not to put his life at stake if it wasn't necessary to do that. Just as Jack was frowning while looking at the red Ford GT and was still wondering who the person who didn't look at the traffic light was, the door of the car opened. The next moment, a young man walked out of it as he walked towards Jack aggressively. Then he spoke, "You idiot! Don't you look at where you're going when you're crossing the road? Do you know that you almost caused me to be in an accident?" Instead of apologizing, this guy was actually scolding him. Jack was completely stunned for a moment in that he didn't know what he was supposed to say next. Looking at the silent Jack, the young man continued, "Do you know how much my car costs? With the customizations in place, it's going to cost a total of $540,000. Do you think you can afford to pay for a scratch on it?" Jack didn't respond and looked at the traffic light. This moment. With the advanced level of technology here, he could already see that it indicated that cars were supposed to stop while pedestrians were allowed to pass. In other words, he wasn't the one at fault here. Instead, the young man was the one that was at fault. But at the end of the day, he was actually scolding him instead of apologizing. How infuriating. Jack looked at him and asked, "Are you blind? Don't you see that you were the one supposed to stop?" As he spoke, he pointed at the traffic light that was still showing that pedestrians were supposed to be crossing the road. Looking at where Jack was pointing at, the young man was stunned for a moment before he snorted, "Ha! What traffic light? That thing has only showed up after I've stopped to talk to you. And wait, did you just say that I was blind? Do you f***ing know who I am?" Supposedly, it was only at this moment that the young man made out Jack's first words. So, he was immediately angered and began pointing his finger at Jack while cursing. He looked like he was ready to attack at any moment. With the way that the streets were busy, how could this commotion fail to attract attention? It obviously made a group crowd around them. Those that had seen what had happened immediately began telling the others about it. In return, these people informed the others that had just arrived at that moment. And so, there was a crowd that was looking at the two, waiting for a show while murmuring to each other. Hey, what happened here? That guy over there was driving his car. Then the other guy over there was crossing the road. The guy with the car almost knocked him with his car. So that's how it is. Hey, what's happening now? What's the show about? Oh, I heard that the guy that was crossing the road without looking at the traffic lights and was almost crushed to death by the car of that young man there. Can you tell me what those two are doing? They're obviously about to fight, as you can see. But anyway, I heard that the guy with the car wanted to knock the other guy and kill him. But luckily, that person managed to survive, and so that guy came out, wanted to kill him by himself. Is that guy going to beat the other one? How can that happen? I just heard that when a young man there drove his car to knock the other one down, the guy simply used his bare hands to stop the car. How can that young man beat him? Wow, is he superhuman? I would like to get his autograph. What a bunch of idiots. Can't you see that it was this young man here that was pretending to be knocked by the car to extort money from him? Now that the other guy found out, you want to fight him. Come on, where are they fighting? They obviously are fighting with wealth and mouth. Ain't that the same thing? They're fighting at the end of the day. Anyway, that doesn't concern me. I'll just stand here and watch the show. With his sharp senses, Jack could definitely hear what the crowd was whispering to each other. The more he heard them, the more stunned he got. These guys were obviously distorting facts. How the hell is information passed in this era? If you say A, by the time it will reach the intended person, it will already be Z. Indeed, you cannot trust humans to pass the sensitive information to others. That's the conclusion that Jack came to at that moment. But that aside, since he was here for the first time, he was in a good mood. Considering that it was already almost 7 p.m., Jack decided to leave things as they were at the moment. He wasn't in the mood to argue with some unreasonable and self-conceited young master's SO. He decided to ignore this guy and leave to explore the city first. He didn't have that much time. Seeing that Jack was about to leave, the young man rushed forward and stopped him. You're trying to run after almost causing me to be in an accident. There's no way that you're leaving, unless you compensate me for the psychological damage. Jack was speechless and angry at this moment. He wasn't the one at fault previously, and he had decided to let the matter go. But this guy wanted him to compensate him? Wasn't he thinking too highly of himself? Seeing Jack's expression, the young man smiled coldly before saying, I know that you cannot afford the compensation of $100,000. So, how about you become my servant who's going to clean my shoes? I know that you cannot afford the compensation of $100,000. So, how about you become my servant who's going to clean my shoes? Jack's gaze turned cold at that moment. He had planned to leave, but this guy was actually thinking of making him a servant. Did he think that he had the qualifications? He wasn't the one at fault at all. He was the one that was almost hit, but he was the one to give compensation. He stared sternly at the young man before him. Jack's stare caused the young man to feel as if he had just dropped into an ice cellar. He couldn't help but shiver before taking a few steps backward from fear. But that only happened for a moment before he remembered his identity. So he collected his courage and pointed at Jack. Do you know who I am? My father is the assistant manager of the Good Vision Security Limited. If you don't want to have a bad ending, you better apologize to me right now and accept being my servant. Otherwise, I'm going to make sure that you won't be able to live in this city. The moment that the name Good Vision Security Limited was mentioned, the crowd that was watching from the side was stunned. Then, as if a tidal wave, a commotion broke out among the crowd as they stared at the young man and Jack. What did he say? Did I just hear him say that his father is the assistant manager of GVSL? I think you heard it right. He just said that his father is the AM of GVSL. Hiss, that guy is in trouble for sure. What do you mean that he's in trouble this time? He's facing trouble's main source. How unlucky of him to encounter such a big shot son. What is this GVLS? Country bumpkin, you don't know one of the most popular security companies in the country. It's worth at least $30 billion. That's right, it's one of the leading security companies in the country. Good Vision Security Limited. Hiss, that big. That guy is surely in deep trouble now. When the young man mentioned the GVSL, Jack was greatly surprised. He had not expected that this guy was someone whose father was part of the management of his company. It seemed that there was a lot of trash present in the management of his company, and that had to be changed. Otherwise, if people go on using his company's name to do crimes and bully others, how would his company's reputation remain clean? So, at that moment, he had made a decision to remove that guy from his position. Although, he wasn't the one at fault here. He had allowed his son to go around using the company's name to intimidate others and bully them if he couldn't even control his own son. How was he expected to control his subordinates? That was something that Jack doubted that he was good at. Seeing Jack's surprised expression plus hearing the way that the surrounding crowd talked about the GVSL, the young man's ego was boosted, and he looked at Jack contemptuously, as if he was waiting for Jack to admit his mistakes. That on the other hand, after making his decision, Jack looked at the young man in front of him and said, "It seems that you're so proud of your father's achievement. But what will happen once he's no longer as he is now?" The young man was confused by Jack's words. He wondered what Jack meant by that. But before he could react, Jack had already disappeared into the crowd. He looked around trying to find him, but he found no traces of him. In the end, he said out loudly, hoping that Jack would hear him, "Just you wait. The next time that we meet, I'll definitely make you pay." After that, the young man got back into his Ford GT and drove away angrily, ignoring the traffic lights again. On the other hand, Jack had simply decided to leave the matter for the moment. He would definitely deal with it once he got to the company.so. He had simply got into the crowd and used his high speed to get out of there. By the time that they realized that he had left, he was already a distance away from the encirclement. Although he was a good distance away, he still managed to hear what the young man had said. But all the same, he just thought, "I hope that you would be prepared for what is about to come." Or after that, Jack continued strolling around the city until he had gotten himself familiar with the area around the Cardinal Supreme Hotel. Now that he had finally had his fun, he decided that it was time to get back at home to get his dinner. After a meal with Denali, they returned to the suite. He asked her, "Have you seen the assistant manager of GVSL?" Denali had been here for almost a week, and Jack expected that she had seen how the companies here worked. Yes, he should be called Kyle Doja. He should be someone that can be trusted and won't betray the company. Denali responded as she looked at Jack confusedly. Jack nodded. But all the same, he knew that being honest and trustworthy didn't matter. If one didn't have the ability to do what was assigned to him, he would have to be replaced. No matter how good Kyle was, Jack had already decided that he was going to sack him. But if he found that he had the ability, and it was just that he was using the cover to judge him, he would simply demote him. How about his ability in work? Jack inquired. His ability can be considered as average amongst the staff, Denali replied. And, as if knowing what Jack was thinking, she continued, "Since you told me to prepare the company for merging, I haven't made that much changes in the company." Jack thought for a moment and said, "Let's visit Brightway Medical Research Center first. The production of the pill should be given priority first. The private team that was formed still needs to get them to boost their strength. Otherwise, they would be useless." Denali nodded before saying, "I have already made the arrangements that I have shifted the staff there, and I've already selected a special team that can be in charge of the production of the pills." "Have all the required materials been found?" Jack asked. "Yes, I made sure that they were bought. It took a little bit of effort as there were a few materials that needed to be brought from out of the region. But all the same, I have bought them in bulk. Luckily, the costs are not that high." Denali nodded in response. "Okay then, let's go there tomorrow," Jack said. The following morning after breakfast, Denali drove the Lamborghini Urus towards the research center. As it should be, the research center was isolated from skyscrapers. But that didn't mean that there were no skyscrapers in the medical research center. There were only 3 buildings here, but they were all big. 2 of them were skyscrapers with at least 50 floors. On the other hand, one building at the side was just occupying a large area and was only having about 5 floors. When they got at the entrance of the main building, the tallest of the 3, they found that there were people waiting for them. Denali had already informed them that Jack was coming here today, and so the higher-ups were here to receive him. The moment that the car stopped, these people wearing suits hurried forward. When Jack got out of the car, they were surprised, but all the same, they began flattering him. "Good morning, Director Jackson." Director Jackson is young and has a special temperament. That's right, Director Jackson's future is unlimited. Jack was left speechless for a moment. He wasn't someone that was used to this kind of flattering. But with his mentality, he managed to not show his change of expression. He smiled and greeted them back as for what nonsense temperament that they were talking about. Jack didn't care at all. Denali stepped forward and stopped the crowd from squeezing onto Jack. Then, the group headed to the building in the conference room. Jack met with the top management of the research center. After signing the transfer agreement, Jack talked to the group a little while longer before he dismissed them. What followed was Jack asking Denali to call the ones that were in charge of the production of body-strengthening pill. The group consisted of a dozen people. They were the top researchers, some of them being ones that Denali had only recruited recently. But all the same, with Denali's ability, she could confirm that these people were good and could be trusted with the project. But of course, what she had done was not simply depending on her ability. She had also used her skills to dig into their past history. She made sure that none of them had any shady background. With her level of computer mastery, she couldn't be blocked, and as such, there is no way that their details could be hidden. After everyone was seated, Jack began discussing the issue. Since he wasn't proficient in the way of medicine, he only spoke about the things that he could: capital, time, and so on. After about an hour of discussion, they had completed the arrangements. Since Denali had bought enough materials that could be used for production, Jack told them to start production as fast as possible AS for the payment. Jack had promised them that their payment would increase as long as they were fast enough, and they did well AS long, as there was no problem with the pill and the production was successful. Jack would definitely reward them. These 12 researchers had already signed the confidential agreement. There were other members that would support them. They too had signed a contract and had been personally selected by Denali. As Jack left the experts to deal with the production, he left with Denali and headed back to the hotel to have their lunch. Immediately after that, he headed towards Serenity residential area. The residential area was located about 30 minutes drive from the hotel that he had been staying with Denali. When they got there, Jack looked at the surroundings in surprise. This area didn't have many buildings in fact, it was about 2 kilometers from the busy roads of the city. This place had a good level of security. The moment that they arrived here, they were stopped by a guard. "Yes, are you here to buy a villa?" The guard asked. "Not really, we're here to see the management," Denali replied. "That's going to be tough because you'll have to inform them about it first. This is a high-end residential area. So there's no way that strangers can be allowed unless they are allowed by the management or one of the person living here." The guard said this was the policy that had only been enacted recently at SO. The guard knew that many people would definitely be against the part that one had to say in advance if he wanted to buy a villa. Jack could tell that this guy wasn't bad. Had it been another person looking at the Lamborghini that was worth a few $100,000, he would have definitely chased him away. After all, even the cheapest villa here cost about $2 million to buy it. Most of the people that came here had cars that were worth at least $1 million as such. They were allowed entry to the residence management office. But others were definitely not allowed in because they were definitely not there to buy a villa, but to stroll around and take pictures. "Can you tell the person in charge that Jack is here?" Jack asked. Although he was suspicious of whether Jack's name would make any change, he still decided to make a call to the management office. "Hello, Mr. Shanzu. There is someone called Jack here who claims that he's here to visit the management office." The guard spoke humbly. "Jack? Never heard of him. What car is he driving?" Shanzu asked. "Well, it should be a Lamborghini," the guard replied. The moment that Shanzu heard that Jack was here in a Lamborghini, he was excited. He immediately interrupted the guard. "I'll be there in a minute. Tell him that I'll be receiving him personally." Immediately after saying that, he hung up and ended the call before he rushed out of the office. Seeing the excited Shanzu, the people in the management office were surprised to see him rushing out. They hadn't expected that they would see him this excited. Now, they were curious about what had made him this agitated, but they dared not to ask him this question as they knew how he usually behaved. He would definitely scold them and may end up reducing their salary. Shanzu was a person with a slim stature. He had a small mustache, and the way that his eyes were could already give someone a picture of a shrewd person. As he rushed out of the residence management office, he thought, "This is yet another opportunity. I just hope that this guy is rich. Otherwise, how am I going to benefit? Whatever, even if he's not that rich, I can simply get benefit from him as long as he buys a villa here." The guard didn't know what was up with Shanzu and what had made him so agitated. All the same, he couldn't help but change the way that he was looking at Jack. It seemed that Shanzu knew them. And if that was so, they must be influential. He thought that it was good that he hadn't treated them coldly just because they had a car that was worth a few $100,000. He smiled at Jack and said, "The assistant manager has said that he's going to receive you personally within a minute." Jack nodded before deciding to wait. Although he had seen the images of this Serenity residential area, he had yet to enter. Neither had Denali been here as she was busy with the other 2 companies, more so Brightway Medical Research Center. About a minute later, Jack saw a thin man in a suit rushing out from the residential area. The man looked around as if he was looking for something, and after looking for a while, he walked towards a guard and asked coldly, "Has the person left already?" Guard, Jack, Denali, the 3 of them were completely unsure on how to react on this person's question. Jack could already tell that this guy was Shanzu as he had already seen his image when he read his information back in Venture City. "Mr. Shan..." Even before the guard could complete whatever he was saying, Shanzu interrupted again. "I told you to tell him that I would be here in a minute, but I have arrived in about 50 seconds, but he has already left. You are incompetent in your work. Your salary this month will be reduced by 1/3. Shanzu spoke angrily. He had been looking forward to getting to meet a rich man so that he could benefit from it. In the end, he found that there was no rich man at all. He had already left. He was so angry that he wanted to strangle this guard. "Actually, Mr. Shanz," the guard wanted to say that the person hadn't left and was just in the car beside him. But he was interrupted by the angry Shanzu. "What? You want to say that it wasn't your fault? Okay then, since it wasn't your fault, it was my fault. I'll relieve you from the burden of taking responsibility. You'll only receive half of your salary this month." The guard couldn't help but get angry at this guy. What had he done in that his salary had already been slashed by a half? Had it not been for the fact that he was in need of the job, he would definitely have quit at this moment and beat up this sharp-mouthed GUI this moment. Shanzu seemed to notice that the car that Jack was in wasn't leaving. He frowned and looked at the guard before he began reprimanding again. What are you doing here? Can't you see that someone is blocking the entrance of the residential area? Since you're not serious with your duty, you won't receive any bonus this month. Before the guard could say another word, Shanzu pointed at the car and said, "Chase this car away from here." How could such a crappy car stop in front of the gates of the residential area? The guard became flustered. In just a single minute, his salary had been deducted by half, and all the bonus that he was supposed to receive this month had all been canceled. How could he not be angry? But, swallowing his anger, he looked at Jack and said, "I'm sorry, Mr. Jack, but it seems that you'll have to leave." Jack was already fuming at this moment. Although he had found that this guy was using the villas to his advantage, he hadn't expected that his character was this way, and no wonder only a few villas had been sold till now. The way that this guy was speaking and acting, simply deducting the employee's salary in anything that made him unhappy, was something that Jack didn't like at all. This guy called Shanzu was definitely unfit for the position that he was holding. He was now wondering who was the one that had given him this post. Furthermore, where the heck was Moses? He was the manager here, but Jack couldn't see anything that he was doing. It was like he wasn't in control at all. Although according to his file he was an honest man, he was incompetent in Jack's eyes. Let an assistant manager take over and bully the employees, chase away potential clients, and so on. This was definitely something that the manager should have heard about, no matter what. Jack stepped out of the car and said, coldly, "I'm the one that asked him to make the call." Shanzu was stunned for a moment. He gazed at Jack up and down before looking at the car that he had just alighted from. He looked at the guard and pointed at Jack before shouting, "What the FCK is this? You told me that there was someone with a Lamborghini here. Where is it? Was this the guy driving a Lamborghini?" "Mr. Shanzu, he's driving a Lamborghini Urus." The guard pointed at the logo on the car. Shanzu looked at it. He was silent for a moment before he began retorting again. "You call this a Lamborghini? This is an Urus, not a Lamborghini. The Lamborghini that I know is a Lamborghini Veneno." It wasn't just the angry Jack, but even the guard and Denali were stunned. Wasn't this car made by Lamborghini? How is it not a Lamborghini? Just because it wasn't worth $1 million. Hey, get the hell out of here now. You are fired. Shanzu pointed at the guard. Then he turned at Jack and pointed at him as he said, "As for you, better get lost from here before I call the police that you are disturbing Boosie." Ark. He wasn't able to finish his words before he screamed in pain. This moment. Denali had already gotten out of the car and held a hand whose finger was pointing at Jack and twisted it. "You think that you can shout at my boss? Do you think that you're qualified to do that?" Denali asked coldly. She had already been angry the first time that Shanzu pointed fingers at Jack. She couldn't stand at the time that he tried doing that the second time. The guard looked from the side. He was completely surprised at the moment as he stared at Denali, who was now standing behind Jack. He had simply seen a shadow rushing out of the car before Shanzu began screaming in pain as he fell on the ground, holding his right hand, that he was now wondering whether or not to go ahead and protect Shanzu from further abuse. But when he thought about how he had suffered as well as how he couldn't even follow Denali's moves, he decided against it. For how he was going to get himself away from getting involved was simple. "I've already been fired. I don't think that I have any responsibility here." Or had it been another time, he wouldn't be proud about that. But now that things were like this, he could proudly say that he had been fired. Shanzu screamed in pain as 3 people watched him, none of them having the intention of stepping forward to help him relieve the pain. It was only after about 5 minutes of screaming that Shanzu came back to his senses. He gritted his teeth as he tried to endure the pain that he was experiencing at the moment. Currently, his right hand's wrist had been dislocated. He could only hold his right wrist using his left hand. His mind began thinking clearly. He turned his gaze towards the guard and shouted at him, "What the FCK are still standing there for? Don't you see that someone has attacked your employer? It's your duty to protect me from this kind of situation. Yet, you're still standing there, not doing a thing." Shanzu was so furious at this time in that, as he endured the pain, he shouted more loudly than he'd done the previous times. After shouting at the guard while expecting him to take action, Shanzu looked at Denali. He was at first dazed before he suddenly remembered that it was her who had just dislocated his wrist. As a result, he pointed his finger, only to drop it in fear of having his other arm dislocated. But all the same, he still shouted, "You think that you could be arrogant here? I think. You don't know where you are at this moment. Let me tell you this, all of you, the 2 of you, I'm going to make sure that you only leave here after you have several of your limbs broken." As Shanzu shouted at the 2, he realized that something wasn't right. He glanced behind him only to see that the guard hadn't made a move. In fact, he seemed to be changing his clothes. What the hell? I just told you to take action and beat the two of them up. What are you still doing there? Shanzu shouted angrily. The guard turned to look at Shanzu with a smile on his face and said, Shanzu, you should know what I'm doing, that I'm obviously changing my clothes. You've already fired me to SO. I'm no longer your employee. What's more, I don't think that I have the responsibility of defending a stranger who goes around looking for trouble, right? As the guard said these words, he thought to himself, what a joke. Me? Fight that lady. I must be out of my mind if I dare do that. Maybe if it was for my family, I will, but fighting for a piece of trash like you, better luck next time. Or who are you calling by his first name? And what do you mean that you're no longer an employee here? You haven't gone through the procedures. YET.SO, you're still an employee here. Shanzu retorted. Okay, then that I quit. The guard shrugged his shoulders and responded as he changed his shirt. Then, he prepared himself to leave this place, having no intention of meddling with the issue. Even if you quit, you'll get to be released by the management.SO. The contract that you signed is still valid. Shanzu couldn't accept this. Then, I'll just break the contract and pay the remuneration. The guard was nonchalant at this moment. His contract was going to expire the following month. He was previously planning to renew it, but Shanza hadn't given him a chance to do that. As such, he was now happy that he hadn't renewed the contract yet. Additionally, since it was just a few days before the contract expired, the amount that he was supposed to pay was just a small one. Although he would suffer some losses, it was better than being in this place that was a paradise with a devil. Shanzu was just about to say another word when he heard a snort coming from behind him. When he turned around, he saw that Jack was looking at him with a dark expression on his face. Shanzu, you're the assistant manager here, just below Moses. That I do wonder if this is the attitude that an assistant manager is supposed to have when facing possible clients. Jack said. His voice was cold at this moment. Shanzu frowned. He wondered how Jack knew about Moses. That guy, although he was the manager, he had been away for a period of time now. So Shanzu had been using this opportunity to benefit himself as much as he could. He knew that once Moses came back, he would surely have no chance again. After all, Moses was an upright and honest man. But there was still something that he couldn't accept. That was a nobody trying to lecture him on how he had to behave. So he retorted, who the FCK do you think you are, Brad? Do you think you have the qualifications to speak to me in such a manner? Jack didn't respond. Instead, he turned to Denali and said, call Moses for me. Shanzu was stunned by Jack's words. Then he began laughing wildly, only to stop due to the pain that came from shaking of his shoulders from laughing. But that didn't stop him from snickering. He gazed at Jack and said, call Moses. Do you think you have the qualifications? If you are not qualified to deal with me, how can you deal with him? Let me see how you're going to do it. And with that, he tried to fold his arms in front of his chest, only to stop as he grunted in pain. As he thought of the pain that he was going through, he looked at Denali with eyes full of resentment. Denali, of course, ignored him and made a call. AS Jack's PA. She had all the contact information of the top employees saved in her contact list at AS for the other employees. Their details were all saved in her laptop. All the same, she could access the details in her laptop from her phone through her email. After making a call, she handed the phone to Jack. Holding the phone close to his ear, Jack waited for a moment before Moses received the call. Hello, who's this? Moses asked with a hoarse voice. Since the call was made with Denali's phone, he didn't know that it was Jack who was contacting him. I'm Jack. I would like to ask where you are at the moment. Jack asked gloomily. From the hoarse voice, he could tell that this guy seemed to be fatigued or something. Moses hadn't expected that Jack would ask him that question. All the same, he replied, I'm currently in the Eastern Province. I'm having some problems here. What kind of problems are those? Jack questioned. Well, my mother is sick. So she's currently admitted in the hospital, and I'm accompanying her. Moses replied. Jack could clearly feel the sadness in his voice, but that had to be put aside for now. I'm sorry about that, but I would like to ask you about the residential area. How is it being managed now that you are away? Shanzu, the assistant manager, is there. According to the reports that he has been sending me, everything should be going on okay. Or is there a problem there? Moses asked nervously. There's a big problem here that I got here, only for this Shanzu to chase me away. Furthermore, he seems to be so domineering and can deduct the employees' salaries at will. Then, there's a fact that he can simply fire employees according to his mood at AS for his attitude. I wonder how he always faces potential clients here. Jack explained. Since Moses was away for a reason like that, although he had yet to confirm, Jack decided to go easy on him. Before Moses could say a word, Jack asked, don't you have another person that you can confirm with if things are okay here? Moses was now not sure how to reply to this. How could he do that? He had clearly remembered to inform Shanzu that the residential area had been acquired by a person called Jackson Alfonso. But now, this guy had wanted to chase Jack away, or he began sweating, wondering what was going to happen next now that Jack seemed to be angry. But he too was angry at that moment, because Shanzu was definitely trying to cause him problems. Can I speak to him? Moses asked nervously. Jack didn't say a word and handed the phone to the smug Shanzu, who was watching him as if he was enjoying a show. Although he thought that Jack was simply playing around, he still decided to play along. Hello, he said amusedly. Hello, your F-King head Shanzu. If you want to die, why the heck are you pulling me down with you? You M-Thurf King idiot. You dare to ask the owner of the residential area that you're helping him in management to pee us off? For the first time in his life, Moses hurled a mountain of profanities with no end that he really wanted to swallow this idiot. He had expected that this guy was competent enough because according to the observation that he had made previously when he was still in Cardiff City, he was a capable person. Shanzu was petrified the moment that he heard Moses's angry voice. He didn't know what to say or do at that moment. He had always been sending fake reports to Moses all this time, while trying to benefit as much as he could from the residential area. But now he could only look at Jack in stupor, completely petrified, thinking about how he had just scolded his boss. The pain from having his arm dislocated disappeared, or he completely ignored it. He dropped the phone onto the ground before he followed. Now, he knew that there was no way that he was going to maintain his position anymore. He had just behaved atrociously in front of his boss. Even he himself didn't believe that he would spare a subordinate that dared to scold him. Jack didn't say a word as he watched Shanzu, who was now sprawled on the ground, with his eyes being lifeless. Denali picked up the phone from the ground and handed it back to Jack. Being that Moses had yet to hang up, he stated, although this is not completely your fault, it definitely has something to do with you not being keen and completely trusting others easily. So, there will be changes that are going to be made. As for whether you will still remain as the manager or you will be demoted, that will depend with the situation. Jack stated. Moses sighed in relief when he heard Jack's words that he knew that Jack had been merciful to him. Had this been another person, he would have been fired immediately. But Jack had allowed him to continue working for him. Although he might be demoted, that didn't matter to him. That was a small punishment that he could take as compared to the mistake that he had made. Thank you, boss, that I'll make sure to get back as soon as possible. Moses said, just take your time. Jack responded before hanging up. Thank you, boss, that I'll make sure to get back as soon as possible. Moses said, just take your time. Jack responded before hanging up. He then turned his gaze to Shanzu. He looked at him for a moment before shaking his head. He then said to Denali, look into all the things that he's been doing in the absence of Moses. If there's anything that requires the law, submit it to the police and let them come and pick him up. Yes, boss. Denali replied as she took the phone from Jack's hand. On the other hand, the guard was completely stupefied about the situation. He wondered what was going on. Wasn't Shanzu pompous a moment ago? What happened? What was he told for him to end up in such an embarrassing state? Anyway, it's good that he's found his match. He was just about to head to the management office to resign when he was stopped by Jack's voice. There's no need for you to resign at all. That he's no longer the assistant manager here. So he has no more authority. What about a compensation of double salary for this month for the abuse that you have been through? Jack asked. The guard was frozen on the spot. He couldn't believe what he had just heard. Had Shanzu been removed from his position? This was good. And what was even better was the fact that he was being offered the compensation by having his salary doubled. Who was this person that could actually raise his salary just by saying it? But looking at the listless Shanzu, he was forced to believe what Jack had said that in the end, he accepted that it was better to have his salary doubled rather than a pay for. The termination fee of the contract that was still effective until a few days later. After settling things at the entrance, the guard opened the gate and let Jack and Denali to drive into the residence. Since he had yet to be here, Jack observed the surroundings carefully. He looked at the layout of the villas here. He could see that each villa had its own courtyard. Furthermore, there was an area that was like a garden. There were several benches there. At the side, there was a playground for children and so on. In other words, the Serenity residential area was a good place for both the people with or without children. For those that didn't like noise, they wouldn't be affected as the playground was a good distance from the villas. So the children could play without restraint or fear that they would disturb someone's rest or work. The management office wasn't far from the gate, and from the moment that Jack entered, he had used his high level of vision to look at these things. In fact, he had only seen 2 villas at the moment, and he was impressed because the level of these villas was top-notch. Even his prince and princess palace it couldn't compare. When he arrived in front of the management building, he found that all the staff members were lining up, waiting for his arrival. So the moment that he got there, they both greeted him in unison, "Greetings, boss." The ladies were looking at his handsome face with stars shining in them. But the moment that they saw Denali, they were forced to give up on any thoughts that they were having about the young, rich, and handsome boss of theirs. As for the men, they were both amazed and envious of Jack. Not only was he rich at such a young age, but he also had the company of a very beautiful lady. As men, it was normal that they too had some wishes along this line. But wishes and dreams were different from the harsh reality. Now, they could only watch as for Denali, with Jack by her side. Added to her cold demeanor, none of them dared to have any thoughts or designs on her. If she could accompany Jack, she was definitely someone that they could only see but not touch. From this kind of reception, Jack could tell that Moses must have informed them that he was here. So, they came out to receive him. Although he wasn't used to the grand welcome, he still nodded and said, "No need to be so polite. You could just continue with what you were doing, Dad. I'm here to look around." The staff members dispersed one after the other as they returned to their posts. But a lady remained behind. Jack looked at her with raised brows, wondering if there was something that she had to say. "Boss, since you are here for a tour, I would like to take you around." The lady stated her reason for staying behind. Jack looked at her keenly. She was wearing a white blouse and a red skirt that reached below her knees. As for her feet, she was wearing ordinary flat-based black lady's shoes. She seemed to be in her late 20s, and from her temperament and expression as she looked at him, Jack could tell that she was someone that was serious about her work. In response, he nodded and said, "Please, lead the way." The lady nodded and led the way after picking up the keys of the villas that had yet to be sold. Jack and Denali followed behind her. The lady, whose name was Ruth, took them on a tour. And since the place was big, they used one of the cars that was used to take those that had the interest in buying the villas around. Since Jack was a boss here, he could go to any villa that hadn't been bought. But since he didn't want to spend so much time here, he didn't enter any of them. There were a total of 30 villas here, with the cheapest worth $20M. The total worth of the villas here was estimated to be at least $3.8B. Currently, there were only 6 villas that had been sold, all of them being the cheapest at AS for the others. Most people shied away when they heard the price of the villas here. But Jack could understand why the price was high. The villas were not only big, but the environment was also good. The location of the villas here was far from the busy streets and noise of the city. Additionally, the residential area was in the capital city, Khartoum, where space to build such luxurious villas with their own courtyard was limited. So, it was normal for the price to be high. Otherwise, how was the developer going to earn a profit considering the costs that were involved in the construction? The deeper they headed, the more luxurious and bigger the mansions got. And so was the price of the villas here. When they got to the deepest part of the residential area, Jack saw the masterpiece of the residential area. This villa was completely different from the others. It was located on an elevated place, and around the lower ground, he could see that there was a stream that passed here. The stream had clear water, obvious that it was free from pollution, even though this was actually a city. The environment here was just like the one that could be found in the Prince and Princess Palace. But here, things were cheerful and lively, as there were a few birds that had their nests on trees that were around the villa. Jack was mesmerized by this place, but although he really wanted to stay here, he definitely didn't want to waste the money that he had paid for his stay in the hotel.so. He came to a decision. He would definitely live here if there would be nobody who would have bought it after a month from now, that he was curious about the interior of the villa.so. They entered it. Jack looked at the luxurious decorations. Furthermore, the level of technology here is also advanced, as it had an automatic recognition of the owner as long as his details were registered into the system. There were a few sound control systems present as well, and although Jack had thought that the garage that the Prince and Princess Palace had was high level, compared to this level of technology, Jack thought that the garage couldn't compare. This villa had several facilities just like the Prince and Princess Palace. Furthermore, it had its own helipad on the roof.as for the swimming pool. There was one that was located on the second floor.as to how that was possible. He himself wasn't sure about it, because no matter how he tried looking at it, the depth of the pool was just like normal pools. But downstairs, the ceiling was just normal. After the tour ended, Jack was satisfied with this villa that was worth about $200M. It wasn't just the villa that made the price, but the environment also added to the price. After leaving Serenity Residential Area, Jack and Denali went back to the Cardinal Supreme Hotel. While Jack was in Cardiff City, a white Maserati arrived in front of the gates of the Prince and Princess Palace. In the white Maserati, there were 2 young and beautiful ladies. "Yes, who are you here to see?" Bob asked. "I'm here to see Celine. She should have informed you about my arrival." "I'm Wendy," Wendy said with a smile. "Oh, indeed, I was informed about your arrival. Please come in. She's waiting for you." Bob nodded to the guards to open the gate and allow Wendy inside. When Wendy and Angie saw all the cars that were in the garage or were parked outside, they were stunned. They wondered if Celine had come here to do car business or what. But looking at the logo, Wendy's heart skipped a beat as she looked at the name there. She wondered, Jackson Enterprise, is he the one? It ain't possible, right? Or Jackson Enterprise, is he the one? It ain't possible, right? Or as she thought of this, she alighted from the car after parking it. Then she looked at the cars carefully. She could swear that she had never heard of the enterprise called Jackson Enterprise. This was her first time that she was hearing it since the last times that she had visited the city. In other words, this enterprise had to be a new one. After all, it had only been about 5 months since the last time that she was here in Inchoate City. But what made her mind fill up with questions was the fact that there were cars for the enterprise filling the garage at SO. She had to park her car outside, next to the ones that were parked outside. Out of curiosity, she approached the garage. What she saw shocked her greatly. Inside, other than the Bentegas, there were 2 other cars, a Bentley Continental GT. That was something that didn't surprise her that much. What had greatly shocked her was the fact that there was actually a Bugatti Veyron inside here. This was a limited edition that they were talking about, although one might have money to buy it. It wasn't enough. Point one had to have enough connections to get these types of limited edition cars. Yeah, she was shocked. She didn't notice Angie calling her. Seeing that she was not reacting, Angie came and shook Wendy out of her stupor. What are you looking at that made you ignore? Angie wasn't able to finish her words as she was stunned by the appearance of the Bugatti Veyron in the garage. She could tell that this was a customized version of the Bugatti Veyron. In other words, the price of this Bugatti had to be higher than the ones that were not customized. Is this Celine's place really? Doubtfully, Angie asked. She couldn't believe that Celine could actually have this car. Wendy and Celine's family background were similar, SO, since she was sure that Wendy didn't have the connections to get it. There was no way that Celine could get it. I'm not sure about that either, or could we have come to a wrong place? Wendy questioned, not sure at all if this was really where Celine lived. If it was the wrong place, the guards wouldn't have let us in here. Angie shook her head. She too was confused. According to what they knew, Celine came to Inchoate City about 2 weeks ago. How could it be possible that she had already bought us so many cars? Or furthermore, the names of the enterprise didn't match the one that Celine had told them that she was coming to start. Clearly, these cars were for the grocery department, words clearly written below the logo. Angie approached the Bugatti Veyron and looked at it closely. Then, she noted that there was a jack added above the plate number. Connecting it to the Jackson Enterprise that was added to the Bentegas, she could already guess it. I think that this Bugatti Veyron belongs to a person called Jackson. You think Celine has gotten a boyfriend? Angie asked with a smile. Jackson? I've never heard of this person in the capital. It surprises me that someone in such a small city can actually afford a Bugatti Veyron AS for Celine getting a boyfriend. When he wasn't able to finish her words before she was interrupted. So here you were that I was wondering where you had run off to. Turns out that you were here appreciating the cars. Celine said with a smile as she walked into the garage. Angie and Winnie turned toward her. Celine walked to them and they hugged each other. The 3 of them were good friends. Although Winnie knew Angie first, they had met with Celine when they got to high school. And from that moment, their friendship had developed to this point. Now, they could share most of their secrets with each other and they treated each other as sisters. What were you saying about getting a boyfriend? Who is it that has gotten a boyfriend and I don't know about it? Celine asked curiously. Well, I was wondering if you had gotten a boyfriend. After all, we can see that. Wendy said as she pointed to the jack just right above the plate number and the one on the logo, Jackson Enterprise. Celine was at first confused. But when she caught the meaning behind what Wendy was implying, she blushed for a moment as she hastily replied, Wah, what nonsense are you talking about? That's not my boyfriend. He's just a friend that I made when I came here. Seeing Celine blushing, both Angie and Wendy stared at her with weird gazes. This was actually one of the rare moments that they had seen Celine blushing. She was always a person with a strong mentality. So it was difficult for her to be seen like this. Additionally, this was actually the first time that they had seen her blushing like this. What they didn't know was that at the mention of Jack, Celine could remember the contacts that they had during the dance and during the time that they had been kidnapped. Since at that time that Jack had embraced her, there was nobody that knew her. She didn't feel anything weird about it. But in front of her friends, she was shy as she thought of that scene. Look at her, blushing, and she's saying that she doesn't have a boyfriend. Humph. What's more, she's clearly living with him, and she's saying that they only met recently. How can that be? Angie snorted as she gazed at Celine sharply. This moment, she realized that the both of her friends had fallen for someone, and they were really into it. When he was already engaged to him, on the other hand, Celine had already began living with him. This made her jealous at how lucky the two were to fall in love. But when she thought about Jack, who had still gotten a woman despite having a fiancé, she just thought that maybe boys were just scumbags. What nonsense are you saying? We live in the same compound, but in different mansions. Celine retorted. But her face reddened further as she thought of Jack's body. That was the time that she had gone to pay him a visit and found that he was resting in the pool. She was completely mesmerized by that figure of his. Those well-sculpted muscles that were reflecting sunlight as they were wet that time. Only after a minute did she come back to her senses and rushed away. And since then, she dared not to step in the Prince's palace till Jack left. See, she's denying it, but the body is telling the truth. Look at that red face of hers. Angie snorted again, looking at the blushing Celine. When he couldn't help but think of Jack, she could remember the time that she had fallen into his embrace when he saved her a year ago. That was the time that she would definitely not forget about. After all, it was a special moment, a time where she was saved from the clutches of death and found her way to what was called love. Yes, she thought of that scene, when he blushed as well. And upon seeing the two blushing girls, Angie was completely jealous. So, she could only snort and walk out while saying, "Love-struck fools." Jack stayed in the capital for 3 days. During these 3 days, he had visited Good Vision Security Limited as well as Hope Hospital and Andis Corporation. The IT seemed that the system wanted him to develop in the capital, as the businesses that he was receiving were all having their headquarters in the capital. But he didn't think that it was something bad, considering that it would be better if he developed in the capital first before spreading to the other cities with Cartu City as the center. Although his initial plan was to develop in a small city first, before going to a big city, that was when he didn't have the system. But now that he had the system that was rewarding him with companies and shares, Jack thought that it wouldn't be a bad idea if he followed what the system was implying. The production of the pills was still in progress. According to the group that was in charge of the production, they had claimed that the first batch of pills would definitely be ready by next week, that he wasn't sure about the success rate of the production of the pills, but all the same, he was really looking forward to it. Although he had the intention of using the pills to boost the market value of Brightway Medical Research Center, he decided against it after thinking it through if he released the pills into the market. Even if the price was sky high, he was sure that there were several rich men that could get them if they got them and supplied them to his future enemies. Wouldn't he have shot himself on the foot? Or so he decided that the pills would only be used by those that had joined the private team.as for how to boost the market value of the research center. He would just inject money that could aid in research. Once a research was successful, he was sure that the market value would rise. But at the same time, he was hoping that the first-time reward would be another pill recipe. In that way, he would definitely be able to have something that can raise the market value of the institution. Since the research center was busy with the production of the pills as well as researching other things, Jack had decided to begin the merging of Amber Securities, Safety Enforcers, and Good Vision Security Limited. The process had already began, but it would take some time to be completed. The good thing was that Ayush had also come to the capital and was helping Denali with the process. Currently, he was preparing himself to go back to Inchoate City. He had already promised Wendy that he would join them this week, and he was going to keep the promise. So, he was going to leave tonight. Although the week was already ending, he thought that it wouldn't be late considering that there was nothing important that they were going to do. They were going to relax. He thought that it wouldn't hurt to be late for a few days, right? First, he decided to check his current balance. Flyer's bank saving account balance is $5,839,953,321. First, he decided to check his current balance. Flyer's bank saving account balance is $5,839,953,321. He had gotten money from the grocery stores recently, and this was over $150. But there were other expenditures that required money to be spent. So his account could be said to have gained about $100 million. Since he was only having the money that came from the grocery stores being multiplied, even if there was money that came from the other companies that he had a share in or were under him, they were not multiplied. The reason behind this being that they had a different timeline for the multiplication. For instance, the one from Good Vision Security Limited and Brightway Medical Research Center, the income would be multiplied monthly. As for something like the Andis Corporation, the multiplier would only be applied once a year when he received the dividends. The Serenity residential area, on the other hand, simply depended on the sales. Once he sold a villa there, the income would be multiplied. What Jack was really looking forward to the most was the income that came from selling the villas. Although they couldn't be sold all at once, at least he was sure that the income would be big once the sales were made. Currently, the cheapest that had yet to be sold was the one that was worth $90. Once this villa was sold, he would definitely have gotten $90. Just from this, he would be a big step towards one of the conditions for upgrading the system. The system needed him to have a balance of $50 billion in his account. On the other hand, he was supposed to have 5 companies that were worth $50 billion each. Furthermore, they were supposed to have defeated one competitor in the industry and make the companies monopolies in the industry. Thinking of this condition now, he thought that this system was shrewd. It seemed that he had to defeat more than a single competitor. After all, if he had to make the companies monopolies, how could there be competitors? Or after a moment, he came to another decision. That was to look for 5 industries that had the least competition. There, he would have his companies rise to be evaluated to a worth of $50 billion and at the same time, crush the non-existent competition. Jack decided to call Wendy to inform her that he would be coming back the following day. He had gotten her contact before he left Venture City for Inchoate City. She could then arrange on where they were going to once he arrived. Since he would be leaving on that very night, he would be there by morning. So he was sure that they could go out the following day itself. "Hello, Jack. How are you doing?" Wendy's excited voice drifted to his ears. Jack wasn't sure what was making this girl so happy. But all the same, he greeted back. Then, he went straight to the point. "I'll be back by tomorrow. So we can leave at 9 in the morning, depending on what you're planning." Wendy had been waiting to hear these words, all this while so. The moment that she heard Jack say them, she was completely excited about it. After all, other than missing Jack, the other young masters and ladies that were part of the group were already getting impatient. Seeing that Jack was yet to come, she had told them to simply go and do their thing and they would join them later. Now that Jack was coming, at least she wouldn't be disturbed by the posts that her friends were showing off when they visited other places. "Okay, then that I will make the arrangements right now," Wendy said enthusiastically. After that, she chatted with him for a few minutes before hanging up. After ending the call with Wendy, Jack called Celine. "Hello, you busy now?" "No, I just got out of the bathroom," Celine replied. "Oh, I was saying that I will be back tomorrow," Jack said while scratching his head a little awkwardly. "Tomorrow? Okay then, where should I wait for you?" Celine nodded and asked. "On the roof of the garage. I'll be landing there. But I'm sure that you will be asleep at that time." Jack smiled as he replied, "Not really. Since you're coming back, I will obviously wait for you. Furthermore, I'm done with the hardest parts of the company. So I can now relax." Celine refuted. "You know, you shouldn't strain yourself. You have to take care of your health." Jack reminded her. Celine, on the other side, sat on the bed with only a towel covering her body. Her long legs were exposed as well her shoulders and arms. There were drops of water glistening on her skin under the illumination of the light in the room. Her hair was damp as well as she had hurriedly gotten out of the bathroom as soon as she noticed that it was Jack's call. She smiled sweetly when she saw how concerned he was about her. "Worry not. Currently, the stage that required me to strain myself has already gone by. And now, Faith is the one that is dealing with the other things. Moreover, I'm going out to relax with my friends in a few days' time. Will you accompany me?" Celine asked expectantly. Jack wasn't prepared to have her asking him to accompany her, and he had just told Wendy that he would be free the following day. And since they were going to go to different cities, it was obvious that it wouldn't be something that would take a single day. It had to be at least 2 days. Thinking of this, he asked, "Can you give me the exact day that you will be going out so that I can make the arrangements?" Let me ask. She hasn't told me when we're leaving, but I'll make sure to ask her," Celine replied. "Okay then, take your time to relax, even before the vacation that you're going in a few days' time." Jack reminded. "Okay then, that I'll be waiting for you. Just tell me the time that you will be landing." Celine said, "Got it, good night," Jack said before hanging up. Jack was debating on what to do next. After thinking things through, he decided that since he had already promised Wendy, he would go out with her and her friends first. Then, just in case Celine was going to go out after 2 days, he would leave the group to go and accompany her. After all, he was more familiar with Celine than he was with Wendy. What Jack didn't know was that he was bound to have a headache soon. In Inchoate City, Prince and Princess Palace. Wendy excitedly hugged the phone after ending the call with Jack. She was in the room that Celine had given her to stay in the princess mansion that ate tea this time. Angie walked in. Looking at the blushing and excited Wendy, she was curious what had made her be like this. Although the blush could state that this had something to do with a man, it was not an absolute. "What made you this excited? From your blushing face, could it be that your fiancé has told you something sweet?" she asked as she sat on the bed, next to Wendy, who was lying on the bed. Facing the ceiling, Angie's voice brought Wendy back to reality. She looked at her and said, "You know what? Jack just called and told me that he would be coming tomorrow. Haven't you been impatient about going out? We will be leaving tomorrow." Angie was at first expectant that there was something good that had happened that in the end, it turned out that it was just Jack coming back. He had been keeping the two of them waiting for a period of time now. So, for him to be coming back, although it was relieving that they wouldn't have to wait any longer, at least she thought that it was nothing to be this excited about. But on second thought, looking at the excited Wendy, Angie thought that maybe this was something that only those in love could feel excited about. But all the same, she had decided in her heart that she was going to make sure that Jack took a good care of her sister. Otherwise, she would definitely make him pay for it dearly. She had already gotten information about Jack from So. She thought that a mere Alfonso family wouldn't stop her from making Jack pay if he did anything that made her sister cry. It is good that he's coming back. I was getting impatient after all. Had he decided not to come back till this day, I would have surely gone to bring him here. Angie responded after a period of silence. Wendy was just about to say something when the door was opened and Celine walked in. From her face, the duo could immediately tell that she was excited. Angie couldn't help but grumble in her heart, wondering what was up with these girls. They were completely smitten in that they were behaving like fools. Wendy, when are we going for the vacation? Celine asked as soon as she got in. Tomorrow, Wendy replied confusedly. But thinking that maybe it was just Celine getting impatient like Angie, she still replied, got it. Celine replied before she began typing on her phone. Curious, Angie asked, who are you texting? While typing, Celine replied, the owner of this place is coming back. I wanted him to come with us. You don't mind, right? Wendy and Angie shook their heads. They were curious about this man that had made their Celine this way. When will he come back? Angie asked again. Tomorrow, Celine replied before leaving. Wendy was still excited about Jack coming the following day that she didn't even think much about Celine's reply. On the other hand, Angie couldn't help but frown. She wondered to herself, what a one-of-a-kind coincidence. The two guys are coming on the same day. Well, good for me. I can still pay attention to the one on Celine's part. I want to see who he is that they asked for that Jack. I would make sure to be strict on him. Or Angie thought, but at the same time there was a nagging feeling, but she wasn't sure what it was. She wasn't sure if it was good or be it so. After a while of thinking about this matter, she forgot about it and decided to chat with Wendy to relieve her boredom. Celine, frowny face, we will be heading out tomorrow. Jack received Celine's reply after about 5 minutes from the time that he had ended the call. The answer made him stressed out a little. He wondered what he was supposed to do. After all, the two ladies expected his company on the same day. After a long time of thinking, he decided to ask something else. He had to know the details so that he could make proper plans on how to handle things here. Jack, how long would your vacation last? Celine, about a week. Jack thought things through and decided that he was going to fulfill his promise by being with Wendy for 2 days first. Since he didn't want her to continue the issue about them being engaged, he would have to keep a distance. But keeping a distance didn't mean that he would be an enemy. At least, he had now learned a lesson that he would have to think twice before accepting such an invitation from her. On the other hand, he was going to accompany Celine for 5 days. Although this could be said to be favoritism, Jack would definitely accept it no matter what others said. According to what he knew, he was more comfortable in Celine's presence than in Wendy's. Furthermore, he didn't want to have so many interactions with Wendy. Perhaps this would make her give up on him. Additionally, he really wanted to spend time with Celine. Had she not invited him, he would have invited her once she was done with the duties back at the Eminent Beauty. Jack, I think I will accompany you from the 3rd day of your vacation. Just tell me your location at that time, and I will come. Of course, Celine wasn't pleased with the reply that she had received. But at least, although he had only accepted to accompany her from the 3rd day, it was still good that he accepted. Furthermore, he would accompany her for 5 days. Anyway, once she was offered one, she would think that 2 would have been better. And if she was offered 2 first, she would definitely claim that 5 would have been better. That was a human's nature. As long as it was something that they liked or loved, they would definitely yearn for more. That was just the case with Celine at the moment. Had she been offered company for 2 days, she would definitely think that it was too little and request for 5 if possible. Although she would have liked to have Jack's company during the whole vacation, she didn't want to force him to do that. She replied. Celine, frowny face, okay then. Just tell me when you land. I'll be sure to wait for your arrival point. One more thing. You can give me the estimate time that you will arrive. Jack, it should be around 6 in the morning. Celine, got it. Jack wasted no time and contacted Gabriel to inform him that he was ready. Although he had already told him the previous day that they would be leaving tonight, he still thought that it would be good if he could give him the reminder. After an early dinner at 6, Denali drove Jack to the airport. The earlier he left, the earlier he would arrive at his destination. Although he was strong and his vitality was high due to the professional combatant ability, that didn't mean that he would just tire himself out unreasonably. When they got to the airport, it was already close to 8. According to the schedule that Gabriel had planned, they would be departing at 8 p.m. Jack bid Denali goodbye before getting into the jet. After everything was done, at 8 o'clock, the plane took off. 5 hours later, Jack arrived at the airport in Venture City. Gabriel and Jack left the handling of the plane to the management staff of the airport and decided to take a rest first. After about 2 hours of rest, they got into the Eurocopter and flew towards Inchoate City. And after 4 hours, they were there. When they arrived in Inchoate City, the sun had yet to rise. Currently, it was already 6:15 in the morning. He had already informed Celine that he would arrive around this hour. He was sure that she was waiting for him if there were no accidents. And he was looking forward to meeting her again. Just a few days being away, but he had just missed her greatly. Even he himself wasn't sure why he missed her that much. Although they had been chatting every night since he left, it was different when meeting and seeing each other. The Eurocopter flew and steadily landed on the helipad on top of the garage of the Prince and Princess Palace. Jack had already informed Celine that he was here through TM. Text me. That's so. The moment that the plane landed, Celine appeared in his vision. Jack, you're here. Celine called out excitedly as she smiled at him. Her charming smile really entranced him. Unconsciously, he smiled back. Jack was just about to respond when he noticed something that made him surprised. Just behind Celine, there were two girls that he was familiar with, Wendy and Angie. Seeing Jack's gaze was on the figures behind her. Although Celine was dissatisfied, she thought that he was surprised that there was someone else that he didn't know on his property. So, she decided to introduce the two sides. But upon seeing that the two sides were looking at each other in a strange manner, she couldn't help but ask, "You guys know each other? You guys know each other?" Celine wasn't the only one that asked that question, as both Jack and the two girls asked the same question at the same time as her. Jack directed the question at Celine, Celine to the two girls, and the two girls to Jack. It was like a triangle. Anyway, after this question, there was silence as none of the four knew what to say for a moment. Gabriel, who had just alighted, had happened to find a scene where four people asked the same question at the same time, but he could only say that he was lucky that he could be there at such a rare moment. Too bad he hadn't recorded the scene. But, looking at the scene, he wondered what kind of game was being played here. Could it be the scene where you are dating two girls at the same time, but you don't know that they are friends? Gabriel was amused at instead of leaving, he decided to stay there and pretend to be checking the Eurocopter so that he could see what was going to happen next. He was curious about this thing that had just happened in front of him when it normally happened in movies and telenovelas. After looking at each other, the four began speaking again, answering the question that had been asked. Jack, we met in Venture City. Celine, they're my best friends. Wendy, she's my best friend. Angie, she's my best friend. Again, they spoke at the same time. And since they were expecting that the others would let them finish what they were saying, none of them stopped until they completed what they were saying. There was another moment of silence as the four looked at each other, not sure what to say. On the other hand, Gabriel was already stifling his laughter. He really wanted to laugh out loud, but he was worried that he would disrupt the plot. So, he managed to hold back the laughter. There was a silence that lasted for almost 30 seconds. Each of the four was waiting for someone to speak, and seeing that nobody was going to speak, they decided to speak. Jack, okay, Celine, it's like this. Wendy, let me explain. Angie, this is how. Again, there was silence as each of them stopped mid-sentence upon noticing that there was someone else that was speaking. In the end, they all stopped what they were saying and decided to listen. Gabriel couldn't hold it in anymore and began chuckling. Although he had tried so much to hold on, he just couldn't. After all, this was just too much. Even in telenovelas, for four people to be in such a situation at the same time, he had never seen or heard of it. Although they only said the same words. At the beginning, the following actions were similar, although the words were different. It was like their bodies were in sync, but their brains thought of different words to say. Or they only had different vocabularies. Ha ha ha. Looking at the blushing girls and the awkward Jack, Gabriel completely burst out laughing while holding his stomach. He was no longer chuckling, but was really loud. His laughter brought the four out of the deadlock where they didn't know what to say or do next. While the girls blushed even more furiously, Jack smiled awkwardly and gazed at Gabriel and complained, "Come on, dude. What are you laughing at?" Gabriel continued laughing a little while longer before he replied. But all the same, he was still having an urge to continue laughing. "Ha, what can I do? You guys are so funny," Gabriel replied. During the time that he'd spent with Jack, they had gotten along with each other, so Gabriel could joke and be casual around Jack. The same could be applied to Jack. Jack shook his head and turned to the three girls and said, "Let's get to the mansion and have a talk." The girls nodded and followed Jack down the roof of the garage, following the usual staircase. They arrived in the room, leaving behind Gabriel, who was still in a fit of laughter. After they took their seats in the Prince Palace, they again remained silent for a while, not sure who was going to start speaking. A man. Jack decided to take the initiative to speak. He cleared his throat and was just about to speak when Celine cut in. "Jack, these two are my friends. They are Wendy and Angie, but I think that the three of you know each other. Wendy, Angie, this is Jack, the owner of this mansion. He's been helping me here in Inchoate City," Celine said as she gazed at the two. "Well, I don't think I need to reintroduce the relationship between Celine and I can say that Jack and I are acquaintances that we met in Crystal City 1 year ago and last week in Venture City." Wendy spoke. She had decided not to speak about the engagement between the two of them in Jack's presence. He had already said that he didn't acknowledge the engagement, just to make sure that the relationship that was already weak wouldn't collapse. She wasn't ready to say something that would displease Jack. Seeing that the ladies had explained the relationship between them, Jack decided not to meddle and let things be as they were. Additionally, He was impressed that Wendy didn't say that he was her fiancé. Had she actually insisted that he was her fiancé, he would definitely make sure that he maintained a good distance from her. He didn't recognize the engagement, and neither did he know Wendy for him to actually agree to it. On the other hand, Angie frowned. When he actually said that she and Jack were actually acquaintances, this was completely out of her expectations. When he told her that the two of them were engaged, what the heck with this acquaintance's nonsense? She was just about to ask what was going on when she felt Wendy's grip on her hand. Seeing that Wendy was shaking her head at her, she decided not to say a word. At least for now, she wouldn't say a word and wait till they were alone. She would have to get answers from this lady. Having cleared everything, the group chatted for a few minutes before Jack went upstairs to refresh and take a rest. According to the agreement, they would be leaving at ten.so. Since it was still 6 in the morning, he thought that he still had time to relax his stiff muscles a bit. After taking a shower, Jack jumped on the bed and was about to close his eyes when his shot opened. That was because he had just received a system prompt that reminded him of the time that he had gotten the system. First month of income earning, rewarded with Glaze Hotel. It was only a single prompt, but it had reminded him of something important that he had actually forgotten. But at the same time, he actually remembered that today was actually on Saturday, the first day of August. In other words, this was going to be the second month that he was going to start. Although he had gotten the system on 13th of July, the system evaluated things differently. Although it was true that it had yet to be a month since he had gotten the system used the normal calendar to SO. According to the system, a month had gone by, and he had been earning during this month. Even though it was only from betting and the grocery department, at least he had earned something big. Additionally, all the other incomes from the institutions and companies was going to be multiplied on this very day. Of course, this only applied to the security company, the hospital, and the medical research center. Then, there was another thing that he was going to receive as well. That was the first income reward. Back to what he had just received at the moment, he had just been awarded with Glaze Hotel. Just like Good Vision Security Limited, Glaze Hotel was a well-known hotel business in the country. IT had several branches all over the country. Although not every city had the branch hotel, at least in Coet City had one that although Jack had yet to confirm the actual value of Glaze Hotel, he was sure that it was nothing small. IT had to be worth at least $10B. Without wasting time on thinking, he got his phone and searched for the details of the hotel. And soon he found the results that he was looking for. Glaze Hotel, a 5-star hotel with branches in over 30 cities in the country. Azima country itself had 5 provinces: Eastern, Western, Northern, Southern, and finally Central Province. Amongst the 5 provinces, the Central Province was the leading one in terms of technological development. The IT was also where the capital was located. As for the other 4 provinces, they were far bigger than the Central Province. But at the end of the day, they were the least developed. The reason for this being the fact that the current leader of the country was someone who thought that centralization was better. In other words, he thought that it was better to have the Central Province develop first before the fruits of the development are spread to the other 5 provinces. So, the other 4 provinces were actually not that much developed. Although they were not completely ignored, it was true that they were still lagging behind. The only saving grace of the 4 provinces was that they were the main source of food in the country, since there was a lot of space. There were several plantations in the 4 provinces that were enough to satisfy the population with food. But of course, there were other things that had to be imported from other countries, as it was obvious that the climate in the country couldn't support every type of crop. Back to the topic, in Azima country, there were 57 cities. With Glaze Hotel already spreading to 30 cities, one could see that it had covered over half of the cities. The main focus of the hotel was obviously the Central Province. The region had 7 cities. These 6 cities had been greatly developed, just like Cartis City.so. Glaze Hotel had spread to these 7 cities. And after that, there were a few other cities that were randomly selected to have a branch. But the top management of the hotel had plans to have the hotel spreading to all cities in the country. But it seemed that he would have to take on that. After calming down a little, Jack thought of something that he had always not thought of before. How does the system actually get these assets? You don't have to worry about that. The system has already created a group that can be viewed as a legal one. This group has money.so. It is assumed by others that the group bought the companies or shares for you. So, all that you need to do is to put your signature and everything will be solved. One more thing. If the bank investigates the money that is coming to your account once the multiplier effect takes place, they would find that the source is the group. Jack was amazed by the system. IT actually had such an ability. He was now curious about the group that the system had made. What's the name of this group? Don't mind that you'll know about it in the future. Maybe you will be rewarded with that group as long as you complete a certain requirement or if there's a need for that to happen. Jack shook his head. The system was actually trying to play mysterious here. Anyway, since it was said that he would know about it in the future, he decided to not think about it for the time being. But then he came with an idea that made him excited. System, can you help me with the issues of the signatures? I don't want to start moving around in the future just for a signature. The system was silent for a moment before finally replying. The role of the system here is to make sure that the host knows the importance of working hard. If you're lazy to even move around to sign the transfer agreement, won't the system actually being hosted by a lazy host? Jack had his mouth hanging for a while. He was actually speechless. What the heck with the system? Wasn't it just a signature? Anyway, Jack thought for a moment before replying. Just imagine that I will have to get from the southern province and head to the northern province, all just so as to put a signature. Won't that be a waste of time? Jack then continued. That time could be used by me to do other things. It's not like I will be idling. Point one more thing. The time that I will be spending on the plane while traveling, wouldn't I be lazing around? Or you could just ask them to bring the contract to you. Jack, he actually didn't know what to say for a moment. But as a human, he obviously had something to say. But I'll have to set time aside just to put a signature. The time that I'll be going through the documents and chatting with the one that brought the agreement over. That would be a waste of time. There was no reply again for a period of time. Then, the reply came only after 2 minutes. Okay then, the system will help you in completing all the procedures for the transfer of the shares and other assets. But in return, with every company you get, you'll have half a year to increase the net value by 100%. Jack was at first satisfied. But when he heard the condition for that to happen, he couldn't help but want to complain. But thinking about the situation, he thought that all the same, he was going to increase the value of the companies.as for the half-a-year timeline. He was sure that he would manage. With time, he was sure that his influence would have grown to a greater extent and that he would be able to easily solve that problem. Jack was so confident about this and that he forgot about something important. The net worth of a company didn't simply depend on the amount of money that was invested. IT needed more than that. A good example would be the research institutions, and no matter the amount of money, unless the scientists managed to complete the research and had gotten positive results, the amount of money wouldn't matter. Then, another system prompt appeared. This time, Jack was clearly even more excited about what was coming next. Get ready, the income of the companies that are multiplied on a monthly basis is up next. Be prepared. Get ready, the income of the companies that are multiplied on a monthly basis is up next. Be prepared. Immediately after that, the prompts began coming in. You've earned $34.5 million from Good Vision Security Limited, Amber Securities, and Safety Enforcers in the previous month. Multiplier applied. You received $3.45 billion. First income.as a reward. You gained 3 mil 26 M helicopters. You've earned $76.3 million from Brightway Medical Research Center and Hope Hospital in the previous month. Multiplier applied. You received $7.63 billion. First income.as a reward. You gain a comprehensive speed CT scanner and the recipe for the anti-leukemia pills. Do you want to get the first income reward of the grocery department? Or would you still like to continue accumulating? 5 system prompts came in one after the other, and followed by that was the vibration of his phone to indicate that there was money that had been received in his account. Jack took a deep breath and replied, "Let it continue accumulating, that I will retrieve the reward when necessary." He had been saving the first income reward of the new grocery stores that he had been buying so far, just to make sure that the reward that he would receive would be of high quality. Jack then began analyzing the rewards one after the other. The 3 security companies had given him $34.5 M. This was the money that was earned since the moment that he had taken over. Being that most of the contract were signed during the start of the year, it was obvious that he wasn't going to receive a lot of money till the following month. Anyway, the $34.5 million had been multiplied to a good $3.45 This was a good amount of money that he had earned here. IT was already boosting him toward the $50 billion account balance target. Brightway Medical Research Center and Hope Hospital had also performed quite well, giving him more than $70 million. The main income came from the research center due to the success in research during the past years. The medicine that was sold by the research center was the main income earner. Although Hope Hospital could also have been a good source of income, Jack knew that it was still lagging behind the leading hospitals. In other words, he would have to work hard to make sure that Hope Hospital caught up and surpassed the other hospitals AS for making the hospital a monopoly. Jack was sure that it was going to be impossible as the government would surely be involved. The government had several medical research and pharmaceutical companies in the country. If he had a dream of monopolizing the pharmaceutical industry, he would be going against the government. Now, to the rewards that he had received. This time, the system was generous enough to give him the descriptions of the rewards. Milmi, 26 M helicopters. These are heavyweight transport helicopter with twin engines. IT has the following characteristics. Crew, 5 men or length. 40 Mr. Main rotor diameter, 32 Mr. height, T8.14 Mr. weight, MB28.2 TR weight, maximum takeoff 56 TR engines, 2x ZMKB Progress D, 136 turboshaft or engine power, 2x10000 SHBR maximum speed, 295 kilometers per hour service ceiling, 4.6 kmr range, 1,952 kmr typical load, 80 troops. Looking at that information, one could tell that these helicopters were meant for the military or something related to that. Having a carrying capacity of 80 troops, it could easily deploy the guards in case of emergencies. This was something that Jack was looking forward to. He had previously asked Maxwell to purchase 1 or 2 helicopters if possible. But now that he had been rewarded by the system, Jack was happy. He had 3 of them. Total troops that could be deployed would be 240. If he created a team that had 20 people, he would be having 12 teams. Then, each helicopter would have 4 teams. He could as well merge the 4 teams and form a platoon that had 80 MEN.SO. Each platoon would be assigned a helicopter. Although he was currently having a single team squad, he could still ask Denali to have more of them created. Our comprehensive speed CT scanner, the medical equipment that is used to scan a living being's body. It works at a high speed and gives out all the comprehensive details that can be found or according to the specialization of the scan. This was what came from the first income reward of Hope Hospital. This was something that was going to be delivered there. But of course, Jack wouldn't do such a thing at the moment. He would make sure that he owned 100% of the shares of the hospital first. Currently, he was holding 70% shares. The total value of the hospital was $500M. So, in his hands, there was $350M. The remaining 30% shares could be acquired after spending about $200M. Of course, the 30% was worth $150 million, but to get them as fast as possible, he could as well offer $200M. Anti-leukemia pills. These are the pills that can prevent a person from getting blood cancer. In other words, even if one experiences the high radiations, he would definitely not get leukemia. Note, the pill immunizes a person who doesn't have leukemia to make sure that he wouldn't be affected by leukemia. But if a person plays with dangerous radiations, the immunization wouldn't help that person escape from the other effects that come from the radiation. It does not heal leukemia. That was something that he had been looking forward to a lot. The recipe that would boost the reputation and value of Brightway Medical Research Center. Although the pills couldn't heal leukemia, they would definitely prevent any further cases of leukemia. In other words, as long as the current generation received the anti-leukemia pills, she would definitely not suffer from leukemia. Jack was extremely excited. After the production of the body-strengthening pill was completed, he would definitely make sure that the anti-leukemia pills were produced. Although it would take a good period of time for the pills to go through the clinical trials and the approval from the medical department, he was sure that it wouldn't take more than 2 months. As Jack was busy with the rewards that he had received, the girls on the other hand were chatting with each other, trying to understand the relationship between Jack and the other one. "You mean that you and Jack are engaged?" Celine asked as she looked at Wendy in disbelief. She couldn't believe that Wendy had already gotten engaged. Additionally, there was a pang of pain in her heart as she thought that Jack had a fiancé already. She felt that she had lost something important, and she couldn't help but feel dejected. "Yes, but, I was the one that suggested the engagement. I told my grandpa that I loved Jack. So, we went to Jack's home, and my grandpa and Jack's father came to an agreement that the 2 of us can be engaged," Wendy replied. She could tell that Celine definitely had feelings for Jack, but she too had feelings for him, and they were intense. She just couldn't give up on him. "You know Jack's family?" Celine asked in a low voice. Till this time, she had never tried investigating Jack's background, hoping that he would tell her. But at the end of the day, it seemed that someone had beat her to it. "Yes, he's from Alfonso family of Crystal City," Wendy replied. But at the same time, she was doubtful about this. After all, the Bugatti Veyron, the cars that were bought out there, the mansion, the Eurocopter, these things totally didn't add up to Jack's background at all. Even if Jack was the most favored young master of the Alfonso family, she was sure that there was no way that he could get all these things. Additionally, Alfonso family was at a lower level as compared to her family. And since her family didn't have the connections to get the Bugatti Veyron, how could the Alfonso family? Or she was wondering if it was true that Jack owned this place or if he was living in someone else's house. Alfonso family. Why does it sound familiar? Although this was the first time that she was hearing this name, Celine felt that this wasn't the case. There was some sense of familiarity to this name, but she couldn't make out where the familiarity came from. After thinking without getting anything, she simply shook her head. Thinking of Crystal City, Celine continued doubting whether it was true that Jack was from that family. The way that Jack was spending money was as if he had a lot of ITTO by the whole building and the cars TO by the stores and the mansion. Since the Alfonso family was located in Crystal City, which was larger as compared to Inchoate, there was no way that they were going to waste their money to develop in a small city instead of trying to enter the market of the larger cities. Angie didn't say a word this time. She too wanted to know what was going on at first. She was only interested in the fact that Wendy didn't say that Jack was her fiancé in his presence. But as they talked of Jack's background, her interest grew. She was wondering what secrets he was hiding. But for now, she had to confirm something first. Wendy, what are you trying to hide from us? In Jack's presence, you said that you two are acquaintances. Now, why would you say that? Was he threatening you? She asked with narrowed eyes. Wendy, what are you trying to hide from us? In Jack's presence, you said that you two are acquaintances. Now, why would you say that? Was he threatening you? She asked with narrowed eyes. Wendy got flustered at the moment. She wasn't sure about how to reply to this. After thinking for a moment and looking at the two friends of hers as she considered as sisters, she decided that she would simply say the truth. Actually, it's like this. During the engagement, Jack wasn't present in Crystal City, so the engagement was completed without him knowing, and Jack wasn't told about the engagement by his father. It's like they were hiding it from him. Wendy paused before continuing. He learned from me that we were engaged already, but he doesn't acknowledge the engagement at all. He said that since that was planned and agreed by his father, then his father had to handle it. Additionally, he was no longer a member of the Alfonso family, so any plans that were made with the Alfonso family didn't involve him. As she spoke, she felt bitter. After all, she really loved Jack, but her love was one-sided and was not reciprocated. Jack was already living with Celine. Although not in the same mansion, they were still living in the same compound at the end of the day, but on the other hand, Jack had already bluntly told her that he didn't love her. But although that was to be expected as he didn't remember her, it still hurt to be rejected by the person that she loved dearly. One might think that this was love that was born due to gratitude that she had towards him for saving her. But that wasn't the case anymore since a few months after she began watching him. She had fallen in love with him, and for that reason, she had thought that by marrying him, she would be able to express her thanks well. In the end, she thought so little, forgetting to consider whether he would agree to marry her or not, whether he already had a girlfriend or not. All the same, she wasn't willing to give up that he had decided that he wouldn't agree to the engagement. She wouldn't break it. She would definitely make sure that he loved her just like she loved him. So, that's how it was. Celine, for some reason, let out a sigh of relief. Since Jack hadn't accepted the engagement and was willing to break it, she thought that she had a chance. Although she thought that it wasn't good that she loved the same man that her sister did. What could she do? And yes, she was forced to admit at this moment that she had indeed fallen in love with Jack. At first, it could be said that she was simply attracted to Jack. But after spending time with him, knowing how honest he was with her, she had fallen in love with him. Additionally, the way that he went out of his way just to help her out, how could her heart remain steady? That guy snatched it away from her for how he felt about her. She wasn't sure. Maybe he treated her like a friend, or maybe a sister, or he looked at her like a lady, a potential partner that had yet to be known. After all, although he always stared at her, he had never shown lust. He instead showed appreciation for her beauty, now that she had admitted to herself that she really loved Jack and she wouldn't mind to be his girlfriend. She was getting nervous. From Wendy's expression, she could tell that Wendy was indeed hurt, and she wasn't ready to experience the pain that came from one-sided love. If Jack said that he didn't love her, she wasn't sure about what she was going to do. But one thing remained the same: she would definitely get hurt. Looking at the two girls who had strange expressions on their faces, Angie shook her head. What happened here? Two girls have fallen for a single man? This isn't happening, right? Angie doubted herself at the moment. The three of them had been close friends and called each other sisters. And from the way that she was seeing, things were definitely not going to end well here. Each of the two girls had their own advantage here. Celine and Jack were familiar to each other. As a result, she had the highest advantage and possibility of making Jack fall in love with her. On the other hand, Wendy had familial advantage. Her grandfather and Jack's family all supported the engagement between the two of them. And from the looks of it, the two families would definitely not allow the engagement to be broken. Wendy's grandfather dotted on her. It was obvious that he wouldn't let his granddaughter to get hurt. He might use other means to make sure that Jack didn't dare to leave. Wendy, on the other hand, Alfonso family was a small family that would surely like the benefits that would come with the marriage between Wendy and Jack. And although Celine also had the same background as Wendy, the Alfonsos had already acknowledged the engagement between the two. It was obvious that they wouldn't easily agree to break it considering the reputation of the Farrell family. You two, are you going to fight for a man? Angie asked. She wasn't ready to see the friendship that they had built for years crumbling just because of the appearance of a man. The two ladies gave Angie stares that told her to stay out of the matter. Knowing that she definitely wouldn't be able to convince them otherwise, Angie decided to think of a way to solve this problem. She contemplated for a while before she finally came to a decision. She would have to make these two ladies forget about Jack. Or she could as well make sure that Jack chose one of them at least. It could be said that it was his choice, and the two sisters of hers wouldn't have to fight it out with each other. As Angie was deep in thoughts, the two ladies came to a decision. Wendy, Jack hasn't confessed to any of us yet, right? Why don't we compete fairly? Whoever he chooses, the one that's not chosen shouldn't feel resentment for the other. What do you think? Wendy knew that Celine was giving her an advantage here. Jack had clearly said that he wasn't interested in her. Otherwise, he wouldn't have blatantly told her to forget about him. On the other hand, Celine had stayed with him for a certain period of time, and she understood him the most. Jack's willingness to allow Celine to live here was definitely a proof that he might be having some feelings for Celine. So, although Celine had the greatest advantage, instead of simply saying that since Jack had told her to forget him, she had to give up, she was giving her the chance to make Jack fall in love with her. As she thought of this, she felt sweet in her heart. She decided that no matter the results, she would definitely not hate this sister of hers. Although she would be hurt to lose the one that she loved, at least her sister would be happy. Okay, then, that's a deal. Wendy nodded as determination could be seen in her eyes. Angie, who was listening from the side, shook her head again. But all the same, she felt that this result was far better than the two starting to argue with each other. But all the same, she had to make sure that Jack would hurry things up and select one of them or none. The earlier the girls knew who he loved, the earlier they would try forgetting about this issue. In Crystal City, Brenda was just coming out of mall. She had just finished shopping when her phone rang. Looking at the contact, she found that it was her mother. Hello, Mom. Brenda was confused as to why her mother would call her when she had only left home for about an hour. Brenda, where are you now? Marion asked. From her voice, Brenda could tell that this was urgent. I'm done shopping in the mall. What happened? Brenda asked. What you needed has already arrived. You should know what to do, right? Marion asked. Brenda's eyes lit up at that moment. It seems that I can solve things earlier than I'd thought. Although there's a year and 2 months till the wedding day, it will be better if I can deal with this as early as now. A cold glint flashed across her eyes as she thought of this. Her lips curled into a cold smile, a complete contrast to her usual cute expression. Remembering where she was, she immediately regained her previous cute expression. She then responded, I got it, Mom, that I'll be back in a few minutes. That's good. You better deal with it, that if things overwhelm you, you can simply tell me and I'll help you. Marion said before hanging up. Okay, then let's get those rewards. Jack said to himself before he began making arrangements. System, I would like to have the 3 helicopters delivered once the merging of the security companies is completed. AS for the comprehensive speed CT scanner. I would like it to appear only after I have acquired all the shares that are remaining in Hope Hospital. Got it. This was the advantage that he was taking. Instead of having things delivered at once, at least he could get them at the right moment. After he was done with the system, he took his phone and called Denali. Can you make arrangements to acquire the remaining 30% shares of Hope Hospital? Got it, boss. Jack was done with the system prompts at the moment. So he decided to take a rest first. They would be leaving at around 10. Now, it was already 7 in the morning, but he still had around 2 hours. Jack was woken up by a knock on the door. IT was Celine, reminding him that it was almost time for them to depart. Although Celine had previously had no intention of coming back to the Prince Mansion after the swimming pool incidents, when she remembered that she was now competing with Wendy, she decided to take this opportunity to come upstairs and wake him up. But of course, the moment that Jack woke up, she had already rushed back downstairs, not waiting to be reminded of what had happened back then. Jack got out of the bed and headed downstairs after he was done with changing his clothes. He was fully prepared. Since they were going to hang out, there was nothing that he had to prepare other than dress properly and have enough money to spend. When he got downstairs, he found that Faith was also present. At IT seemed that someone had already prepared breakfast. He was impressed. After all, this could be said to be the first time that he had someone preparing him food in about 4 years. Other than in the restaurants or stalls, he wondered who it was that had prepared the food. But he didn't ask questions about it. He was sure that the one that had cooked would surely reveal herself. After sitting around the dining table, the group of 5 began eating while chatting. Since Faith was just a few years older than the other 4, she was able to chat with the 3 girls comfortably. On the other hand, Jack was almost left out, as the things that they were talking about were mainly concerning the ladies. He, as a man, what could he say? After breakfast, Celine asked, Jack, how was my cooking? Jack was a little surprised. He asked, You were the one that had prepared the breakfast? He had been staying here with Celine for 2 days, but in none of those 2 days did she offer to prepare the food for them. It was always the other way around. He prepared the meal that he always took himself as the host, so there was no way that he was going to let a visitor cook for him. Even today, had it not been for the fact that he was sleeping, he would have definitely cooked. But if the ladies offered to cook, he would gladly accept. What? You thought that I couldn't cook? Celine pouted unhappily. Being the first time that he had seen her making such an expression, Jack was obviously stunned. But all the same, he would just go on and stare. Celine herself hadn't realized that she had greatly opened up to Jack from the moment that she had admitted to herself that she indeed loved Jack. So she was now showing the side that she always showed to her mother and sisters. Although she was quite free with Jack, she was still reserved in the least, noticing Jack's fixated gaze. On her, she blushed a little when she noticed that she had just pouted. She glared at Jack and asked, "What are you looking at? Do you think that I can't cook? How else can I know that you are a good cook when I have never seen you cooking?" Jack shrugged his shoulders in response. "All the same, you're good." Celine smiled brightly. It seemed that she wasn't that bad. She had trained back at home. That was something that her mother had insisted that she had to know. After breakfast, the group was supposed to meet up with the other young masters and ladies from the capital in a resort in Bullied City. The resort's name was Adventure Recreation Resort. Although it was in a small city as compared to Cardiff City, the level of technology here was high. The reason behind this being the fact that the resort was located in a place that was full of tourist attraction sites, and that was one of the reasons as to why they were going there. They would be staying there for 3 days before leaving. Since there were 4 of them, with Faith still going on to manage the company in place of Celine, they decided to use the Eurocopter. Although the distance between the 2 cities wasn't that big, it wouldn't hurt if they could get there faster. When they were on the roof of the garage, the 2 girls, Wendy and Angie, looked at each other. Fighting spirit could be seen in their eyes. Currently, it was a competition of who was going to sit next to Jack on the Eurocopter. They were just about to start discussing on who would, when they saw that Jack actually sat next to Gabriel. In other words, the girls wouldn't have the chance to be close to him during the trip. All the same, they simply pouted before they got into the Eurocopter. After that, the Hello flew towards Bullied City. Through air, they could get there after about half an hour. Had they actually used cars, it would take them at least 4 hours. 30 minutes later, Gabriel landed on a field of the resort. This was the area that had specifically been prepared for those that came here in their helicopters. The resort was some distance from Bullied City. It was located at the center of a forest. After alighting, Wendy sent a message to one of the girls to inform her that they had arrived. They were then informed that the group was currently in a basketball court. It seemed that they were currently watching a basketball game that was taking place in one of the basketball courts here. It was just coincidental that there was a match that was ongoing here. The group of 4 hurried to the basketball court. It was indoors. But there was already a considerable crowd that had gathered here. The seats were already almost filled up. Luckily, it was still morning, and so there were a few seats that had yet to be occupied. Jack followed the girls who were familiar with the area. Having been texted where to go, Jack and the others headed to one of the corners. There, Jack saw the young masters and ladies that he had seen back in Venture City. Currently, they had already reserved chairs for the 4 of them. When they saw Jack, although they were surprised, it was not by much. The one that had reserved the 4 seats was a girl that was close to Wendy. She was the one that had told Wendy the location, and of course, there was definitely someone who was not happy to see Jack. Collins gazed at Jack coldly. All the same, he didn't express it as he simply smiled and welcomed Jack. Jack already had a bad impression of these young masters, so he didn't even bother to smile at them. In response to their greetings, he simply nodded. Seeing this, although they were dissatisfied, they didn't dare to express their dissatisfaction. He was Wendy's fiancé at the end of the day, that if they targeted him and angered Wendy, they would definitely be in trouble. But it was obvious that not all of them were afraid of that. Seeing that Jack didn't give him face, Collins decided in his heart that he was going to make sure that Jack was embarrassed. Additionally, he would definitely make sure that he disappeared. After all, he could see that Jack was actually close to the 2 ladies. Although he had never asked Celine out, he still had her as his target. As long as he failed to get Wendy, he would simply change the target to Celine. But all the same, although he wasn't chasing her at the moment, he still wouldn't allow anyone to get close to her. Jack obviously noticed Collins' malicious gaze on him. He simply thought that this guy was angry that he hadn't greeted him back. But all the same, he didn't care at all that if this guy dared to play any tricks on him, he would definitely make sure that he paid for it. Jack was definitely not a fan of basketball, but he could only watch the game with the girls. He had promised to accompany them. So it would definitely not be good if he simply left, right? Or so, during this whole time, Jack didn't pay much attention to what was happening, that he was currently thinking about what he was supposed to do, that he had a plan for the future. Although he could still receive companies from the system, that didn't mean that he wouldn't develop the ones that were under his name. Taking out his old phone, he checked the balance in his account. Flyer's bank savings account balance is $16,935,074,216. It could be said that he was almost halfway to the $50 billion target, but that was something that could be achieved as long as 5 companies under him managed to be monopolies in the market. Thinking for a moment, he decided that he was going to start with the security company, since the company had the advantage in terms of helicopters, the body-strengthening pills, and what's more, he had a subordinate there, Ayush, who could take care of the company. He would focus on IT.so. That was going to be his first one. After getting back to Cardiff City, he would have to make sure that the merging was completed as fast as possible. Additionally, they had to start expanding .as for the branches that had almost been ignored in small cities like in Coet. They would have to be revived in no matter the city, whether big or small. He would make sure that he dominated it. After all, how could he be a monopoly if he didn't actually have influence in each city, or while Jack and the others were? Inside the court, watching the game or contemplating on what to do, Brenda was inside a room in the same adventure recreation resort. Here, she was looking at a middle-aged man in front of her. This was the meeting place that they had agreed to meet. The man in front of her was a mercenary. According to the information that she had received from her mother, Marion, this guy could do the dirty work that she had. "Can you kill him within a week?" Brenda asked. The man's face had a smile at this moment as he looked at the information that he had been given. The information was all about Jack Adar. "Young miss, there's no problem for me to deal with him at all. I have done more tricky ones. Deal with such a small brow will be a piece of cake. But you have to fulfill your end of the deal." The man said, "Worry not. I keep my promises." Brenda smiled in response. After the man left, Brenda got onto her feet and headed to the window of her room. She opened the curtain to let the sun hit her face. Yes, she was taking a deep breath. Her movements immediately froze as she gazed down with a hint of surprise. Her lips curled into a malicious smile as she muttered, "Looks like you are unlucky. It seems that a week is not needed anymore. You can simply disappear today." At the same time, she gazed at the silver-haired youth who seemed to be getting out of the lodging area. Unique silver hair was shining in the morning sun. The game in the court continued, and after about an hour, it finally came to an end. During this time, Jack obviously didn't pay any attention to it. He would only occasionally chat with the 2 ladies that were seated next to him about AS for the results of the match below there. He really didn't care at all. That he simply got up when the match came to an end, and people were leaving. It was already approaching noon. So Jack thought that it wouldn't be bad if he found somewhere that he could relax. He was just about to leave with Celine, Wendy, and Angie when Collins called out to him. "What's it?" Jack's brows furrowed as he asked. This guy already didn't like him. Jack was sure that there was nothing good if this guy called him. He must be having his own intentions or tricks that he wanted to play on him. Collins smiled and asked, "Since there's nobody playing, do you want to have a round with me?" He had already thought of a plan to embarrass Jack. Then he would try to get to know about him before finally getting a way to deal with him. "I'm not interested in basketball." Jack shrugged his shoulders and decided to leave. He wasn't someone that would simply do things just because someone asked. Furthermore, it was true that he didn't like the game at all. So he saw no need to entertain the little tricks that Collins was trying to play here. On the other hand, as a man, having asked Jack to have a game with him in front of the girls, he had expected that Jack would agree to this because he would definitely want to show off in front of the girls. The girls obviously liked strong men, and basketball had many female fans, obviously proving that the ladies surely loved seeing the men dunking or blocking shots here. But Jack's response was completely out of his expectations. He had not prepared what to say after Jack rejected him. Instead, he had already prepared a few words to make sure that Jack's reputation was completely tarnished. Celine and Winnie could already tell that something was wrong here. They were not fools. Collins had always been pursuing Wendy all along, and now that she was engaged, he would definitely try finding fault with Jack. Although they would really like to see Jack in action, they definitely wouldn't want to see him getting embarrassed. Additionally, they were not even sure if Jack really knew how to play basketball. Currently, there were several people who were still present at IT. It was obvious that a small competition would catch their attention. In other words, as long as Jack agreed, he was bound to be embarrassed as long as he showed that he wasn't good in basketball. Jack's response immediately made them breathe a sigh of relief. They didn't think that Jack was a coward. Quite the contrary, they thought that he was good. After all, they knew that Jack was someone honest with his words. Since he said that he wasn't interested in basketball, then that was the truth, that he did say that he wasn't interested, and it wasn't that he was weak. Colin's expression shifted for a moment and said, "It's okay if you don't know. You can still learn." He tried persuading, not willing to let Jack go. "I said that I'm not interested in the game, not that I don't know how to play." Jack responded without turning back. He continued leaving. Jack wasn't bragging at all. It was true that he wasn't interested in basketball at all, but he knew how to play. The reason behind that was that he had just received a system prompt not long ago. Emergency mission program activated. Advanced reward professional basketball player. Accompanying task that you'll have to complete so that you can permanently have the reward is as follows. Task. Earn money by having a competition with another. Professional basketball player. Time limit 15 days. Jack didn't waste any time and accepted the mission. Although he wasn't interested in basketball, he would definitely not give up a chance of receiving a skill from a system. Mission accepted. Advanced mission reward granted. Task. Earn money by having a competition with another professional basketball player. Time limit 15 days. Failure to complete the task would lead to the host losing the ability as well as receiving the system's punishment. The familiar prompt appeared a moment later. Then, memory fragments merged into his mind. This moment. Jack felt extremely familiar with the basketball. It was as if he'd been playing it for a long time now. So, with his skills, if he played with Collins, he would definitely embarrass him. But Jack wasn't someone who would waste his time on such a trivial matter. Additionally, should get for something just because someone asked him to, that would definitely not happen. Had it not been for the mission, Jack wasn't even sure if he would have touched the basketball. But all the same, he decided that he was going to try and finish the task during this 1-week vacation. Hey, since you know how to play, why not come and play? Or are you afraid? Collins shouted. I already told you that I'm not interested in playing. Are you deaf or something? Jack's voice drifted over as he walked out of the building where the basketball court was located. Collins' expression turned darker as he ferociously gazed at the direction that Jack had left. Remaining with him were a few of his lackeys as the others had also left the basketball court. The lackeys didn't dare to say anything at this moment. Although they would have wanted to taunt Jack and help their boss, they were not willing to offend Wendy. Although Collins was from a bigger family as compared to Wendy, that didn't mean that Collins' family would go against Wendy's for their sake. So, in this conflict, they had decided not to get themselves involved. To the end of the day, they would simply end up in a bad position. Humph, let's see if you really can escape this then. Collins came up with a plan before he left with his underlings. The middle-aged man that had been hired by Brenda, Viper, was currently following someone. The youth in front of him had silver hair and blue eyes, as he followed behind him. The middle-aged man smiled viciously. He was ready to do the killing as long as there was a chance. But of course, the killing couldn't be done here in the resort as the level of security was high. What he was waiting for was to have a youth in front of him get out the resort. Or he could as well go to an area that was the least populated, where there were no cameras. If his prayers were heard, the youth was actually heading toward an area that has no security cameras. The resort wasn't a forest that was close to Bullied City. So there were parts of the forest that were not monitored. He wasn't sure why this youth was going there, but all the same, since it was to his advantage, he would definitely make the most out of it. After about 30 minutes of walking, the youth suddenly stopped. Then, without even looking behind, he said in a cold voice, "You have been following me for some time now. What do you want?" Hearing the youth's words, the middle-aged man was surprised. He had been stealthily following this youth. But at the end of it all, he was found out. Now he understood why this youth came to this place. He was actually bringing him here to deal with him. Viper thought of this amusedly. Since he had already been noticed, he no longer hid. He came from behind the tree as he chuckled. "You have some guts, boy. Even after knowing that I was coming after you, instead of staying within the crowd, you decided to come here. In any case, it doesn't matter. This makes things easier for me." Viper said lightly. "Who are you? Or who sent you to come after me?" The youth asked. "You should be Jackson Alfonso. There's no need for you to know who sent me after you. All you have to know is that the person that sent me wants you dead. So it's obvious that you might have offended someone, but you don't know." Viper said as he approached the youth. "Jackson Alfonso, what nonsense are you saying? I think you got the wrong person here. I'm not Jack." The youth frowned as he said these words. How can that be? I have your information I even have an image of you. There's no way that you are not Jackson Alfonso considering that your face and features match with the ones I have. And if you're trying to save yourself from me by pretending not to be Jack, then forget about that. That trick won't work on me." Viper sneered as he took out his phone before showing the face on the screen. Seeing his photo, the youth was definitely startled. "Ha, you better be a little serious here. You can now simply Photoshop my head and add it to someone else's neck. I have never worn, nor do I possess the shirt that the person there is wearing." The youth laughed as he pointed to the phone. Viper was stunned. But then his expression turned cold as he asked, "You dare think that I'm stupid not to recognize if the image on my phone is photoshopped or not? You're courting death." Immediately after that, he took out a dagger that he had been hiding in his belt and charged at the youth in front of him. "You are here to kill me. So what courting death are you talking about? As for killing me, let's see if you have the ability to do that." As he spoke, the youth charged forward without any hint of fear or hesitation. Viper swiped the dagger in his hand towards the youth's throat. If he could complete this easily, he would definitely be glad about that. Although this place was far from the crowd, nobody could say for sure that nobody would come here. Seeing the dagger heading for his throat, the youth immediately bent backwards, evading that strike. The moment that he rose up, he saw a punch heading his way. This time, he didn't evade. He parried it to the side before he threw a kick towards the other party's head. Viper was surprised that the youth in front of him was actually good in combat. Now, he began doubting the information that he had received. After all, the information stated that although he trained in the gym, he was definitely not a good fighter. But the way that the youth was handling his attacks, it seemed that he had experienced several fights before. Although he was having a weapon, he actually had no advantage over the youth at all. Even his experience as a mercenary seemed useless at this moment. As they exchanged blows, he found that he wasn't gaining any advantage at all. Instead, he was losing. As time went by, they exchanged more and more blows. The youth's attacks were ferocious. Even though he was good in combat, Viper had a weapon and experience. So, in the end of it all, he received several injuries from the dagger attacks. In return, he had managed to break one of Viper's hand, and now, although he was losing blood, he was sure that he could win. Viper was in severe pain at this moment. But all the same, he continued attacking, his mind focusing on the fact that he had to kill the youth in front of him. After all, this wasn't just a matter of his reputation, but it was because he was so angered at this moment. Brenda had told him that the youth was not good at fighting, but in the end, he had his hand broken. Now, he wanted to vent his anger on the youth before getting that girl next. After a moment, he saw that the youth had made a mistake. Taking this chance, he immediately attacked towards the throat again, aiming to pierce the throat and end his life. After a moment, he saw that the youth had made a mistake. Taking this chance, he immediately attacked towards the throat again, aiming to pierce the throat and end his life. Just as the dagger was approaching the youth's throat, his movements suddenly sped up. Showing no signs of the initial staggering, he caught the arm that was holding the dagger as he twisted it to the side, evading the blow. Immediately after that, using all the strength in his hands, he pulled Viper in. Before Viper could react, he was kneed on the chest. Reflexively, he tried pulling back his arm. But in that spar of moment, the youth had managed to pry the dagger from his hand as Viper staggered backwards. The youth suddenly jumped forward and pierced the dagger through Viper's left chest, directly piercing his heart. That Viper's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the dagger that was currently in his body, that he couldn't believe that he was going to die here. Furthermore, it was his own weapon that killed him at this moment. He simply wished that he had investigated the person that he was told to assassinate first. He had thought that it was going to be something simple, that in the end, he ended up dead. If he could, he would have definitely gone to where Brenda was and kill her with his own hands. After all, she was the reason as to why he was going to die. Had she provided him with the correct information, why would he have to attack recklessly? He would have used a gun to end the thing as fast as possible. As his thoughts drifted to wherever, his heartbeat slowed down. Before he could do a thing, the dagger that was stabbing through his heart was forcefully pulled out by the youth. Being the thing that was keeping his life to this moment, Viper felt his vision blurring as his consciousness sank into darkness. He fell into a deep and eternal sleep. Just like that, his life faded away as his body dropped to the ground. Blood kept on pouring from the wound on the chest. The youth's expression didn't change at all even after he killed the person. Instead, he looked at the dagger in his hand for a moment before he began wiping the blood on it using Viper's clothes. Immediately after that, he began hiding anything that could be used as evidence that he was involved in the murder. Although it was self-defense, nobody witnessed him being attacked first. So, if evidence was found that he was the one that had killed here, they would definitely make things hard for him. Gritting his teeth, he persevered the pain that came from the cut wounds that he had received. He took out his phone, that by luck wasn't broken during the fight, and made a call. Sent someone to Adventure Recreation Resort to do some cleaning up, the western part of the forest. Immediately after that, he hung up and began searching Viper's pockets. He found Viper's phone and decided to bring it with him. He had to know who was behind this incident. Angie was walking towards the forest to take a breather. She was tired of playing with the others and decided to come here and relax, while enjoying the cool and fresh air of the forest. The area that she had come to was cleaned up, and there were several benches that people could sit on. But currently, most of the people were either in the swimming pool or engaging in other activities that interested them. She took a sip of the mango juice in the box using the straw. Slowly, she leaned backwards as she relaxed. She stayed like this for about 5 minutes before she was interrupted by the sound of footsteps heading her way. She looked behind her instinctively. What she saw made her scream. There was a person whose whole body was bloodied. He was staggering forward, and it seemed that he would fall at any moment, first. Angie was simply scared to see such a bloody scene. But she was even more horrified when she saw who the person was. Jack, what happened to you? Angie immediately rushed towards him and held him before he fell to the ground. She could tell that he had lost a lot of blood, so it was normal that he was going to lose consciousness. He could see this moment. Angie's mind was in chaos. She couldn't believe what had happened here. Without wasting time, she shouted, "Help here! Someone is injured! Call an ambulance right now." Although it was true that where she was sitting before didn't have people, that didn't mean that there were no people close enough to hear her shouts. So those that heard her immediately rushed in her direction. In just a minute, more than 7 people had arrived at the scene. And when they saw the bloodied youth, most of them felt their scalps going numb. A few of them even threw up as they were not used to such a bloody scene. On the other hand, a few men went forward to help with the first aid, to prevent the youth from losing even more blood. The others immediately called the resort management to inform them that there was someone that was injured. A few minutes later, the emergency department of the resort arrived and began giving the youth first aid. Although they were curious about why he was this hurt, they didn't ask, as even if they did ask, there was no way that the youth would answer as he was unconscious at the moment. Angie, on the other hand, had even forgotten to inform Wendy and Celine about this. It was only when the youth was placed inside the ambulance to be taken to the hospital that she remembered it. "What hospital are you taking him to?" She immediately asked one of the nurses that had come with the ambulance. "It's the Star Hospital," the nurse replied as she hurriedly got into the ambulance where the youth was. Angie followed in, and as the ambulance was being driven away, she made a call to her 2 sisters. At this moment, Celine was having a dark expression as she faced Collins, who was standing in front of her. Veins were nearly popping on her forehead as she was indeed angry at the moment. "What do you think, Celine? Can you be my girlfriend?" Collins asked with a smile. This was one of his plans. He had decided to try getting Celine before she fell for someone else, just like how Wendy had been taken by Jack. Although he was now hitting on Celine, that didn't mean that he was going to stop chasing after Wendy. He thought that all the beauties belonged to him. Since there was going to be some problem with Wendy for now, he might as well go for the one that had yet to be taken. After securing her and making sure that she was fully his, he would then go after Wendy. Celine took a deep breath and replied, "Collins, you better know that we're not meant for each other, that I don't like you. So, it won't work. And weren't you chasing after Wendy previously? You have already changed your target after hearing that she was engaged?" Celine was angry with this kind of scum. After all, he only changed targets because something happened at IT. Was either that he had found someone better looking, or he had found out that he couldn't go after that lady due to her background. She didn't like Collins at all. In fact, she was disgusted at him because he was a scumbag. He always used his family influence to force girls into his bed. And now he was asking her out? Or there was no way that she was going to accept that. Additionally, she was now in love with Jack, and there was no way that she could accept someone else. Not at all. I'm not joking when I say that I love you. IT has been a month and a half since the last time that I chased after Wendy. IT was during this month and a half that I realized that I have fallen for you. This has nothing to do with Wendy getting engaged. Collins gave his best smile as he replied, "Even if you like me, I've said that I don't. So please let me." Before Celine could finish what she was saying, her phone rang. She took it out and found that it was Angie. Wondering why she was calling, she received it. "Hello, what's it, Angie?" Celine asked. "Come to Star Hospital as fast as you can. Come right now. There's an emergency." Angie's anxious voice reached Celine. "Well, what happened, Angie?" Celine was scared the moment that she heard Angie's anxious voice. IT was rare to find her this anxious. Jack has been injured and is being taken to the hospital right now. You better come." Angie replied. Celine's heart skipped a beat when she heard these words. Her eyes widened in disbelief as the phone in her hand dropped. Collins was wondering what happened when suddenly he saw Celine rushing away. He wanted to stop her, but he held back, noticing that there might be something that had happened. Even so, his expression darkened as he watched her leave. He gritted his teeth and thought, "I surely will make you mine." And so, he followed her, curious what was going on. Celine was rushing forward without caring about what others thought about her. With her mind in chaos, she suddenly bumped into someone. She was just about to leave when she was held back. The grip on her waist was strong enough not to let her leave. "Let me go." Celine struggled to get out of the person's hold as she shouted. "What's wrong, Celine?" She heard the familiar voice. At this moment, she came back to her right senses and stared at the person that was holding her. At this moment, she was in disbelief. She asked, Jack, is that really you?" At this moment, she was in disbelief. She asked, Jack, is that really you?" Jack was surprised. He was wondering what was wrong with this girl. When he was coming back from the washroom, he saw her running frantically. It was as if something had happened, and she was afraid that if she was late, an even more terrible thing would occur. He had intended to ask her where she was heading when she crashed into him in a reflex action. He held her by her waist, of course. He didn't let her go as he was worried about her. And now, as she looked at him with surprise and tears glistening at the corners of her eyes. Jack didn't know what to say. He wondered to himself, has someone claimed that I'm dead or something? Or what's going on with you? You were rushing somewhere. Has something happened? Jack asked after a moment. Celine didn't respond immediately as she looked at him for a while. Then, she buried her head in his chest, hugging him tightly, surprising him again. Since she seemed agitated, Jack decided to wait till she calmed down first before asking again to know what was going on. Collins, who happened to arrive at the scene when Celine buried her head into Jack's embrace, gritted his teeth as anger dominated him. He just couldn't believe that all the girls that he had been chasing, all those that he had marked as his own, were now taken away by the very same person. He felt that he was going crazy. He wondered if the call was just a ploy by Celine to get away from him. Taking a deep breath, he tried calming down as he gazed at the two in the distance with reddened eyes. That moment, as if feeling his malicious gaze on them, Jack looked up and met Collins's red eyes met with his blue eyes. Looking at the raging Collins, Jack began thinking that it was Collins who Celine was. Running from as he thought of this, his gaze turned cold as he glared at him, but he wasn't sure. But he decided to ask Celine if it was true that Collins was actually having some designs on Celine to frighten her to the extent where she ran around like that. He would surely have to make him pay the price. After seeing Collins walking away, Jack hid his anger and stroked Celine's hair. After a few minutes, she calmed down. It was only then that she remembered where they were. Looking around, she noticed that it was true that there were some people who were looking at the two of them. Although there were many people who had their respective partners here, the two of them were just too eye-catching. Not only were they handsome and beautiful, but the way that Celine had been running as if she was being chased had obviously made them curious about what was happening. Separating herself from Jack, Celine took a deep breath before she looked at Jack again, just to make sure that he was real. Can you enlighten me on why you were running like that, and why you were looking at me in such a manner? Jack asked again when he noticed that Celine was looking around his body, as if she was looking for something. Celine only came back to her senses at this, then she replied, Angie just called and said that you were injured. She said that you were in an ambulance, and you're being taken to Star Hospital. Jack was left speechless. You're joking, right? He had to ask, just to make sure that his ears were hearing things correctly. I'm not joking. I was rushing to get a taxi to the hospital at this time. Had I not bumped into you, I would now be in a taxi now, Celine said seriously. But at the same time, she was confused on why Angie had said that Jack was injured. The Jack that was standing in front of her didn't have a single injury. The white shirt that he was wearing before was still the same thing. In other words, if he had been injured, this shirt would definitely have been red at this moment. Jack looked at her again. Seeing that she was not joking, he thought that there had to be something wrong, that he believed that there was no way that Angie would play such a trick on Celine. Let's go to the Star Hospital and see what is going on, Jack suggested. Okay, Celine nodded in response. She too was curious as to why Angie said that Jack was hurt when he was standing in front of her, and he was healthy. The two of them took a taxi and headed to the Star Hospital. This was the biggest hospital in Volant City. Since they had no car in Volant City, they had to take the taxi. Otherwise, with his driving skills, Jack would have surely charged through so that he could arrive there as fast as possible. Although the suspicion that Collins was involved had been reduced, he didn't completely eliminate him. Maybe this was a plan that he had. He might have made Angie tell Celine that he was injured. Then, she would go to Star Hospital. That was the exact reason as to why he decided to go to Star Hospital. He wanted to know what ploy was going on. About 30 minutes later, they arrived at Star Hospital. Jack asked Celine to call Angie, only to realize that her phone had been left behind after she received the call from Angie. But since she knew Angie's number, Jack gave her his phone and she made a call. Immediately after that, Angie informed her that she was in male's ward 67. The two of them immediately headed there. After receiving permission to enter by the reception, they took the elevator to the 4th floor. Jack then asked Celine to go first before he followed behind. Celine wasn't sure why Jack wanted things to be this way. But, all the same, she didn't ask a question and went forward according to his plan. Our Angie was getting anxious. She was pacing around in the corridor. She wasn't alone as a devastated Wendy was there with her. The two girls were so anxious and their eyes were completely reddened, not knowing what to do at that time. When they heard hurried footsteps heading their way, they looked up only to see Celine had arrived. Celine. Angie rushed forward and pulled Celine. Then, she placed her on the waiting bench. What's going on, Angie? What's going on? Celine asked. Although she had calmed down since she knew that Jack was okay, she couldn't help but want to know what was going on. Furthermore, the blood on Angie's clothes also made her wonder what the hell was going on. If it was true that Angie was playing a prank on her, there would be no need for her to come here in the hospital's ward. Additionally, the blood on Angie's clothes was real. I was out at the edge of the forest. I was relaxing when I suddenly saw Jack getting out of the forest. He was injured and was losing so much blood. Angie began explaining. I'm not sure what happened on IT that time. He had lost so much blood. The wounds on his body were definitely caused by a blade. He lost consciousness at that time. So I called for the emergency department that then called for an ambulance. After that, I called the two of you, as you were the closest to him. Angie finished. Celine didn't know what and how to respond to Angie. If it was true that Jack was injured, then how come she was with him at that time? Furthermore, he was also here. Could it be that Angie had gotten another person and thought that he was Jack? Or after all, if the other person was actually full of wounds and blood, he would definitely not have the normal appearance. Maybe that was why Angie confused him to be Jack. Or are you sure that it was Jack? Celine asked. Angie was dumbfounded at Celine's question. She wasn't the only one, as even Wendy didn't know what was wrong with Celine. Could she be an imposter? After all, the reaction that she was giving at this moment was by far different from what was expected. They knew that she loved Jack, so there was no way that she wouldn't be worried about him when she heard that he was hurt. They were about to ask when they heard another voice asking the same question. Are you sure about that? Angie and Wendy both looked at that direction. Their eyes widened in disbelief as they couldn't believe what they were seeing. Jack, how is that possible? Aren't you inside there? Angie stuttered as she looked at Jack before pointing at the ward. She was sure that Jack was inside there and he was wounded. How the hell was he out of the ward? And what's more, how come he wasn't injured? There wasn't even a scar on him. The furious Collins got back to where his lackeys were waiting for him. He looked at the phone in his hands and decided that he could start by using Celine's phone to get all the information that he could get on Jack. Since Jack was playing both sides with the girls that he had chosen, he had to deal with them earlier. There was a step that when it was crossed, there was no turning back, that he knew that being late would allow them time to cross that line. He halted his steps and made a call. I want someone who's good at hacking to get to Volant City's Adventure Recreation Resort by evening today. After finishing this, he continued walking forward. He wanted to make even more plans. Although he had always tried using the right means to get the two girls to date him, he had to make a change. Since the conventional way wouldn't work, he had to use the unconventional one, even if he would have to threaten them one after the other or together. He would or even if he had to kidnap them, he wouldn't hesitate. Whatever means worked, he would use as long as he could get his hands on the two ladies that he had been lusting for a few years now. Jack, how is that possible? Aren't you inside there? Angie stuttered as she looked at Jack before pointing at the ward. She was sure that Jack was inside there and he was wounded. How the hell was he out of the ward? And what's more, how come he wasn't injured? There wasn't even a scar on him. Angie was in disbelief. What else would happen if not this? She could still remember clearly that she had seen Jack being taken into the ward. Furthermore, he was full of injuries. But the Jack in front of her was completely healthy. Could it be that the one that she had taken in was the imposter, or was the one before her an imposter? Thinking things through, she thought that it might be possible that if there are two people who look the same, then one of them had to be an imposter, and the one with the highest probability of being an imposter was the one in front of her. Perhaps he had wanted to kill Jack so that he could take his place. Now that he heard that Jack wasn't dead, he was here to finish him off. The more Angie thought of this, the more vigilant she became. Her gaze became sharp, observing the movements that he was making. Looking at the girl's expression as she looked at him, Jack was dumbfounded. What was wrong with this girl? Had something happened? Or shaking his head to dispel the questions in his mind, Jack looked at Angie and asked once again, Are you sure about what you just said? After all, I'm right here, but you're claiming that I'm in the ward. Hearing Jack's question, Angie didn't know how to respond for a moment. She was silent, and now she felt the three gazes on her. She was the only one that had seen the person that was in the ward. Wendy arrived when the doctors had already taken him in the emergency department and were already working hard to infuse more blood into him, as such, they were not allowed in even after they transferred him to the ward. I'm no longer sure what's going on here, but I'm sure that the person that I took inside there is Jack. But at the same time, I can see that Jack is in front of me. I'm completely confused. Angie shook her head as she sat down on the bench. Jack, do you have a twin brother? Celine thought of something and asked. A twin brother? I don't think so. As long as I can remember, it had always been me and my mother. Had I been having a twin brother, how could I have not known till now? Jack shook his head in disagreement. He couldn't believe that he had a twin brother. That was something that he deemed impossible. If it was true, then he would have grown up with him as for the matter of the separation of twins at birth. That thought never occurred to him at all. When he was born, his mother was already in the Alfonso family. So he didn't think that there was a nurse or doctor who would have any designs on someone from the Alfonso family in Crystal City. Additionally, he didn't believe that the Alfonso family would play such a trick on him that, if that was so, they would have simply gotten his twin brother to marry Wendy, since Jack wasn't agreeing with them. Hearing Jack's answer, not only Celine, But even Wendy was startled. Jack simply said that he had only been with his mother since he was growing up. He didn't mention father. Did that mean that his father never treated him well? Or they weren't sure. But all the same, they were sad for him to only grow up with love of a single parent. One could already imagine what would happen at IT was also at this moment that they understood why Jack claimed that he was no longer part of the Alfonso family. IT turned out that the Alfonso family never treated him fairly. Jonathan POV, I'm not sure what is going on at the moment. AT first. Someone called me Jack. He said that he was there to kill Jack. But I'm not Jack. I'm Jonathan. When I saw the image in the phone of that assassin that was sent, I thought that it was just a matter of Photoshop. I had not wanted to get involved in a fight as my strength was low at that time. But it seemed that that guy was serious about killing me, or so. Although it was difficult for me, I still managed to kill him. With my background, it's not the first time that several assassins have been sent to eliminate me. In the end, none of them left after they came to SO. The sight of blood and killing a person didn't stun me at all. I felt nothing as I was used to this since I was 16 years old. After killing, I decided to leave the scene after informing my subordinates to clear it up. I had thought that the injuries that I had suffered from wouldn't cause me much problem. In the end, I had overestimated myself. I edged toward the end of the forest. I could feel my consciousness blurring, and I immediately knew that I was going to lose consciousness. And if that happened, as long as I didn't receive first aid immediately, I would die from losing much blood. IT would have been better if my subordinates found me. But in the end, with the way that things were, there was no way that I could go back as I had walked too far from the scene. The only choice that I had at that moment was to continue forward. I hurried my pace and managed to arrive at the edge of the forest. Then I felt that I couldn't hold on anymore. But at that moment, I heard someone shouting at me. Jack, what happened to you? It was a lady who asked after she screamed. Just as I was about to fall, she caught me on time. But there was again, I was being mistaken for Jack at IT first. It could have been a coincidence or someone was simply plotting against me. But the second time, not to mention that the person showed no malicious intentions, she even showed concern towards me. IT that time, I thought that maybe there was someone called Jack. He was the reason as to why I was attacked, but also the reason as to why I was saved. All the same, I still had a question in mind. What was going on for me to be confused for Jack? Then everything went black as I lost my consciousness. Now I can feel that the pain that I was facing had been greatly reduced. I can feel that my consciousness was coming back. I can now feel things. To me, it was like I'd been in a short period of slumber, but I know that it might even be an hour since I lost my consciousness. And feeling that there are things that are wrapped around my arms and other parts of my body that were wounded, I can already tell that I'm in a hospital. After all, just the smell of medicine in the air is enough proof. I release a sigh of relief. Then I try opening my eyes, and as I look at the white ceiling, I'm forced to take a deep breath as I think of how I came here. Something happened back at home that I was attacked just like usual. But the attacker at that time was far stronger than the ones that came before. Additionally, this person had some kind of poison that when he used on me, my strength plummeted. Had it not been for the fact that my most trusted subordinate arrived in time, I might have been killed at that time. To hide from the danger, I decided to stay away from home for a year so that I could recover. Although I wasn't sure when I would recover, at least I felt that I would need at least a year for that drug or poison that is infecting me to be dispelled from my body. As for antidotes, I tried looking for them, but I never managed to find any. At the end of the day, I had to use time to save myself. During this 1 year, I've been staying in the Western Province, roaming from city to city, making sure that I never stayed in the same city for more than a month. But there's only one city that I had stayed in for more than a month at IT was called Crystal City. Of course, I never stayed there for 2 consecutive months. But I always stayed there for a month before leaving for 2. During one of the months there, I had managed to save a girl. And although I had met many girls back at home, this girl felt special. But I decided not to get involved with her, lest she fell in danger. But all the same, I always found myself back at the place that I had saved her. Perhaps that was the reason as to why I found Crystal City interesting. A question without answers. Tap, tap, tap. I'm suddenly jolted back to reality from my memories by the sound of footsteps approaching my bed. Turning my head, I can see that it is a man with a white coat. I assume this is the doctor that is attending to me. Mr. Jack, how are you feeling? The man asks. Is there any abnormality that you think should be taken care of? The doctor asks again. I think I'm good. I reply, yes. For the second question, I have an impulse to reply that he should take care of the issue of naming. I'm Jonathan and not Jack. All the same, I manage to hold back my impulse and remain silent. After hearing my reply, the doctor nods and picks up a file that was placed beside my bed on a small cabinet. After writing some things, he looks at me and says, you have a few people here, including the one that brought you here. Do you want to see them? I think there's no harm in knowing what was going on and who this Jack was. That I have to at least clarify that I'm not Jack.so. I nod my head in response. Seeing this, the doctor leaves the room without saying a word. Seeing that nobody was going to come in for at least a minute, I decide to look around the ward. At least, it's not shabby. That I think to myself. The room that was used as my ward only had me in it, not sharing with other patients. And currently, there's still blood being injected into my body in drips. Had I been in my peak state, I wouldn't have needed this, as my regeneration could make up for the loss of blood as long as I rested enough. That this time, I hear the door being opened. Then one after the other, people step in. The first one was the girl that had saved me. She still had the same clothes that had blood marks on it. The next one gave me a surprise. She's actually the girl that I had saved back then. As for the third person, she too was a beautiful lady. I can't help but stare at her for a few more seconds. The last person. I immediately get up and sit on the bed as I stare at the young man that had entered the ward. Jack and the three girls waited outside the door for almost an hour before a doctor came and went into the ward. After about 5 minutes, he came out and looked at Angie, whose clothes still had blood on them. He was just about to ask a question when he gazed at Jack deeply. After a while, he asked, "Is that your twin brother inside there?" Jack was once again dumbfounded by the question. What the heck? Does that mean that what Angie was saying was actually true? There was actually another person that looked like him inside the ward. Or now, his curiosity of that person was piqued. He wanted to know about this person. Point one had to know that it was hard to find someone that looks like you in the world. Although there was always someone's lookalike for that person to look like him. To the extent that they thought that they were actually twins, then that person must be really more than just a lookalike. All the same, he still responded, "Not at all, that I don't even know him." Hearing Jack's answer, the doctor was stunned. Then he thought that maybe Jack was simply messing with him for asking the obvious, where he had a conflict with his brother. But at this moment, he leaned towards the second option, considering Jack's serious expression. "Young man, you two are brothers. Even if you have a conflict, you should resolve it as soon as possible. Anyway, I can see that you still care about him, and that is why you are here to see him." The doctor smiled and said, "Jack," before he could even say a word, the doctor spoke once again, "You can go and see him. After that, you can ask a nurse to bring you to my office. There are a few questions that I need to ask you guys about, especially young lady." As he said these last words, his gaze landed on Angie. Immediately after saying his piece, the doctor left, not giving Jack a chance to say a word or ask a question. But her seeing that the doctor had left, Angie was the first one to rush towards the ward. She wanted to make sure that what she saw was true. When he followed behind her, and Celine and Jack entered last respectively. When Jack got into the ward, he was full of curiosity. But the moment that his gaze landed on the young man on the bed, his movements froze. He wasn't the only one with such a reaction, as both Wendy and Celine stopped, not making any movements for a long while. On the other hand, Angie looked at the young man on the bed before looking at Jack. Just to make sure that she wasn't hallucinating, she made sure to look at the two of them at least 10 times each to this trice. Two blue eyes met with each other, and they locked onto the other. The youth that was on the bed immediately sat up as he gazed at Jack. On the other hand, Jack gazed back at him. In the eyes of the two, confusion was clear, as none of them could understand why and how that person looked like themselves. Jack was now completely suspicious of this person, and the curiosity that had been growing in his heart grew even further. He had always considered his silver hair and blue eyes a unique pair. As long as he could remember, he had never seen anyone with silver hair other than his mother. As for blue eyes, there were several people with them. But what he knew was that they didn't have silver hair. And that was the reason as to why he paired the two, just to make his eyes special. But now, he had to reevaluate things, as the youth on the bed had exactly the same features as him. That he had silver hair, blue eyes, same physique. As for the face, he couldn't prove if they looked the same, as there were several bandages on his face. But all the same, he could see something like the nose bridge that looked just like his. The way that his body was the exact replica of the other. But there was still a difference between the two of them. Jack had the air of a cold and indifferent person to those that he wasn't familiar to, of course. That on the other hand, the youth had a domineering aura, as if he was someone that was used to being at the top. "Who are you?" the two of them asked each other, pointing a finger forward. Their words brought back the three ladies from their stupor. Processing the words that the two of them had asked, they could immediately tell that the two of them didn't know each other. They were strangers, but the funny thing to the three ladies was the fact that they could see two people who looked like the other, having a voice that sounded like the other, with a minor difference, pointing a finger at each other, as if they were accusing the other. "I'm Jack." Jack replied. "I'm Jonathan." At the same time, the youth replied. Silence then reigned in the room for a while as nobody spoke. On the other hand, it was as if the three girls had an epiphany. They could finally tell who the real Jack was. They were sure that if the two were placed in front of the other and they wore the same outfits, it would be like a person looking at his image in the mirror. The silence didn't last for long, though. Jack asked, "What are you doing here?" On the other hand, Jonathan responded, "What do you mean by what am I doing here? It's not like I'm prohibited from moving around, right?" Jack took a deep breath. He knew that this wasn't the right question to ask. All the same, he wondered why this person was here. And why was he all injured? Or why are you injured like that? Got into a fight? Jack asked again. For the first time, Jack took the initiative to get to know another man. "It's because of you," Jonathan said begrudgingly. Me. How's that caused by me? This is the first time that we are meeting. How can I cause you to be this injured?" Jack was completely stunned, not knowing what to do. "Someone attacked me, claiming that I'm Jack. Like hell I'm Jack. I'm Jonathan for FCK's sake." Jonathan cursed at the thought of how he ended in such a miserable state due to a simple misunderstanding. "How's that my fault? I never told you to look like me," Jack retorted. How could he simply accept the blame? You are the one that looks like me. I'm older than you. You were born after me, after all." Jonathan pointed at Jack as he talked back fiercely. "How are you older than me? You don't know about me at all. And oh, wait a moment. Since my mind is more mature to think of such a thing, I believe that I'm older than you. You looked like me." As the girls watched, as the two youths behaved like kids, arguing about some childish things, they had an urge to laugh, but they held it in. But they were forced to have solemn expressions on their faces in the next moment because of what they heard. Jonathan was mistaken to be Jack and was attacked. Or didn't that mean that had Jonathan not been present, it would have been Jack who would have been on the bed now? Furthermore, perhaps he might have been in a worse condition, as none of them could guarantee that he could have performed better than Jonathan. Yes, they thought of this. They were scared out of their wits. It was also after a period of mindless arguing that Jack caught on to something. His gaze turned cold as he asked, "Did you just say that someone wanted me dead?" Jonathan didn't want to continue arguing with Jack, but there was no way that he was going to give up. He was relieved that Jack had changed the topic, and he was more than happy to cooperate. "What else did you expect? See, I'm now all injured because of you. You'll have to compensate me," Jonathan replied. The pain that he was feeling had already reduced drastically. Now, he could at least move his limbs in small motions as long as he didn't apply too much force. "Someone wants to kill me. That's new. That I don't think that I have an enemy that I have offended to the extent that they will want me dead. But who the FCK is it?" As Jack asked these questions, the air around him seemed to freeze as killing intent surged into the air. The girls were scared and were forced to take a few steps away from Jack. On the other hand, Jonathan looked at Jack with a surprised expression. That aura, could it be? He thought to himself. Remembering that there were other people around him, Jack calmed down and looked at Jonathan and asked, "Do you have anything that can prove that person's identity?" Jonathan was brought out of his thoughts. In response to Jack's question, he pointed at the cabinet beside his bed and said, "I assume that my things are in there. If so, there should be a phone there with a screen of 6. Jack raised his brows a little. Then he went forward and opened the cabinet. He found that there were 2 phones and a wallet in there. He picked the phone that had a screen that was 6. He pressed the power button and activated the screen. He tried looking into it only to see that he still needed to unlock it with a password. Looking at Jonathan, he said, "I don't know the password. How's that my problem?" Jonathan shrugged his shoulders and replied. Jack was displeased, but there was nothing that he could do. It was already good that he could get something that could lead him to the person behind the incident. He thought for a moment and decided that he would have Denali hack into this thing. With that thought in mind, he placed the phone in his trouser pocket. "By the way, what's your mother's name?" Jonathan asked. Not knowing why he was asking, Jack still replied, "And there a problem?" "What did you just say?" Jonathan got onto his feet, completely ignoring that he was still having a needle in the vein on his hand. "By the way, what's your mother's name?" Jonathan asked. Not knowing why he was asking, Jack still replied, "And there a problem?" "What did you just say?" Jonathan got onto his feet, completely ignoring that he was still having a needle in the vein on his hand. Seeing his reaction, Jack looked at him and asked in surprise, "Do you know my mother?" This was a great surprise to him. All along, his mother has never mentioned about her origin. If it just so happened that Jonathan knew something about that, he would really appreciate having someone that could tell him about her. He was curious about her origin. "I know her. Although I have never seen her before, I have seen her photos back at home," Jonathan replied enthusiastically. "Where's your home?" Jack was both happy and curious as to why his mother's photo was there in Jonathan's home. "Actually, me and you are cousins," Jonathan stated after sighing. Then he continued, "Your mother and my mother Anita are twins, and my mother always talked about your mother all this while. She has her photos that they had taken together, so I have always wanted to see her." Jonathan's revelation shocked not only Jack, but even the ladies that were listening from the side. How could they have expected that the two, who looked similar to each other, were actually related to each other? Or as if to prove what he was saying, Jonathan took his phone from the cabinet. After tapping for a while, He showed Jack the image of two ladies with arms around each other's shoulder. That Jack's pupils contracted as he looked at the image of the two, that although they were twins. He could already distinguish his mother, as he could see the clothes design that she liked. Added together with the fact that the two of them looked the same, added to another fact that Jonathan knew his mother's name. Jack had no choice but to believe that it was true that they were cousins. It seems that just like me, you took on your mother's features. Jonathan smiled as he said this. He really was ecstatic. He was looking forward to meeting with his aunt for a long time. His mother had told him that she had a sister. She had left home because she claimed that she loved someone. The family obviously hadn't agreed to her being married to someone that they didn't know. So, and had left secretly, completely disappearing. They had tried looking for her, but they had never managed to find her. After all, she had stopped using her cards. She never traveled and so on. She was from a big family at the end of the day. So, she knew some of the basic things that could make others know of her location. And since she had left, it had already been 2 decades. Jack didn't respond to Jonathan's comment. He stayed silent for a long while before he asked, "Can you tell me what you know about my mother?" Thinking that Jack was still not sure that he knew his mother, Jonathan went ahead and talked about, and each and everything that he said was from what he had heard from Anita. It turned out that his mother and was from a big reclusive family called Jesta. The two of them, and Anita, were twins and were the only daughters of their parents. They had 2 brothers who were older than them. In other words, Jack had 2 uncles and 1 aunt as for their father. Although he wasn't the current family head, he was second to the family head, who was his elder brother. So he had a lot of authority in the family, just below his elder brother, who was the family head. The 2 sisters had always treated each other well. In the big family, it was obvious that there were many jealous people who had their own selfish desires. So they would make their own plots. Although none of the plots were sinister, they were nothing good to the victim. Some of their uncles and aunts had planned to have the family gain relationship with other big families through marriage. The target was obviously the 2 sisters. They looked for ways to make the girls disagree with the marriage by trying to introduce a marriage between them, and someone whose character was definitely nothing but thrashed out of course. In order for this not to be seen as a blatant way of attacking the other, they would choose those young masters with a good background. In this way, they would claim that they were doing this for the good of the family. They had tried it on Anita, but lucky for her, she had already fallen in love with someone that was from a good and acceptable background. The plans failed as the family had agreed to the 2 of them getting married on the other hand, and was different. She had fallen in love with someone, but that person had no big background. So she dared not to introduce him to the family. In the end, the schemers found a scumbag who liked changing women like clothes, claiming that he was a well-behaved and model man. He was good to be her partner for life, and didn't agree to this. This then led to a big argument in the family. In the end, with the help of Anita, and had managed to sneak away. Anita had helped her in covering her traces. The day that they had parted ways, 20 years ago, was the last time that the 2 sisters had met and spoke to each other. And although Anita would have really wanted to see her sister for her sister's happiness, she decided not to look for her. Until in the recent years where she couldn't hold it anymore and tried looking for her. She had tried calling her since 2 years ago, using the number that and had registered using Anita's ID, but she found that the number was no longer in service. This had made her stressed up, but all the same, she had been trying to find ways of getting her sister back. Now that 2 decades had gone by, she was sure that although she might be punished, there was no way that they would force her to marry another person at her age. Jonathan, on the other hand, was one of the competitors for the seat of the family head. In order to assist his mother, he had decided to go for that position. In a family like Jesta, it was not a matter of inheritance where the father would pass the position of the family head to the son. Instead, it was a competition between the young masters of the family to decide who was the most competent to lead the family. Since he had decided to join the competition, he had faced several threats. He was sure that all of these were orchestrated by his competitors and their families. Luckily, he was strong enough to survive till today. But all the same, although he had tried finding ways to prove that they were the ones that had attacked him, he never succeeded, as these people were always careful with whatever they did. He too had managed to handle himself for a few years before he was caught off guard the previous year. The assassin that they had sent when he was out in an official business was actually far stronger than the previous ones. The 2 of them had fought for a long time, and seeing that he was losing, the assassin had resorted to using a special poison that had in return weakened him greatly. Had he been at his peak, a small fry like Viper wouldn't even manage to touch the corner of his clothes. Jack and the others finally understood what it meant to survive in a family that was full of schemers. Although Jack's half-brothers and sisters had always schemed against him, after hearing how the Jesta family was, he thought that the Alfonso family was nothing. Celine, on the other hand, was the only heir to the family business. Although she was a girl, she had the abilities and was supported by her parents who were just as capable together with her grandparents. Wendy as well as Angie had the same situation. They were not heirs and so they had no pressure on them. Additionally, Wendy was always dotted on by her grandfather, Alton Farrell.so, nobody really dared to make a move on her, as that person would end up in a really bad position. Taking a deep breath, although he was curious and would have really wanted to meet this aunt of his, Jack decided that he would only do that once his strength was higher than the Jesta family. The Jesta family was a reclusive one and wasn't one of those that publicized their wealth. Currently, they had assets that were worth hundreds of billions. Added to their relationship with other families that were connected to them through marriages, he was sure that he couldn't compare with them, at least for now. He was sure that the moment that these people knew that his mother was, and they would try venting their frustrations on him and it foiled their plans by running away. Although he had a system, he wasn't ready to be suppressed for a long time before he even managed to upgrade the system to level 2. By the way, where's your mother? I would like to see her. Jonathan asked excitedly after he finished his narration. He was now on the bed, with his back on the headboard. Looking at the enthusiastic Jonathan, Jack shook his head and said, "She died a few years ago." "What? Are you serious?" Jonathan jumped onto his feet and asked incredulously. His voice was filled with disbelief and shock. She died a few years ago. "What? Are you serious?" Jonathan jumped onto his feet and asked incredulously. His voice was filled with disbelief and shock. Celine, Wendy, and Angie had their mouths open, not knowing what to say. They wanted to console him, but at the same time, they were afraid that they would tear the old wound open. In the end, they could only remain silent. "She died when I was 15 years old. Jack spoke nonchalantly, as if he didn't care about it. But those who were keen in listening, they could tell from his voice that he was sad about this event. But all the same, Jack's ego as a man didn't allow him to show any type of weakness in front of women, considering that it was something that had happened for over 4 years now. Although it was something that made him sad, it had already been a while, and he had gotten accustomed to it. Jonathan was silent for a long while as he stared blankly. He himself failed to believe what he had just heard. Just a few seconds ago, he was completely ecstatic, thinking that he would make his mother happy after giving her information about his aunt's whereabouts. But now, he was sure that as long as his mother received information that her sister was dead, she would be aggrieved. Jonathan wasn't ready to make her bear that kind of burden as of the moment. She was already under great pressure knowing that her son was facing threats of life every moment that he was out. Additionally, he had left home for over a year now, and his mother hadn't seen him for a long time. Just thinking about going back with bad news, he couldn't help but feel his heart ache for her. It was only after a long period of time had passed that he turned his gaze towards Jack. He wondered what Jack was feeling at the moment, considering the fact that he was the direct victim. Seeing the atmosphere was getting somber, Jack decided to shift the topic. "So, what kind of people are trying attacking you?" Upon noticing that Jack didn't want to talk about the matter at the moment, Jonathan went with the flow. "Well, I'm pretty sure that they are from my second uncle's side. The incident where your mother left home had ruined most of his plans. In other words, he was the one who had cooperated with some of Mum's uncles and aunts to orchestrate the plan of marrying her and her sister to a scumbag. As for why I'm sure about it, is simply because my investigation so far has pointed towards him. Furthermore, he also has a son who is currently 22 years old and is also running for the position of the family head." Jonathan concluded in response to his words. Jack simply raised his brows, clearly not interested in matter of the fight between the heirs for the position of the family head. "You're also part of the Jesta family. Do you want to come back and try taking over the position of the family head?" Jonathan asked. "Aren't you worried that I will take the position away from you?" Jack jokingly asked in return. "Hee. I am confident that you cannot defeat me." Jonathan snickered in reply. "Anyway, I'm not interested in such things. Moreover, I'm sure that the moment that I'll step in the compound, there will be some people who will definitely be against me. And what I know is that there will be many of them trying to push me out. So I think I'd better live my life the way it is, rather than getting involved." Jack waved his hand in dismissal. Wendy, Angie, and Celine were surprised that Jack had no interest in the inheritance of hundreds of billions worth of assets. Although when compared to the other provinces in the country, their families were indeed good. But when they went back to the capital, if they were supposed to be compared to other families, they were nothing special. Their assets were only worth a few billions of dollars. And now Jack was refusing to take the opportunity to try obtaining the hundreds of billions of dollars worth of assets. But thinking about how Jonathan mentioned that he was facing the danger of assassination from time to time, they thought that it would be better if he didn't go. The group chatted with each other. It was only during this chat that Jack knew why Winnie had confused him to be the one that had saved her. It turned out that Jonathan was the one that had saved her back then in any case. Now that the situation was clear, Jack hoped that Wendy would finally stop bugging him with the issue of the two of them getting engaged. Do you want to go back with me to see my mother? Jonathan asked. Not now, but I'm sure that I can do that by next year. As for now, I don't think that I can do that. Jack shook his head and replied he still had to be wealthier and stronger than the Jesta family. Only then would he have the qualifications to face those that had made things hard for his mother. Although she was already dead, he was not willing to let some of the debts unpaid. They dared to make some stupid plans using his mother for their own benefits. Since she couldn't repay them, he would do that in her place. Furthermore, the payment would have to be greater than the pain that they had caused. Her debt for his father, he too had to get punished. After all, his mother had even parted with her sister just so that she could be with him. In the end, he didn't even marry her. He threw her to a corner and completely ignored her existence. His mother could have gone back to the Jesta family. But in the end, she stayed at the Alfonso family, a very tiny family in the eyes of the Jesta family, just because she loved him. She grieved from time to time, and Jack had caught her from again and again. But all the same, she didn't say a word. She never told him to hate his father. She didn't do that even after suffering under the hands of the Alfonso family. In the end, she died at for the cause of her death. She had gotten sick all of a sudden and died in 2 months. There were completely no signs of what disease she was suffering from. The time that they had gone to the hospital, the doctor simply stated that she wasn't sick at all, but his mother had lost strength in her body, and at the end of it, she died. As he thought of this, Jack suddenly thought of something that made him furious, but he didn't let his anger explode. Instead, he held it in as he tried analyzing the situation. It seemed that he had to look into the matter concerning his mother's death. The two wives of his father were always scheming against her, and Brenda had taken after her mother. Jack thought that there might be something fishy about her death. They were in Crystal City, so it was normal that they could manipulate a doctor to tell them that there was nothing wrong with his mother's health, and as for the reason as to why they always tried making things hard for him and his mother. To this date, Jack had no clue. But it seemed that he would have to look into the matter. After all, it wasn't that simple. Jack was lost in his thoughts. He was interrupted by Jonathan. Need my help to know who wanted you dead? Jack shook his head in response. No need at all. I can handle it. After that, he decided to make a call. Denali, can you come to Venture City by tomorrow? Okay, boss, Denali replied. Although he knew that she was busy, he still thought that it wouldn't hurt if she could leave some of the tasks to Ayush and Tracy. Working together with Maxwell, they would be able to merge the companies. And if there were any changes that had to be made, they could do it later on. Jack had to solve his curiosity at the moment. Another reason why he called Denali to come over was because he wanted to have time to finish the system task. Otherwise, there's going to be a punishment, and if there was going to be an assassin, he could handle that guy easily. After all, he wasn't a professional combatant for nothing. Okay then, if you think that there's something that you can't handle, just let me know. Jonathan shrugged in response. Since they had chatted for a while now, they had gotten familiar to each other. Jack's personality and Jonathan's weren't opposing to each other. They hit it off. Added to the fact that they were cousins, although the relationship between them wasn't that deep yet, at least they would do something for the other because of their mothers. I will be going back to the resort for now. I still have something to do there. And just like you, if there's anything that you need, as long as I can do it, I will. Jack stated as he got to his feet, ready to leave. I'll find you at the resort then. Jonathan nodded. Celine got up and followed Jack out of the room. Wendy, on the other hand, wasn't sure if she was supposed to remain to talk to Jonathan or if she was supposed to follow Jack. During the chat, she came to realize that she had been watching the two of them together. In other words, sometimes parts of the traits and character traits that she had found belonged to Jack, while others were Jonathan's. In the end, since Jonathan was hiding and had hid his information, she had gotten the information on Jack, though it was only shallow. In the end, even her grandfather had gotten information on Jack, and that was the exact reason as to why they had gone to the Alfonso family. Wendy, can you stay behind? I would like to have a simple chat with you. Jonathan's voice reached her ears, making her finally decide to stay. Since the two had things to talk about, Angie decided to go after Jack and Celine. They were going to the resort at the end of the day. She wasn't worried that Wendy would get lost. She was an adult after all, after getting out of the hospital. The three took a taxi and went back to the resort. On the way, they chatted about a few things and made jokes. It didn't take them long for them to arrive at the resort. When they got there, they found that a few of the young masters and ladies were looking for them. They had tried calling the three girls, but it ended up with the call not being picked or another one that was switched off. Celine and Angie dealt with the crowd of young masters and ladies. Jack, who wasn't familiar with them, decided to take a walk. He was curious about who it was that knew that he was here and had sent someone to kill him. He had come here using the Eurocopter.so. It was normal that even if there was someone that was keeping watch over him, that person wouldn't know where he went unless he followed Jack with a helicopter. In other words, that person had seen him here, and that was the exact reason as to why they had tried attacking him. In the end, they never thought that they would actually get Jonathan. Instead of him, he didn't have a definite destination. He was simply moving from place to place, trying to catch the attention of the one that had sent the assassin. Although Denali could help him in knowing who it was that had sent Viper when hacking into Viper's phone, it wouldn't hurt if he could find that person in advance. He was here to relax. But at the end, someone made him change into a detective or a decoy. Whatever that was, he was willing to do that, clearing any kind of danger before. Facing others that might be hiding in the dark, as he was walking around. He felt that there was someone that was watching his movements. In fact, he realized that there were 3 people who seemed to be following him from a distance. And from their movements, Jack could confirm that they were professionals at stalking others. If he didn't have sharp senses, he might not have discovered them at all. Knowing that the fish had caught bait, Jack headed towards the forest. He was sure that they would follow him if it was true that they wanted to kill him. In just 20 minutes, he had gotten into the forest about a kilometer from the resort. After getting here, he didn't make a move and waited for them to do that first. And just like that, 10 minutes went by with none of the sides making a move. Jack was just about to get impatient and make them come out of their hiding place when he suddenly noticed that there was actually another person that was heading their way. It turned out that they were actually waiting for someone else. And from the looks of it, the person that they were waiting for was their leader. Jack's lips twitched as he thought. One wasn't enough to deal with Jonathan.so. They thought that would be better if they sent 4 of them at the same time. Well, good for me, then I can have several targets that I can use to get information from so that I can get closer to the mastermind. Our Jack didn't like the fact that he was in the light while the enemy was in the dark. This was one of the most dangerous things. Dealing with an enemy that you can't see and you know nothing of. If the enemy made a move, it'd be hard for him to anticipate it. Additionally, he wouldn't know what the enemy would do. The enemy might have full information on him in the end, Jack wouldn't know what to guard and what not to. After 2 minutes, the person who had just arrived led the 3 to approach him. From his movements, Jack could tell that he had no intention of sneaking in. Attack at him. I guess that you already know of our arrival, right? The man spoke as soon as he arrived a few meters behind Jack. Jack turned around and faced him. The man was wearing a sleeveless red shirt. It was like the sleeves were ripped from IT.AS for the bottom. He was wearing black sweatpants and a pair of black boots. With a smile on his face, Jack said, "You took your time to get here." You don't seem nervous at all. Maybe you don't recognize me?" The man chuckled and asked. And as he posed the question, he pointed at a spider tattoo on his bare left arm. The tattoo was drawn at the very top of the left arm, closer to the shoulder. "Well, should I know you?" Jack asked in surprise. This was actually the first time that he was meeting this GUY.SO. How comes this guy was expecting that he would know him just from the tattoo? Or although he wasn't sure about it, he decided to keep the tattoo in his mind. Maybe it implied something that he didn't know. Perhaps it would point him towards the mastermind. Seeing that Jack seemed to be serious about not knowing him, the man laughed amusedly and said, "Oh, Jonathan, I thought that you, as one of those that are trying to be the next family head of the Jesta family, would have a lot of information, and I thought too much." Jack frowned at the mention of the name Jonathan. How the hell was this happening? Could it be that karma was striking? Jonathan was attacked because they had thought that he was Jack. And now, Jack was actually being attacked because they thought that he was Jonathan? Wasn't this ridiculous? Or what's even more laughable was that, while Jonathan was attacked by a single person, he was being attacked by 4 of them at the same time. Maybe I should change my appearance a little bit. Being mistaken for someone else when someone wants to kill you is absolutely not good at all. Jack muttered loudly as he touched his head. Hearing Jack's words, the man was surprised. He asked in confusion, "What do you mean by being mistaken for others? Are you trying to imply that you aren't Jonathan?" "Why else would I be stressed up for that? I was mistaken for Jonathan, and I got engaged. Now I'm being mistaken for him again, and here we are, someone is trying to kill me. Although it was true that I was expecting that someone was going to come after me, I never thought that it would be unrelated people." Jack sighed as he said these words. The man frowned again. And unlike Viper, who had simply thought that Jonathan was trying to find a way out of the situation, the man here was different. He had done enough investigation since a year ago. He would have already attacked a long time ago, had it not been for the fact that Jonathan had simply disappeared for almost a year now. "So who are you?" Wanting to confirm his speculations, the man asked. "MMH, at least you were reasonable. Anyway, I'm Jack and not Jonathan. As for Jonathan, he's my cousin." Jack didn't hide anything. He felt that it wouldn't be bad if he spoke a little more. Perhaps he could lure them into telling him who had sent them. "Oh, that's unexpected," the man stated. "Can I see your ID to confirm your identity?" he asked. Too bad that I left my ID in the room that I have booked here in the resort. But can a scanned document with my ID do? Jack took out his phone and asked. No problem at all. The man shrugged his shoulders as if he didn't care. Till this time, Jack had felt that this guy was pretty strong. Furthermore, there seemed to be something abnormal about him. But he couldn't put a finger on that thing that he felt was unusual. As for why the man was being casual when he was taking out the phone, Jack believed that the guy was pretty confident that he could deal with him even if he had a gun with him. Jack scrolled through the documents in his phone before selecting one of them. Then, he threw the phone to the man. With simple movements, the man grabbed the phone in the air and gazed at the ID on the screen. Jackson Alfonso, I think I know a little about you. You should be the son of the twin who had run away from home a few decades ago. Hee hee, I never thought that you knew about my existence all this while. Jack chuckled as he said these words, but his eyes had already turned cold the moment that this guy said that he knew that his mother actually had him. Didn't that mean that he actually knew where his mother was? While returning the phone to Jack, the man happened to see Jack's cold eyes. He simply chuckled and explained, no need to worry about that. It's not hard for me to know that. Actually, there are people from the Jesta family that already know of your presence, but they have never made a move at. All as they had decided to ignore your presence. Jack's expression darkened further. He could smell that there was something here, and he would have to get all the information that he could get from this guy. Well then, since you're not Jonathan and there is no payment for me to get your head, I'll just take my leave, the man said and turned around, intending to leave. Although Jack had not expected that this guy would actually do something like that, he still managed to react in time. Well, you have thought that you can simply leave me, but I wonder if you have asked me whether I will let you go or not. The man stopped and looked at Jack with a frown before asking, are you trying to push your luck? Hee hee, not all. Jack smiled coldly before he began rolling the sleeves of his shirt. He then continued speaking while his gaze was focusing on the sleeves. You know, although your target isn't me this time, it's still Jonathan, and all the same, Jonathan is my cousin at SO. Do you think that I will simply let you go after knowing that you have intentions of killing him? Hee hee, not at all. Jack smiled coldly before he began rolling the sleeves of his shirt. He then continued speaking while his gaze was focusing on the sleeves. You know, although your target isn't me this time, it's still Jonathan, and all the same, Jonathan is my cousin at SO. Do you think that I will simply let you go after knowing that you have intentions of killing him? The guy frowned, but before he could speak, a subordinate took a step forward and lashed at Jack. You ungrateful bastard. Oh, you know who he is? He is the Spider, one of the top 10 assassins in the country. He has given you a living grace, but you don't appreciate it. Do you? Before the guy could finish what he was saying, Jack interrupted and said as he looked at the guy called Spider, it will be good if you can keep your dog in check. Otherwise, you can't blame others when it ends up dead. Jack's casual attitude made Spider vigilant of him. But although he was vigilant, it wasn't that much to the extent that he would actually be in a combat-ready mode. Instead, he simply began paying attention to Jack's movements. Although he knew of Jack's existence, he didn't know him well. He had stopped investigating about him when Jonathan disappeared about a half a year ago. And from all the investigations, he found that Jack was just a harassed teenager. As for where he got his confidence from. At this moment, he wasn't sure. All the same, he was sure that he could deal with a youth like him easily. Well, you don't have to mind about that. After all, you might be underestimating my dogs, Spider said with a smile. Is that so? But I would like to deal with the master of the dog directly rather than going through the mob, Jack stated. Then, he continued without giving Spider a chance to speak. It's true that I don't know you at all, but there are facts that make me to have you to stay here, as you still have a few questions to answer. Furthermore, just the thought of killing my cousin because you were paid doesn't really make me happy. I would like to let you live, but it seems that it's not possible for that to happen, as you were just like a moth. Anyway, I'll just have to claim more bonus when I go back for the extra work that I have to do, Spider said before he motioned one of his subordinates to make a move. Not a problem at all, though I would really like to make you stay here forever, but I still have some use for you. As Jack finished speaking, one of Spider's subordinates was already charging towards him before throwing a punch. The speed of this guy could be said to be higher than that of a normal adult. But in front of Jack, this was nothing at all. That he simply stood there, not making a move. His gaze was still fixed on Spider. Although he could tell that this guy was strong, he was sure that it wasn't by much. Otherwise, if this person was actually stronger than him, Jack was sure that the system would have offered him a mission and given him a reward in advance. Well, that was unless the system couldn't give two tasks at the same time. That would really be regrettable. The man that was attacking Jack, upon seeing that Jack had yet to react, although his punch was already approaching his face, he thought that Jack was already scared out of his wits and that he had frozen. As such, he smiled as he thought of smashing the irritable, handsome face in front of him. Just as the punch was approaching Jack's face, Jack finally reacted at a fast speed. He threw a slap towards the guy. Pa, pa. A slap resounded in the forest, and it echoed a few times as for the guy that had been slapped on his right cheek. He was forced to do a 270-degree sideways flip before his head hit the ground. The moment that Jack's hand connected and transferred the force in it, the guy lost a few teeth and fainted before even touching the ground. The two men behind Spider who were looking forward to seeing Jack being pummeled were dumbfounded when they saw their companion simply flipping in the air after the sound of a crisp slap, their mouths hanging open as they stared at Jack in disbelief. Then they looked at the guy who was already on the ground. He was already out cold. They immediately swallowed hard, especially the guy that was previously lashing at Jack. They didn't even see how it really happened. They had been seeing the punch that was about to hit Jack's face. But in the next second, their companion was down after. They heard the sound of slapping. Spider, on the other hand, had managed to see Jack's hand blurring. But he himself hadn't seen how it happened well, because he too couldn't follow the speed at which Jack's hand moved. Knowing that it would be impossible for his other subordinates to deal with Jack, he decided to make the move by himself. Although he was surprised that Jack was this strong, he didn't think that Jack was stronger than him. Seeing that Spider was finally willing to make a move by himself, Jack smiled and said, "Show me what you have. I hope that you can make me go all out. I still want to know what my limit is this time." As he said that, he readied himself for combat. But in the end, when he saw Spider's speed and movements, he couldn't help but complain in his heart. Come on, how comes this guy is an amateur? With all the bragging, I thought that he might really exchange moves with me and make me experience a real fight. What a disappointment. Or with Jack's professional combatant ability, it was not just a matter of him having the strength of 5 men combined. Instead, it was the strength plus the fighting experience of a professional combatant. So he could easily tell that Spider was a novice when it came to fighting. Although he might have some strength, he was still too weak to face Jack. If Jack was 5 men combined, then Spider was actually a combination of 2.5 as for his fighting skills. Although as an assassin, Spider might have experienced several life and death situations, his skills were still subpar in Jack's eyes, seeing that Jack was no longer taking him serious. Although he was always good at keeping his emotions in check, Spider couldn't help but get angry at Jack that in that exact moment, he had decided that he would make sure that Jack died a cruel death for daring to look down on him. As he thought of this, his eyes turned extremely cold as his killing intent surged into the air. Then he immediately kicked at Jack, thinking that it would be good if he could take the opportunity where Jack was still looking down on him so that he could deal a lot of damage to him. Tup, the kick landed, but Spider's eyes contracted as he gazed at his right leg that was still hanging in the kicking position. This time, his kick that contained a lot of power had indeed landed on the target as the target didn't move. But the leg had actually landed in Jack's palm that in turn easily blocked the kick. It was as if there was no power behind the kick. Jack smiled before he folded his fingers and gripped on his Spider's leg. Spider wanted to retract his leg, but it was too late as Jack had already taken action. Putting in some strength in his left hand, Jack pulled Spider using his leg before he threw him. With his strength, it wasn't hard for him to throw a man. Spider hadn't expected that Jack would do something like that, and seeing that he was going to hit a tree, he immediately used his hands to protect his head. Bang! Thud! The speed at which he was thrown was fast, and at the moment that his body hit the tree bark first, there was a sound of the collision. Before he fell onto the ground, this moment, Spider understood what was meant to fear someone be able to throw a man who weighed over 60 kilograms using one hand. And to be able to do that easily, just what kind of strength did Jack actually possess? Currently, Spider could feel that he was hurt and his combat strength had been greatly diminished. He felt that his spinal cord had been injured, and with every simple movements that he made, he was going through a lot of pain. Seeing that Spider was actually struggling to stand up, Jack smiled and said, "You are a disappointment if you were actually amongst the top 10 assassins in the country. You are so weak, in that you're already down with one of my moves." Hearing Jack's words, Spider, who was initially struggling to get back on his feet, gritted his teeth in anger. But all the same, he knew that he was no match for Jack. But for his reputation, especially in front of his subordinates, he didn't continue staying on the ground. He still gritted his teeth and stood up through the tearing pain that he felt on his spinal cord. He was lucky that the spinal cord wasn't broken. Otherwise, his limbs would have been paralyzed immediately. And as of now, he could only use the tree as a source of support so that he wouldn't fall to the ground. So, why don't you tell me about how and why you know about my mother? And if you can, also tell me who sent you to assassinate Jonathan. Jack clapped his hands and asked with a cold smile, an assassin. Jack would never be kind at all. If he had to kill for the first time, then he would definitely do that without hesitation. After all, if he didn't kill, he would end up dead. What's more, who could guarantee that this guy wouldn't be given a mission to come and assassinate him or his loved ones in the future? So, he dared not to leave dangers that would come hunting him in the future to make him regret his decisions. Give it up, there's no way that I'm going to tell you a thing. Still going through a lot of pain, Spider replied. Okay, then let's see if this will make you speak, Jack said before stomping on the neck of the guy that was already knocked out by him. Crack. The sound of bones breaking could be heard as Jack crushed the neck of the guy, ending his life. Spider never expected that Jack would use such a move on him. The three people with him were actually those that he had been training for years. After he felt that they were good enough, he would take them with him on missions that were not dangerous. They were the ones that would do the stalking before informing him that he would let them finish the job if the opponent was weak. Till this time, he had developed some good relationship with them, and they were like family to him. Seeing one of them die, he was grief-stricken and angry at the same time. What about now? Can you talk? Jack's voice drifted to his ears. What about now? Can you talk? Jack's voice drifted to his ears. The remaining two subordinates, on the other hand, didn't know what to do. Their minds were in chaos. Apart from fear, they were not sure on what they were supposed to do. They had an impulse to run as far as they could. But in the end, their loyalty toward Spider made them hesitate. Spider was the one that was taking care of them. He had saved them when they were in their worst situations. So, they were unwilling to leave him, although they knew that they were no match for Jack, considering that he could easily defeat Spider, who was like a supreme being to them. Seeing that Spider wasn't talking, Jack shifted his gaze to the remaining two men who were still standing there. Not sure what to do, but on seeing Jack's actions, Spider panicked and asked, "Can you promise me that you will let them live as long as I give you the information?" Jack looked at him and said, "Why would I leave something that will simply come back and bite me? I can see their resentment towards me already. Do you think that by letting them live, I can make them love me or forget about this incident? That's not going to happen." Before Spider could say a word, Jack continued, "Don't think much of it. Besides, I don't think that you are in a position to bargain with me. The only thing that I can promise you is that you will all receive a quick and painless death." Spider's heart sank. He had actually brought these three with him because he had thought that the mission would be simple, in the end, he had brought them to their death. Although he thought that at the end of the day, they would all end up dead, whether he gave the information or not. He thought that it would be good if the two of them could die a simple and painless death rather than a cruel one. Looking at Jack's cold eyes, added to the action where without hesitation he had killed one of the three, it meant that he would actually do what he had said. And on the other hand, it wasn't that Jack was a cruel and cold-blooded person. Instead, it was just that if there was something that would make him furious, it would be something that was related to harming his mother. An assassin having information on his mother was definitely not something good. He would definitely be willing to kill as long as there was need for him to do that. And even after killing the other guy, he didn't think much of it. That was a person who had the blood of several innocent people on his hands. So there would be nothing wrong with eliminating him. All right, I'll tell you then. The one that sent me to kill Jonathan was your second uncle, that he wants his son to be the family head in 5 years' time today. As for how I got the information on your mother, it was also due to your second uncle. Spider began explaining. His words broke as he tried enduring the pain that he was feeling. He knew about your mother long time ago, and if I'm not wrong, he might be involved with her death. Spider continued. Jack's expression turned colder when he heard that his second uncle might be involved with his mother's death. He had just realized that there might be something fishy about her death. In the end, although it was not 100% confirmed, at least his involvement was there. "Anything else?" Jack asked. Knowing that it was coming to an end, Spider shook his head and said, "Nothing much. Just keep your promise." Seeing that there was nothing else to say, Jack immediately made a move. Before the two could react, their necks were broken and they fell onto the ground lifelessly. After that, Jack killed Spider by breaking his neck using his incredible strength. With this done, he turned his attention to what he was supposed to do next. He searched and took the phones of all the three of them. Then there came a problem. How was he going to deal with the corpses? Or he had never done this before. He thought for a while before he decided that it would be good if the private team could deal with IT. IT was just that the team wasn't completely loyal to him, and so he didn't want to get them involved with this. After racking his brain for a while, he found the best solution. Taking out his phone, he made a call. "Yes, you call me so early. Not even 3 hours have gone by. Want my help with something?" Jonathan asked. "It should be the other way round, actually. I want you to help yourself after I have repaid the debt." Jack said, "What do you mean by that?" Jonathan was confused. "Well, there's someone calling himself." "Not really. He used to call himself Spider. He was here to assassinate you. But unfortunately, he mistook me for you and attacked me instead." Jack explained what had happened. Jonathan was completely surprised that Jack was actually attacked. What's more, he wondered how the heck this person known as Spider found his information. But when he thought that he had called for his subordinates to clear the scene where he fought with Viper, maybe there was someone who had gotten the information that they had come to Volent City. But what he couldn't understand was how that assassin arrived here in just a few hours. Point one had to know that Distance between Karta City and Volent City wasn't something that could be covered in 3 hours, just because one used a plane that in any case, he caught something in Jack's words. Are you sure that the person that came this time was Spider? He couldn't help but ask. Yeah, he has a spider tattoo on his arm that he claimed to be the one, and I can say that he had some combat ability. Jack explained. That should be him. He is the 7th-ranked top assassin in the country. He is powerful. And if he had got me in my current condition, I'm sure that I would be dead. But why are you using past tense when referring to him? Jonathan's voice was solemn as he spoke of Spider. He's dead. He couldn't even stand after I made a single move that I wonder just how weak he was. Jack said, are you serious that he's dead? If he's not, try to make sure that you avoid him. You can wait till my subordinates come to deal with him. Jonathan stated, come on, that I already said that this guy is dead, that I was calling you so that you can send someone to come and clear the scene here, that I've never dealt with something like this before. So I don't have the resources to deal with it. Jack explained. Jonathan couldn't believe it when he heard that it was true that Spider was dead. But hearing Jack's serious voice, he had no choice but to believe it. Give me the location and I'll send them there in around 20 minutes. Jonathan said. His subordinates had always been in the Western Province all this, while .it was just that he had never interacted with them all this time, until today. And now, they should be somewhere near Volent City. So he was sure that they would be where Jack was within 20 minutes. Jack sent him the pin location before he took his leave. The scene would be easy to clean as there was no blood. The only issue would be disposing the bodies. After leaving, he decided to go back to the room that he had booked. He had no intention of getting closer to the girls for the day because he still didn't know who it was that had the intention of killing him. If the other party saw him with the girls, they might be used as hostages and they might as well end up getting hurt for something that didn't actually concern them. That night around 9, Denali finally arrived. She didn't waste time and immediately began investigating Viper. He was Jack's main concern because he was his main target. He wanted to know who was the one that had sent him. With Denali's skills, she easily cracked the password of the phone and accessed it. After that, she began going through the contact history. She found that all the calls' history had been deleted, but no matter what, although they were not on the phone, but the data was still recorded somewhere as she easily hacked and found the call logs of the calls made during this month. After a long while, a list of names appeared on the screen of her laptop. Jack looked at the screen of the laptop, trying to see if there was someone that he knew and had actually contacted the mercenary. He was sure that the other party had to be someone that he had interacted with. Even if he failed to know the other party's details, he would at least know the name. That he began with the calls that had been made, starting with the oldest. He continued dropping till he found one name that he knew all too well. It was Marion. Jack knew her because she was one of Dalton's wives, and she was Brenda's mother. The moment that he found that she had actually made a call, Jack's eyes narrowed. He asked Denali to play the audio of the conversation between the two of them. From the conversation, Jack found that she was the one who had asked Viper to meet up with Brenda in Volent City as she had something for him. Knowing that Brenda was also involved, Jack didn't waste time scrolling. That he simply searched for Brenda's name, and he found that there was actually a conversation between the two on this very day. What's more, from the first conversation, it was about the room that they would meet to discuss the business. As for the second one, it was Brenda informing Viper that the target was actually present here in the resort. With all these clues, how could Jack not know who it was that wanted him dead? Brenda wanted him dead. But what had he done to make her want to kill him? That was a question that only she could answer. Denali, find out where she is now. And if she is present in her room here in the resort, I'll be heading there in a moment. Jack stated, yes, master. Denali nodded before taking her laptop from Jack. In a moment, she began typing at high speed. After about 2 minutes, she began watching the CCTV footage from the resort. The videos only contained the scenes of the corridor and not the room. In any case, the video began playing backwards to save them time. That if she had left, she would get to know if she had left the room or not. After a while, Denali found that she was still present in the room and informed Jack about it. Jack nodded and left the room and decided to head to that room. But the moment that he opened the door, he happened to see Celine, who was just about to knock on the door. Seeing the door in front of her opening, Celine was at first surprised before she got excited when she saw Jack walking out. She was just about to ask why he had been avoiding her the whole day when she suddenly saw Denali's figure inside the room. Her heart went cold at that instant. She simply couldn't believe that Jack had avoided her all along because he had a woman who was accompanying him. Feeling upset, she immediately turned around and ran away, not giving Jack a chance to ask her anything. Jack was flabbergasted, wondering what was going on. Celine was smiling in 1 second, and in the next, she ran off with her eyes turning red. Not knowing what he had done wrong, Jack shook his head and called Denali. Denali, can you go and look after her till I come back? I won't take long. Okay, master. Denali agreed before she left, chasing after Celine. With her speed and skills, she could easily protect and make sure that Celine wasn't in trouble from the dark. Seeing Denali leave, Jack's expression slightly relaxed. Then, he left and headed to the floor above him. He was going to where Brenda was staying. Not long after, he arrived in front of room number 278. After taking a deep breath and making sure that all of his emotions were well in place, he knocked on the door. He then heard the sound of footsteps heading towards the door. Then with a click, the door was unlocked but wasn't pulled open. From the information that he had gotten, Jack knew that Viper was supposed to come tonight after he had completed the mission to SO. Jack pushed the door open and entered without hesitation. How efficient you are, Viper. You completed the business just as you had stated that I guess there was nothing for me to worry about. Not looking behind, Brenda, who was in pink pajamas that accentuated her curves, headed towards the couch as she spoke. Jack didn't speak and simply followed behind her. He had confirmed that she was indeed the one that had wanted him dead. But what he wanted to know was why. Why are you so silent? Brenda was forced to stop mid-sentence when she turned around and saw that instead of Viper, it was Jack who had entered. Her expression shifted, but she still managed to squeeze a smile and asked in surprise, "Oh, Jack, what are you doing here?" The smile was fake, but the surprise in her voice was genuine. She was completely surprised that Jack was the one that had come here instead of Viper. What's more, he was supposed to be dead, but he was alive, standing in front of her. Another thing that she failed to understand was definitely how Jack knew the room that she was staying. According to what she knew, even if Jack knew where she was, he wouldn't come to greet her. Not to mention that he was here at night. Could something have happened? Has Viper betrayed me? Several thoughts ran through her mind as she wondered what was going on and what she was supposed to do if Jack actually knew about the issuing of the mission to kill him. Good to see you, sister. I came here to visit. Is it bad to visit my sister now that I knew that she was around? Jack gave her a dazzling smile as he asked. For the first time, Brenda was forced to admit that this little brother of hers was indeed handsome. But at this moment, her heart thumped. She could tell that something was wrong. Jack had never called her sister since he was 10 years old. For him to suddenly start referring to her as sister, there had to be something that wasn't right. Furthermore, this was the first time in over a decade that she was seeing Jack smile this brightly. But she could still see that although Jack was smiling brightly, the smile didn't reach his eyes. It's not bad for you to do that, but how did you know that I was here? Brenda tried to calm her racing heart down and asked. Without responding, Jack simply sat on the couch before motioning for Brenda to take a seat. Brenda could immediately tell that something was wrong with Jack's behavior too. This was actually the first time that she had seen Jack this bold. Previously, he wouldn't even dare to retort to her, let alone instruct her to do something. And although it was true that he could retort, it was only on some rare occasions. Not knowing why he was here, she still sat down opposite him and waited for him to speak. Still smiling, Jack said, "Actually, I found that you were here by watching the CCTV footage, and I heard you say that you were here." Brenda was even more confused about the situation. Watch the CCTV footage? Hear her say that she was here. How was that possible? Stop joking. How did you really find me here? Brenda chuckled as she asked. She had managed to put her usual harmless expression. Well, that is the truth. I heard you asking someone called Viper to come and find you in this room. And just to make sure that you were here, I had to look through the footage of the resort so that I wouldn't come when you weren't there. Jack explained patiently. When she heard Jack's words, Brenda's smiling face froze. She looked at Jack with her mouth agape, not knowing what to say. Her heart was racing at this moment. She wasn't sure what she was supposed to do. If Jack knew about her and Viper, that meant that he actually knew that she wanted him dead. And now, he was here to confirm the reason for her to want him dead, or he was simply here to confirm if she was really the one behind it. Trying not to show any weakness, she asked, "Who's Viper that you were talking about?" She had only finished asking the question when she suddenly realized that she had just made a blunder. Can you come up with something practical? When I was coming in, I heard you say that Viper was efficient and he had finished the business on time. Now, I don't know Viper." Jack chuckled as he asked. Knowing that there was no way out of the situation, Brenda finally revealed the other side of her expression. Her eyes were cold and almost indifferent as she stared at Jack. "What do you want, Jack? Just go to the point and stop beating around the bush," she stated, her voice no longer as playful as it always was. "I like it now that you're showing me the real you, Sister S.O. Why don't you tell me the reason as to why you want me dead? As far as I can remember, there was no time that we had clashed in that it can lead to a situation where you will want to kill me." Jack, who was no longer smiling, asked. His voice, just like hers, was extremely cold. It was just that his was several notches colder, making Brenda shiver a little. "I know that you might not know this, but the real reason I want you dead is simply because I don't want you to marry that girl from the Farrell family. That's all," Brenda said. Jack looked at her with a hint of surprise. Then he asked, "And why target me, then instead of targeting the initiator of the engagement?" I don't like her with her gone. There would be no marriage, but with me dead, she would make sure to investigate to the end and find who was behind it. That's where you are wrong, Jack. Duh. If I kill her, it would be worse than killing you, if she dies. I'm sure that her grandfather will make sure to find the one behind her death and make sure that the person dies a cruel death. Even the family will be involved. After all, that's a descendant of the Farrell family. Brenda paused. Seeing that Jack's attention was on her, she continued. On the other hand, if I kill you, I can be assured that the marriage wouldn't happen today for the old man. I'm sure that he wouldn't go all the way out just for you, someone who could be considered as a potential in-law. Jack was amazed by her mind. All the same, he could say that it was this smart mind of hers that had landed her in trouble. She would have never thought that offending him was actually the worst choice that she could make. Not only had the assassination failed, but he was in front of her at this moment. I can say that you have a bright mind as always, but do you think that I'm that stupid to believe that you can simply want me dead just because you don't want me to marry that girl? I know that this is just a small piece of ITSO. Where are you hiding from me, sister? Jack asked. Brenda clenched her fists tightly when she saw that Jack didn't leave things as they were and he was trying to pursue further. And every time as she heard him call her sister, she could feel the bone-chilling coldness in his voice, collecting her courage. She raised her green eyes and stared deeply into his blue ones. Then she asked, I'm not telling you a thing, so what are you going to do about it? Collecting her courage, she raised her green eyes and stared deeply into his blue ones. Then she asked, I'm not telling you a thing, so what are you going to do about it? Jack didn't get angry at all. He looked at Brenda, who was seated in front of him, and smiled. The smile made Brenda dumbfounded. According to what she was expecting, Jack was supposed to be frustrated and should try threatening him. But now, there was nothing to show that he was angry other than the usual coldness that was originally present in his eyes. You want to know what I can do? Okay then, I will show you what I can do. But you have to be careful of what you are asking for. After all, if I can easily get the information about the transaction between you and Viper, you should know by now that I have abilities. As he finished speaking, Jack got onto his feet and left. That's right, he didn't want to kill her just because she wanted to kill him he would have to make sure that he found all her accomplices first. Brenda at the age of 21 was definitely not capable of doing all of this. So the thing that Jack would start with would be finding the partners in crime. Currently, the only partner that he knew was Marion, Brenda's mother. But he was sure that there had to be more than just that. And as a result, it would need him to do a little more research. As she looked at Jack, who was departing, Brenda's expression darkened. She could tell from Jack's words that he wasn't going to give up on that. He was going to find more about what caused her to attack him. All the same, as she thought of those that were involved, she believed that no matter how strong Jack was, there was no way that he was going to find them, nor the real reason, in the end. Although she was sure that Jack wouldn't be able to find the information, she decided to take precautions and become vigilant of him. Accidents do happen, and one of them had just happened not long ago, where Jack found that she had sent an assassin after him, but for the other one. That would be the change that had occurred to Jack since the last time they met. She wasn't sure about his capabilities, but she would have to investigate about him as fast as she could. Taking a deep breath, she took her phone and decided to make a call. She had to inform her mother that her plan had failed. After leaving the lodging area, Celine decided to find a place where nobody could find her so that she could try to calm down her racing and aching heart. She herself couldn't understand why she would react in such an explosive manner, even without confirming about the identity of the other woman who was in Jack's room. All the same, she felt that she was wronged. She soon found herself in a desolate place, a park that was now empty. That it was already 10. Almost half past to be precise. Celine went ahead and sat on one of the chairs that had been set up here. She began thinking things through. She was wondering if it was true that Jack had a woman whom he considered as his other half or not. But what she was sure about was that she wouldn't want to see him with another woman. Had it been Wendy, although she would be hurt still, she felt that it was better for her sister to be the one rather than another woman that she knew nothing of. It was also at this moment when she was thinking so hard that she finally realized something. Although it was true that she loved Jack, it was also true that Jack didn't know. Or it could be that he'd already noticed it, but it was just that he didn't acknowledge her love for him. As she thought of this, she finally realized that she wasn't really supposed to be angry at Jack. He wasn't her boyfriend. Why would he not have other women? Just because she loved him, as long as their relationship wasn't confirmed. What was there to say? Or after a period of thinking, she finally came to a resolution. Although she felt that it might make Jack have a bad impression of her, she felt that it was necessary. Even if Jack had a woman, she was willing to try her luck. That's right, she wanted to confess her love for him. Previously, although she had thought that she loved Jack, she still had some doubts about it. But after seeing that there was actually a woman that she didn't know in his room, she came to a realization that she had really fallen for him. She finally realized that there were other women out there other than her and Wendy. Yes, even though the two of them had agreed to compete fairly, who said that the other ladies would agree to that? They couldn't resist Jack's charms and would definitely try using all the means possible to be his woman. And then on the other hand, we're trying to play reserved. What was there to be reserved about if what you're trying to maintain a good image for was taken away at the end of the day? Or with resolution in her heart, she got onto her feet and decided to go back to Jack and tell him about it for why he didn't come after her when she ran away. She didn't even think much of it. She had just taken a few steps when suddenly she heard several faint footsteps heading her way from behind. It was only at this moment that she realized that she was actually outside and in a desolate place at night, and she was alone. Her heart began racing as she hurriedly walked out of the park. But before she could reach far, a hand came from behind and closed her mouth, giving her no chance to scream. Yes, she tried struggling out of the other party's grasp. She was hit on the neck, and what followed was that she saw everything going blurry before she completely lost her consciousness. Please visit after seeing that the target was already knocked out. The youth, who had a burly body structure, heaved a sigh of relief. If Jack was here, he would recognize him as the guy that had volunteered to beat him up back in the underground parking in Venture City. "Come and help me," the guy called out. Soon, a few people came out of the shadows. They were all wearing black. These were all youths that were part of the group that Celine and Winnie belonged to. Carefully, they carried Celine and headed into the darkness that if one could think carefully, he could see that there was something wrong with the park. Usually, the lights were supposed to be on throughout the night, and there were supposed to be a few security guards that were patrolling and would occasionally pass in this area. But tonight, not only had the lights been switched off, but there was not a single soul in the area for the almost half an hour that Celine was here. Celine would have noticed these details had it not been for the fact that her mind and thoughts were chaotic. She couldn't think of anything else other than what was bugging her heart. Yes, soon as the youths left, a figure of a woman appeared from the shadows. Denali looked at the direction that the group had headed and snorted coldly before. Following, her master had given her the mission to protect the lady and make sure that nothing happened to her. Now that someone dared to kidnap her, that person had to face a wrath. She would have prevented the kidnapping from happening. But she wanted to know who it was that dared to orchestrate such a plan to kidnap a person that her master cared about. Jack arrived in front of his room and opened the door. Before entering, he was surprised to find that Denali wasn't back yet. Thinking that maybe Celine was still out there, Jack decided to go and find her. Taking out his phone, he sent a text asking of her whereabouts. He was sure that if he called, he might reveal her presence to Celine. Although the tone of a text message being received could also alert Celine, it was easy to hide it. Not long after he sent the text, a reply that completely infuriated Jack came. "Master, there's someone who kidnapped her. I'm currently following them as I want to know who it was that had asked them to do that. Where are you now?" He hurriedly texted. The western part of the park, they are heading in that direction. Without further ado, Jack rushed out of the room. Using his full speed, he rushed through the halls. A person could faintly hear the whistling of the air, making sounds of something passing at an extremely fast speed. Not long after, Jack had already gotten out of the lodging area. He had actually climbed the stairs towards the lower floor. The elevator could only delay him as he was using his fastest speed, not caring whether there was a person that would find out about the abnormality of his speed or not. In an indoor playground for children, there was a group of youngsters standing behind a young M, and in front of them, there was a beautiful lady who was lying on the floor, unconscious. The young man looked at Celine and smiled. He had initially planned to have someone to go and bring her to the park before kidnapping her. Who would have thought that she would actually take the initiative to come to the park by herself? Or he had actually spent a good sum of money to bribe the person in charge of security for him to set up the plan. He had asked for the lights to be switched off and to make sure that no one other than Celine came to the park for the playground. He had also paid the guards to allow him to use it. This place was far from the lodging area, and so he wasn't worried that someone would find out about this. "Wake her up." The young man looked at one of the youths behind him and spoke. "Got it." The youth replied before he used the water in the bottle that he was holding to sprinkle on Celine's face. And not long after that, Celine woke up. She was still confused, but the fear of being kidnapped was still there. She looked around confusedly as she got off the ground. When her eyes landed on the young man, she asked in disbelief, "Collins, what do you mean by doing this? Collins, what do you mean by doing this?" Although she had just regained her consciousness, she wasn't stupid not to know that she had actually been kidnapped. She looked at Collins with anger in her eyes, clear as daylight. "Haha, you don't have to worry about that, Celine, that I brought you here because I want to propose to you again. Can you be my girlfriend?" Collins smiled as he asked. Celine looked at him coldly and said, "I already told you, Collins, I don't love you and I never will. Furthermore, you should stop dreaming about getting your hands on me." As she said this, Celine turned around, looking for the exit of the playground. "Are you sure about that?" I believe I can hold you as long as I want. Colin sneered at her. Then, he looked at her with a dark expression. Although he had expected that she wouldn't agree to this, he still didn't like the feeling of being rejected by a girl several times in a row. He was a man that believed that he should get whatever he wanted, and no matter what it was, he had the right to get it. And Celine just so happened to be one of the things that he wanted, and no matter the means. He was going to make sure that he made her his .so. Tonight, he had no plan of letting her go. You shouldn't think that just because your family is worth a few billions higher than ours, you can simply do as you like. Believe me when I say that once I get out of here, I'll make sure that you pay for it. Celine stated at IT was also at this point that she found the exit. IT was actually behind this group, and it seemed that it had been locked from the inside. All the same, Celine decided to go past the group so that she could head out of the door when the group of youths stood in her way, blocking her from leaving. What is wrong with you? I haven't even talked about you guys as you were collaborating with Collins to kidnap me. Do you think that Collins' family will actually go to war with my family because of you? Just you wait. I'm going to make sure that all of you know the consequences of your actions tonight. Celine frowned as she berated the group. The faces of the youths paled as they thought of this. It was true that if Celine's family actually decided to hold them accountable, they would really suffer. But what choice did they have? On one hand was Collins, whom if they offended, they would face the same problem as the one that they would face from offending Celine if they dared to disagree with Collins. It was true that he would make trouble for their families, in the end, they had come to a decision that, since Collins' family was stronger than the Gravy family, it would be better if they could be on his side. After all, it was better to have Collins' protection rather than his aggressiveness. In the end, they were sure that the two families wouldn't be on good terms by the end of this night. So, when they would be fighting, why would the Gravy family actually think of them? The small fries when they would be under immense pressure? Celine, there's no way that you're getting out of here unless you become my woman. Collins snickered as he gazed lewdly at Celine. Celine trembled from his intense gaze that hid no lust at all. She looked at Collins and asked, "What are you planning to do?" "I plan to make you my woman, no matter the method," Collins said with a smile. Then he continued, "I'm sure that your family will agree to hand you over to me as long as my family pressurizes them. With a son-in-law like me, their business will definitely bloom due to the connections of my family." Celine looked at him and said coldly, "No matter what you say, I won't be your woman. Even if my family agrees, I would rather be dead than become a woman of a scum like you." Collins' expression darkened when he heard her words. Then he began smiling sinisterly while sizing her up and down. Licking his lips, he said, "Then I guess I will have to make you my woman before you kill yourself. What do you think?" Seeing his gaze on her body, Celine panicked. She hadn't expected that Collins would actually dare to do that to her. Her heart raced as she thought of this. She glared at him and said, "If you dare to do this, I will make sure that you pay for it, even if I have to lose my life for it. Whatever, I'm sure that your family will agree to me being your husband as long as they learn about what's going to happen here tonight." Collins snickered. "Get her down for me." Collins ordered the youths behind him. With complicated expressions, the youths charged toward Celine. Celine wouldn't obviously stand idle and wait for her to be caught. She would try her chance to escape. Even if it was only small, there might actually be a possibility of her getting herself out of the situation. As she hurriedly retreated from the group, she couldn't help but think of Jack. She thought that things would be better if he were here. He wouldn't let the scum here to defile her, right? Or she tried her best to outrun the group. But in the end, she moved further from the entrance and was now having a wall behind her. Not giving up, she picked a stick that she assumed was used by children to play and threw at the youths that were heading her way. But the one that the stick was about to hit easily evaded it. And no matter what effort she put in, she was finally subdued and pressed on the ground. Collins walked over with a smile on his face that he looked at the already tearing Celine for a moment and said, "Now look how things are. Had you agreed to be my girlfriend, things wouldn't have gotten to this point. So you can only blame yourself." Please visit. Although tears were flowing from her eyes, she didn't make a sound. She stared at Collins with eyes full of hatred. All the same, she thought that she would never give up no matter what. She wouldn't let him see her sobbing like a weakling. "I like the determination in your eyes that I would like to see what your expression will be like after I break you," Collins stated before bending down to start undressing her. Bang! Boom! No sooner had he finished speaking that there was a loud sound coming from the entrance of the playground. This stunned everyone inside. They looked at the door and couldn't help but have their mouths hanging open when they saw what had actually happened. The double doors of the playground had actually been taken down. The doors were over 6 inches thick and they were steady. But now, they had been broken before they could ask themselves how the door had actually been broken. They heard a cold voice that sent chills down their spines. Can you repeat? Can you repeat what you just said?" And alongside the voice, a figure walked into the playground out of the shadows. Silver hair, cold blue eyes, stunning handsome face. Jack walked into the building and stared coldly at the group. When his gaze landed on Celine, who was being held onto the ground by several youths, his gaze became even colder as the fury in his heart intensified. This moment. He had already sentenced each and every youth here to death, and no matter who it was, as long as they participated tonight, they would be killed without mercy. Jack's appearance was out of everyone's expectations. While the youths were surprised, they also didn't know what to do. On the other hand, Collins retracted the hand that was just about to touch Celine. Then he stared at Jack coldly as he asked, "What the FCK are you doing here? Get lost before I lose my temper." Celine at this moment was completely excited. She had never expected that at her time of need, Jack would actually appear to save her. But on remembering that Jack was just a single person and there were several youths here, she couldn't help but panic. "Jack, get out of here! It's dangerous!" she shouted, not wanting to see him getting hurt because of her. Jack didn't reply. Instead, he spoke to the air to break all of their hands. "Except for him. I will do it myself." Just as the group was wondering what was going on, a shadow flashed, and before long, screams akin to the pigs being slaughtered echoed in the playground. One by one, Denali held the hands of the 8 youths and broke them without restraint. With her strength and speed, she could easily break their hands before they could react. Collins was terrified when he saw that the group behind him was wailing on the ground, with their hands already bent in weird shapes. Fear completely struck him as he looked at the culprit of all this. It was a lady that was a great beauty. She was currently wearing a cream-colored dress. In her arms, she was already holding Celine. Although she was beautiful, her expression was extremely cold as it sent chills down his spine. The fine hairs on his skin stood up to the maximum. He could feel great danger from the woman before him. For the first time in his life, when looking at a woman, there was no lust in his eyes. Instead, there was great fear. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of approaching footsteps merged with the loud and painful screams of the youths who were rolling on the ground in pain, painted a picture of a horror scene in Colin's mind. But was currently on the ground as he was sandwiched from 2 sides. He didn't know where to go. He wanted to run, but the fear in his heart made him unable to move. Jack arrived in front of Collins and spoke. "Since you have a problem with making this part of your body tame, I will just help you with that." And immediately after he finished speaking, he kicked Collins' crotch. Crack. The sound of something breaking could be heard even with the painful screams of the youths. What followed this was another terrifying and ear-piercing scream that spread for almost 500 meters diameter. Crack. The sound of something breaking could be heard even with the painful screams of the youths. What followed this was another terrifying and ear-piercing scream that spread for almost 500 m radius. The scream was so terrifying in that it made those who were wailing from having their 2 limbs broken forget about this moment. Even if their hands were broken, they felt lucky that their 3rd one wasn't. Unconsciously, they pulled their legs together before turning their backs toward Jack. This was an instinct for all men when they see something like this happen to another man's 3rd arm. Even though they were in pain, they had finally decided to stay silent because they were afraid that they would attract the attention of the devil. How could they afford to entertain him? Of course, Jack had no intention of dealing with those guys the same way that he was dealing with Collins. They'd been instigated, and the worst mistake that they did was to hold Celine down. On the other hand, Collins had the courage to go ahead and actually think of defiling her. Since he only used that part of his body to think, he might as well destroy it, so that his suppressed brain could start functioning later on. Celine, on the other hand, was at first surprised by the cries of the youths that were holding her in place on the ground. Then in the next second, after all the hands that were holding her down disappeared, she felt someone lifting her off the floor. When she managed to catch the appearance of the person that had helped her, she was completely dumbfounded. Wasn't this the same woman that she had seen in Jack's room? How come she was here? And why was she helping her? Or as more questions appeared in her mind, Celine gazed at the wailing youths on the ground. Although their screams could incite pity from others, that was only from those that didn't know what had actually happened. She, as the victim, didn't have any pity for them, but in fact, she felt that losing a hand was not enough punishment for them. After all, tonight, had it not been for Jack, she would have lost one of the most precious things to a woman. She now just wanted to beat them up now that she had a chance. But she still held back the impulse and went back to observing the lady that was holding her. She was originally supposed to feel malice towards the lady, but seeing her face and how she was serious in protecting her, Celine just couldn't find herself hating Denali. They were competitors, right? Why was there no spirit of competition? Or as she asked herself these questions, she finally thought of something. This lady that was holding her, she was only a little older than her. But not only was she extremely beautiful, but she was so powerful that she could handle a group of youths in just a few seconds. Celine found herself admiring Denali. Now, She wished that she couldn't be a woman who would be a burden to Jack, where she would only be waiting for him to come and save her. Instead, she wanted to be one that could at least fight alongside him. On the other hand, after screaming for a few more seconds, Collins finally fainted from pain. Jack gazed at him coldly. This was obviously not going to end here. He had to make sure that this guy was going to suffer. Had he not told Denali to come and follow Celine, just imagining what would have happened to her, he felt the fury in his heart intensifying. But now, there was something that completely displeased him. He shifted his gaze from Collins, who was lying on the floor, to Celine. Upon seeing that there was nothing wrong with her, he heaved a sigh of relief. Then, he looked at Denali and asked, "Why did you only take action at the last moment?" This was what displeased him completely. After all, Denali was present all this while. She should have taken action the moment that she found the mastermind. In the end, she only took action the moment that he arrived here, just when Collins was about to get his claws on Celine. Jack felt that it was bad enough that the youths had actually kidnapped and carried Celine away. But for them to hold her onto the ground the way he found them when he entered, that was unforgivable. Feeling Jack's anger, Denali's heart trembled. This moment, she knew that Jack was displeased with the way that she did things. "I'm sorry, boss. I was still trying to make sure that there was nobody else behind them." Denali replied with her head lowered guiltily. Her master had instructed her to protect Celine. In the end, not only had she allowed her to be kidnapped, she had also allowed her to be harassed by being pressed onto the ground by several men. Celine, on the other hand, was stunned. Acting at the last moment? Boss, what was going on here? She definitely couldn't understand what the two were talking about. But still, there was something that she understood. Jack was actually the lady's boss, and seeing how subservient Denali was, Celine could confirm that this was true. Then, she thought of how she had reacted when she saw Denali in Jack's room. Perhaps she should have confirmed the relationship between the two of them first, right? Thinking of her reaction, she blushed as she lowered her head, not willing to look into Jack's eyes. "Denali, you know what I would have wanted you to deal with this? First, you could have stopped the kidnapping. Then, you should have used those that were supposed to do the kidnapping to find the one that had sent them." Jack paused for a moment, that he then continued. "You know what follows, right? Use the same way to find the real mastermind and deal with them all." Denali could have actually used this method. But at that time, she had felt that this was the fastest method of getting the ones behind the incident rather than questioning these youths one by one. What's more, although she thought that her master cared about Celine, she had never thought that it was to this extent. Her loyalty was to her master. So, she wouldn't mind using others as a means of getting what she wanted at that time. She had thought that as long as she made sure that nothing happened to Celine, there would be no problem at all. In the end, it turned out that she was completely wrong. "I'm sorry, boss. I was wrong. I promise that this won't repeat." Denali admitted her mistake. Taking a deep breath, Jack decided to let Denali go. This was the first mistake that she had made ever since she became his subordinate, but she had done a lot for him at SO. He could forgive her this once. Never mind. But remember that when I tell you to look after someone, I mean that no harm should fall on that person, that if you can't handle the situation, inform me immediately. Jack reminded. "Got a boss." Denali was relieved that her master had forgiven her. But all the same, she made a vow to make up for the mistake today by working harder in the future. "Celine, are you okay?" Jack asked. I'm fine. I'm sorry, Jack. I shouldn't have reacted that way. I caused you trouble." Celine shook her head as she said guiltily, "Don't mind that." Jack waved his hand. Then he thought of something and asked, "By the way, what happened back then?" "You simply ran away. I couldn't understand it all." Hearing Jack's words, Celine's face turned scarlet. She couldn't bring herself to tell the real reason behind why she ran away. What's more, she was embarrassed to say it, considering that the person that she thought badly of was actually sent to look out for her. "No, nothing. I just wanted some fresh air, that's all." Celine found an excuse. Though he could tell that she was lying, Jack decided not to pursue for the time being. He gazed at the group that was now gritting their teeth, enduring the pain that they were experiencing just to make sure that they played dead. Shaking his head, Jack looked at Denali and Celine before speaking. "Denali, take her back. I'll deal with this mess first." "Yes, boss." Denali nodded before she pulled Celine away. Although she was unwilling to leave, Celine still thought that she shouldn't cause Jack more trouble, so she simply said, "Take care, Jack." Then, she left alongside Denali. Once they were a distance from the playground, they found out that there was a group of people who were heading there. It seemed that they had heard the screams coming from the playground. Celine was worried. She wanted to go ahead and talk to the guards that were heading there, when suddenly her surroundings blurred, and before she knew it, they were already a distance away from the playground. Before she could say a word, Denali spoke first. "You'll have to trust him. If he said that he was going to take care of it, then he will." Denali completely trusted Jack in that she believed that if he said he could do something, then he could. Hearing her words, Celine was stunned for a moment. Then taking a deep breath, she too decided to believe that Jack could actually handle the situation, as for how she got far from the playground area. Remembering that Denali could actually deal with the youths in a matter of seconds, she decided not to ask about IT. As they got further from the playground, she finally decided to ask something. What's your relationship with Jack? Although Denali was calling Jack boss, Celine just wanted to confirm their relationship. I'm his personal assistant. Denali replied simply, yes, a woman. She could already imagine what Celine was thinking. She had also happened to see Celine when she came to meet Jack. Additionally, she had seen the change of expression on Celine's face as she deliberated on what to do. Oh, Celine was surprised, but she didn't find that it was impossible that Jack had an assistant. She too had Faith who was helping her, and the way that Jack was busy during the past few days, it was obvious that he needed assistance. What were you doing now? A project? Celine continued asking. Denali smiled in response. She could tell that Jack really cared about this lady. So, giving her a piece of information that wasn't sensitive wasn't bad anyways. I was helping him find some information on someone. Denali stated. Someone? Could it be the one that wanted to kill him? Celine asked. Oh, you know about that? Denali was surprised that in any case, she wasn't there when the incident where Jonathan was attacked happened. So, she didn't know that Celine knew about this. Seeing Celine nod her head, Denali explained. That's right, I was looking for all the information about the one that had the intention of having him killed. I just arrived tonight, and he thought that it would be good if I could find the information that I could tonight. Seeing Celine nod her head, Denali explained. That's right, I was looking for all the information about the one that had the intention of having him killed. I just arrived tonight, and he thought that it would be good if I could find the information that I could tonight. With Denali's ability to detect the loyalty of people towards Jack, she wasn't worried that Celine would actually reveal the information that she was giving her as a precaution. She had already made sure not to mention things like they had already found who was behind the incident and so on. After all, although Celine might actually not betray Jack, who could guarantee that she couldn't talk to one of her friends about it? And once the friend knew that Jack already knew who it was that had sent an assassin, maybe that friend was actually amongst the spies that were sent to keep a tab on Jack's location. Since the first assassination attempt failed, who could say that there would be no second attempt? Now that the other party knew that Jack was strong, they would send someone who was stronger. But although Denali believed that Jack could deal with the assassins, it would be too annoying once the flies start bugging him. They couldn't kill him, but they would waste a lot of his time that he would have to spend in dealing with them. Have you found who it was that sent the assassin? Could it be Collins? Celine asked again. She had thought things through. During the morning hours and part of the afternoon, she had been together with Jack, and Collins was trying to pursue her. Since he could resort to RPing her just to make sure that she became his woman, she thought that it would be possible for him to actually try eliminating Jack, as he could be considered as a rival. Not really, he's not the one, but as for who it was, I actually can't tell you unless boss gives me permission to. Denali shook her head in response. Collins and Brenda were two completely unrelated people. In fact, Collins' status was far higher than Brenda's, so if he was going to hire assassins, he would definitely look for someone with great combat power as compared to Viper. Seeing that Denali had no intention of telling her more, Celine decided not to ask. Still, she was curious about Denali. So she went ahead and chatted with her, trying to know her. Although Denali had said that she was Jack's assistant, who said that she couldn't actually become Jack's woman. Considering that she was with Jack even late at night, she had the biggest chance of actually winning Jack over. Thinking of this, she suddenly regretted not informing Jack about her feelings. Now that she had missed that opportunity, she decided that she would have to look for another one. She couldn't let another person beat her to it. After getting back to her room, she found that Wendy and Angie were there. They were anxious from their expressions, and they seemed ready to leave the room. When they saw Celine coming in, they were relieved. Thank goodness you were okay. What were you doing outside at this time of the night? And you even left your phone here. Angie began complaining. Well, something happened, and it wasn't pleasant at all. Celine shook her head as she thought of her experience tonight. What happened? Wendy asked. Celine wanted to explain what had happened, but was beaten to it by a question posed by Wendy. What are you doing here? This question was meant for Denali, who had come in with Celine. The two girls were concerned about Celine that they hadn't noticed her when Denali entered the room. That it was only now that Wendy noticed her. And of course, she could still remember her as she had seen Denali behind Jack back in Venture City. Angie was also surprised to see Denali. She wondered what she was doing here. She couldn't connect it to Celine coming with her. Oh, that's Denali. She's Jack's personal assistant. She was the one that beat up some guys to protect me. Celine introduced. Denali. These two are my best friends and sisters, Wendy and Angie. Celine said as she pointed at the two girls. I have seen her before in Venture City, it turns out that she is his assistant. In a wonder. Both Angie and Wendy could finally understand why she was present in the same suite as Jack back then at a suite in a five-star hotel, had several rooms that it wasn't necessarily true that the two of them had actually spent a night in the same room. You guys know each other? Celine asked. Yes, and no, we have only seen her back in Venture City. Angry said, what were you implying by she was the one that beat up some guys to protect me phrase before? Wendy asked. Celine went ahead to explain what had happened back at the playground, and asked for why she had gone to the park at night. She simply used the previous excuse. She needed to get some fresh air. The two girls were completely infuriated when they heard about what had happened. They really wanted to rush to the playground and beat Collins up in the end. When they heard that Jack was there dealing with him, they calmed down a little. This moment. Even Angie, who had a bad impression of Jack, finally saw him in a different light. What's more, they felt grateful towards him for saving Celine from the incident. They also thanked Denali. And just like Celine, they no longer treated her as a stranger. Or as the girls discussed their things, Jack, on the other hand, was just beginning to deal with the scumbag and his lackeys. He looked at the guys that were still playing dead on the ground and snorted loudly. Do you think you can play dead with me? You only had your hands broken. If you don't want to lose your other 3 arms, better get off the ground at this instance. When they heard Jack's words, none of them doubted that he would actually do what he had just said. Instead, they got onto their feet as fast as they could. Their rapid movements made their hands that were broken to twist, causing them immense pain. Even so, none of them dared to make any loud sound for the fear of what would happen to them once they annoyed Jack. Although there were several young masters that had the worst pain tolerance, when they witnessed Collins' 3rd arm being broken and heard his screams, none of them dared to scream for the fear of facing the same fate. Seeing that everyone was on his feet, Jack spoke. Although it's true that you guys were only doing things according to another person's will, you cannot be forgiven. You all know what was going to happen when you held her down. Your hands have been broken because you dared to lay your hands on her and I repeat, if something happened to her, believe me when I say that I would have made sure that you all die a cruel death. Facing Jack's cold and indifferent eyes plus his words, the group of youths shivered in fright this time. They were all soaked in cold sweat. None of them believed that they could beat Jack when they were at their peak, not to mention now that they didn't have hands at a person that could easily destroy such a huge door. That was someone that they dared not to face. And thinking of the time that they had the intention of beating him up, they couldn't help but thank Wendy in their hearts. Had Wendy not stopped them from attacking Jack, they would have really suffered a lot. Now, as compensation for the psychological trauma that you guys caused her, I want you all to make sure that you submit 50% of your family wealth to the Gravy family. Otherwise, I will make sure that your families go bankrupt. Jack continued. Jack's words immediately made the young masters frown. Even though they were afraid of Jack, they couldn't accept what he had just said. 50% of their family's assets. Not to mention 10%, even 1% wasn't something that they could hand over. I'm sorry, but I can't do that. My parents will kill me if I ask for 50% of the family wealth. One of the youths pieced together all the courage in his heart and said these words. The other young masters nodded, as if to confirm that whatever that guy had said was true for them as well. Oh, is that so? I don't care how you guys are going to do it or if you can't do it. You better try to find a way to submit the 50% as compensation. This is me being lenient to you. Not to mention 50%. I might as well take all of your family's properties and hand them over. Jack sneered as he replied. Before the youths could say another word, Jack waved his hand and said, you can leave now. You have 1 month. If a month goes by and you haven't taken action yet, I'll make sure to pay you a visit. He could remember each of their faces. With his sharp memory, he could remember them as clear as day. So, as long as he asked Wendy and the other 2 girls, he would be able to get their information. Seeing that Jack was serious, the youths dragged their wounded bodies out of the playground. There, they met the guards who had come to see what was going on. But no matter how they tried questioning the youths on what was going on, the youths simply pointed at the playground with their chins and said, no word. Although they were clearly badly injured, they didn't dare to accept the help of the guards as long as a guard dared to approach them. They ran away, and knowing that the cause of all of this was present in the playground, the guards gave up on them and headed towards the playground's entrance. They were dumbfounded when they saw the broken double door. Swallowing hard, they looked at each other before entering. The moment that they stepped into the playground, they heard the sound of a person screaming. The scream was so loud in that they were forced to close their ears using their hands. The moment that they stepped into the playground, they heard the sound of a person screaming. The scream was so loud in that they were forced to close their ears using their hands. They hesitated no longer and hurriedly looked at the direction of the scream. There they saw a young man on the floor screaming while holding his crotch out. On the other hand, there was another young man who was standing there looking at him. The guards hurried there. They were supposed to take care of the security of everyone here in the resort. So, seeing one of the people that was supposed to be protected by them being attacked, They couldn't let this continue. When Jack saw them arriving, he gave him a cold smile and said, "You have arrived just on time that I've just woken up this idiot." When the guards heard him, they were confused. They wondered what he was trying to imply. And upon seeing their confused gazes, Jack simply continued smiling before going ahead to kick Collins, who was still rolling on the floor while screaming. "Shut the hell up! You are so noisy that if you don't stop screaming, I will break your other limbs." When Collins heard this, he tried to stifle his screams. He was already in severe pain of having his male genital parts being kicked. Now, he didn't dare to imagine the pain of having all the limbs on his body being broken. "Young man, do you know where you are right now? This is Adventure Recreation Resort. This is not a place for you to act tyrannical." One of the guards shouted as he pointed his baton at Jack. Jack looked at him coldly and said, "I don't think this concerns you, right? This is between me and him. You can wait at the side for your own turn." Jack's words caused the 5 guards that had showed up to frown. They obviously couldn't accept the fact that a little brat was talking to them in such a manner. What's more, he's clearly in the wrong, and he dared to be arrogant. Maybe they had to teach him a lesson first. Just as they were about to charge at Jack, they heard a commotion coming from the entrance. Then, a group of almost 20 people came in front of them was a man wearing a suit and a pair of glasses. He was clearly an official. "Staff of the resort. What's going on here?" the man asked as he looked at the mess in the place. The door of the playground had been broken, and now there was someone who was rolling on the ground not far from them. "Boss, we came here when we heard a loud sound and screams. When we arrived, we found a few young men with broken arms coming out of the playground. The door of the playground was broken, and when we asked the young men what happened, they dared not to speak and simply pointed here in the playground. Then, when we came in, we found this young man here that I suspect that he's the one behind all this mess. He not only broke the door, he also broke the arms of the young MENAS for the one rolling on the floor. He should have been hit in the crotch area." One of the guards went ahead and explained. They could only think that Jack was the one that had broken the door. AS for the means that he used to break the door, that was no longer important for now, that he would simply have to pay for the damage that he had caused. The guy with glasses frowned when he heard this. He observed Jack for a moment before looking at Collins on the ground. He took a step forward and spoke to Jack. "Young man, you should know that violence is not allowed in the premises of the Adventure Recreation Resort. So you'll have to come with us to the security department so that we can deal with the damage that you have caused here." Jack looked at him and said, "I had originally stated that I wanted to deal with this idiot before coming back to you guys. But it seems that you are so eager for me to deal with you. So I will satisfy your wishes." The moment that he finished speaking, he looked at the guard behind the guy in the suit and asked, "Who are those that are supposed to patrol the park and the playground area?" Seeing that Jack had completely ignored what he had just said, the guy with glasses had his expression turning cold. "Who do you think you are to question how the guards work? You are not an official of our resort. You are now a criminal that has already broken the law by causing damage to the resort's property and have attacked the guests here. So you will have to come with us." As soon as he finished saying these words, he turned towards the guards behind him and said, "Bring him down, then carry him to the security department office." All this while Jack was observing the guards, he looked at them for a while before his gaze landed on one of them. This guy actually had a few beads of sweat on his forehead. Although it is true that it was summer, this guy had come with the other guards. But amongst them all, he was the only one who was sweating. Additionally, he seemed nervous, and from time to time, he sneaked glances at Collins. Jack could immediately tell that there was a kind of relationship between the two of them. He completely ignored the guards who were heading his way to subdue him. He pointed out that guard and said, "I think you should know what is going on here. Do you mind explaining to me what happened with the guards that was supposed to be patrolling in this area?" The moment that Jack spoke, the guy with glasses looked at the direction in which Jack was pointing. He looked at the familiar guard, and it was true that he was the one that was supposed to be in charge of the security in this part of the resort. And looking at the expression on his face, he could tell that there was something that was going on. But even so, there was no way that he was going to accept a person who wasn't related to the security department to point out at the flaws of the guards. "Whatever it is that you're trying to say, you will say it after you reach the security department office," the man said. Immediately after that, he looked at the guards who were still standing and reprimanded. "What are you still waiting for? I told you to grab that criminal." But before they could move, Jack spoke again. "Do you know that the scumbag below here was just about to RP someone?" Jack's words made the atmosphere that was originally somber to immediately turn even heavier. "What are you talking about?" the guy with glasses asked. He was clearly confused about what was going on. Even he himself was questioning why the guards that was supposed to be in this area were not present when the incident occurred. And although he would have liked to subdue Jack first, the issue concerning something as sensitive as RP was something that he had to take care of immediately if a word got out that such an incident occurred in their resort. Moreover, during his shift, things would get extremely ugly. Not only Would the reputation of the resort be damaged? But even he himself would be punished. Why don't you ask that guy where he was and whether he knows the guy down here? Jack looked at the guard that he had pointed earlier and said with a smile, "Is what he is saying true?" The guy with glasses asked the guard, "It was true that this guard was in charge of the security team that was supposed to take care of patrolling this part of the resort." For Jack to be able to pinpoint him, added to the nervous expression that the guard was trying to hide, he could already tell that there was a great possibility that what Jack was saying was true. "Stop spouting nonsense that I clearly don't know him at all. Did I ask for the area here? We had heard a commotion on the other side of the park, so we headed there to take a look. We only knew that something happened here when we came back." The guy replied. Jack had to say that this guy was so good at making stories that in any case, since he was also involved, Jack had to deal with him. He was just about to speak when suddenly Collins, who was on the floor, shouted, "What the FCK are you saying, you imbecile? Now that I'm in trouble, you're trying to say that you don't know me. I will f-king make sure that you pay for this. Didn't I send you $50,000 so that you can switch off the lights at the park and make sure that the playground is open? Now you actually want to get the money and not take responsibility when the risk occurs." Collins was undoubtedly furious. Not only had he been crippled, now even a nobody was trying to say that they didn't make a deal. Since he couldn't vent his anger on Jack, he could as well use this guy to do that. "You are the imbecile. If you're caught, how's that my responsibility? We agreed that I would clear the area for you. As for the other things, you had to deal with them yourself. Now you're caught? You want to die with me?" The guard wasn't to be left behind as he retorted angrily. This time, since he realized that there was no way that he could get out of this as Collins had actually exposed the truth, he might as well shout at the stupid young master, "If you can't even do things properly, how am I the one to blame? I did everything on my part well. Now that you're caught, how's that my problem? You cleared the area? What area did you f-king clear? Ain't this guy a person that was supposed to not be here? How is he f-king present here? You two clearly know each other, and I never allowed anyone to come to this area, so I don't know if you told him to come here in advance or something, but that's clearly a problem on your part." The guard didn't back down. "You two clearly know each other, and I never allowed anyone to come to this area, so I don't know if you told him to come here in advance or something, but that's clearly a problem on your part." The guard didn't back down. Collins was left speechless for a moment before he retorted again. "How can that be my problem? Even if a person heard my plan, you were supposed to make sure that nobody was here. What were you clearing if you couldn't even make sure that someone that was hiding here was taken care of? What's more, it wasn't just one person, there were two f-king people here." The guard was also given his turn to be speechless. All the same, the two were not willing to give up on blaming each other. Seeing this scene, the guy with glasses on was stunned. He looked at the guard that was supposed to be in charge of this area and shouted angrily, "What the hell are you doing here? Are you a guard or a hooligan? You are cooperating and making sure that our customers are harassed." The guard looked at him and retorted, "How can you say that I'm a hooligan? I was clearly serving one of our customers. In the end, he gave me a tip of $50,000 for my good work." Jack, glasses, Collins, guards, none of them could believe how shameless this guy could actually be. He could change the crime to a responsibility. To what's more stunning was his ability to shift the blame to others. Serving customers? Serving customers your head. Does someone like him deserve to be called a customer here? That's your accomplice in crime. Glasses shouted. His breathing had already gotten irregular due to the anger, that he couldn't believe that he had actually had such a subordinate all along. If he's a hooligan, then the other 7 or 8 are not. After all, I was serving almost 10 customers. If I dared to go against the customer's wishes, were you going not to punish me? You would obviously care nonetheless and say that the customers have to be given the priority. The guard continued. Glasses, priority in harassing other customers? You are clearly out of your mind. Guard, there were more customers on one side. I favored the side that profits the resort the most. Losing a single customer to retain 10 is a good deal. Glasses, you want to retain the 10 customers and chase away hundreds by ruining the reputation of the resort? Jack, looking at the two sides that were arguing nonstop, Jack got impatient. Since they were busy, he too decided to get busy. He took his phone and sent a text to Denali. "Take care of the footage." And immediately after he sent the text, he deleted it from the sent messages that he had asked Denali to take care of the footage. Collins and his goons had completely forgotten that there were actually cameras here. It was just that nobody was observing them at this time. Nobody had expected that there would be an incident in this part of the resort. Furthermore, the playground was already closed. So there was no way that there was supposed to be a person here. When he was done, he looked at Collins, who seemed to be in a daze as he looked at the two who were still arguing. Jack squatted next to him before he snapped his fingers in front of his face. The snap of the fingers immediately brought Collins to the reality. It was also at this moment that he remembered that he was in pain and began rolling on the floor. Seeing this, Jack decided that he had to get this done as fast as he could. He still has to deal with the issue with Brenda before looking into the matter concerning his mother through his second uncle. Clap. Clap. Jack's clapping attracted the attention of the two and the other guards. Seeing that they were all looking at him, Jack spoke. Look at your behavior. You are speaking too much with a partner in crime instead of detaining him and calling the police over. Huh? Glasses was confused for a moment before remembering something. He looked at the guards who were still standing there, not sure on what they were supposed to do. Oh, I'm a senior and I have subordinates, he muttered loudly. Ignoring the strange gazes that he received, Glasses said, grab the 3 criminals and take them to the security department before calling the police to come over and take them away. Guards, 3 criminals? Weren't there supposed to be 2? The guards questioned themselves. Seeing the gazes that were filled with confusion looking at him, Glasses frowned again. But thinking about what he had just said added with Jack's cold gaze on him, Glasses quickly corrected himself. Ahem, I meant the 2 criminals. The guards took action quickly this time and took away Collins, who was on the ground. The other guard tried resisting, but he was no match for the almost a dozen guards. They easily beat him up with the batons and subdued him before carrying him away like a log of wood. Can you come with us so that we can wait for the police to come and take care of them case? Glasses looked at Jack and asked politely. Just look at the footage first. If there's a problem with it, you can come and look for me. I still have other things to do for now. So I'm off. Jack shook his head and left. Glasses looked blankly at the direction that Jack had left for a moment before he followed the guards back to the security department. After getting back to the room, he found that Denali was still busy with the laptop. Additionally, there were 3 girls present in the room. They were clearly waiting for him to come back. Jack, you are back. Celine got onto her feet when she saw that Jack had returned. The others also got onto their feet to welcome him. Yeah, that guy's been taken by the security department of the resort. The police should be having a visitor tonight, Jack stated before he took a seat on one of the sofas. Wendy and Angie thanked Jack for helping Celine. Then, the girls and Jack chatted for a few minutes, asking Jack about the details of what had happened. Jack didn't hide from them and told them what had actually happened there. After that, the girls decided that they would give the police a statement on what had happened. Although it was true that Colin's family was bigger than theirs, it was also true that it couldn't compare with the 3 of them as long as they took action together. Since they had decided, Jack saw no reason to stop them. He was clearly not done punishing Collins. If his family was the pillar that he was relying on to bully others, Jack would as well make sure that it fell completely. After a while, Jack asked the girls to go and sleep. After all, it was already midnight. They had been busy during the day, and it wasn't good that they stayed awake all this time. After they left, Jack looked at Denali and asked, have you taken care of the footage? Yes, Master, that I have completely edited the footage and removed the parts that show your face, that I have filled the blanks with the scenes that show your back. Denali nodded and responded. Jack nodded in satisfaction. This was one of the good things that he liked about Denali. She could understand his meaning fast. Well, that was other than Celine's incident. Now, Denali focused on the previous matter that was handling the issue concerning Brenda. Jack instructed her to find all the information about those that Marion had spoken to before. Although he would have wanted her to investigate about Marion and Brenda's communication information, as well as the way that they spent their money during this year and the past one, he still remembered that Denali was also a human and she had to rest. So, after she found all the data on Marion, Jack asked her to rest and continue doing things the following day. After all, although it was true that she could stay awake through the night due to her current strength, he thought that it wasn't worth it. It was good enough to sleep late and wake up early. Other than that, there was no way that Jack was going to allow it. The following morning, the news about the playground area being sealed was spread to all those present in the resort facilities. There were still 2 other playgrounds, so the children could still play. Now that the mood for the vacation had already been ruined by the chain of incidents that had happened the previous day, Jack and the girls decided to leave. The girls told the other girls that were in the group about what had happened the previous night. After that, Celine, Wendy, Angie, and Jack went to the Star Hospital to pay Jonathan a visit. Seeing them, Jonathan smiled and asked, "You guys miss me already?" Now, Jonathan only needed a rest before he would be back to the previous condition before the attack. His recovery speed was amazing that it even surprised Jack that in any case, Jonathan hadn't suffered grievous wounds. It was just that the poison in his body had reduced the speed of blood clotting. So, he ended up losing a lot of blood from the wounds, and that was why he fainted. Otherwise, he would have been okay. Who's missing you? Jack snorted in response. As for the girls, they clearly betrayed him. Yes, we missed you, Jonathan. Jack, aren't we a team? Jack couldn't help but ask himself that question. On the other hand, Jonathan gave Jack a smile when he saw his darkened face. Seeing that Jonathan was getting something to make fun of him, Jack simply turned his head to the side and snorted again. The girls giggled when they saw this scene. All the same, the group chatted for a few minutes before Jack said that they were leaving Volant City. You can come and stay with me till you recover. After that, you can go back to doing your business, lest your enemies come charging at me, thinking that I'm you." Jack offered. Jonathan thought for a while before agreeing to the offer. If Jack could deal with Spider, then it was true that he could take care of him. What's more, with Jack present, it was more likely that his enemies would go after him, giving him Jonathan a break. Jonathan managed to convince the doctor to release him. As for the matter of the police, Jonathan's subordinates handled it. After they got out of the hospital, they went back to the resort before they took the Eurocopter back to Inchoate City. The group managed to arrive back in Inchoate City before noon. After they got there, Jack and Jonathan select a room in the Prince Mansion, just like how Gabriel did. Denali also picked a room in the same mansion. Once everything was done, Denali and Jack continued investigating. Since they were doing things from scratch, it would take them some time. On the other hand, Jack called Ayush and Tracy, informing them that they had to use the company's connections to suppress Colin's family. A security company. It had come into contact with a lot of people. Furthermore, there were many that were willing to curry favor with Good Vision Security Limited. These people would be more than willing to suppress or destroy a small family for them. Jack had decided to make sure that Colin's family went down. According to the information that he had received from the girls, Jack knew that this wasn't the first time that Collins did something like this. It was said that he usually used his family's influence to completely suppress the other small families. In the end, even if he forced himself onto some girls, their families could do nothing to him as he was protected. Jack then asked why the girls were in the same group with him. In the end, the girls said that it wasn't them who had invited him. Was he who had joined them. With his family background, they didn't dare to chase him away. Furthermore, the girls had never expected that he would actually make a move on one of them. This was totally something that they hadn't calculated in their list of possibilities, considering that they thought that he would be afraid to cause a conflict between their families. Just like that, 3 days went by. The group only stayed in Inchoate City. Jonathan had finally recovered, and the wounds that he had suffered had already turned into scabs. In just a week, the wounds would disappear to leave behind scars. For the information, Jack had managed to find a lot of information about Marion and Brenda. For some strange reason, he found that there was a communication between them and his second uncle. And from the looks of it, this was the interaction that had happened on the same year that his mother passed away. Seeing this, Jack had investigated the hospital that he had taken his mother to. There, he found the information about the doctor that had attended to his mother. They looked into his account and found that he actually received a good amount of money from Marion. Linking the date that he received the money and the date that Jack had taken his mother to the hospital, there was only a difference of 1 day, that he received the money a day before Jack and his mother went to the hospital. Jack immediately frowned when he received the information about this. He asked Jonathan to arrange for the doctor to be kidnapped and brought to Inchoate City. Using the group that he had, Jonathan managed to have the doctor easily captured, and he was sent into the desolate warehouse where the Jerk Brothers gang had made their base. Alongside that $30 million that he had received from Jerk Brother had also offered the warehouse as a base for the 100 people that had defected to Jack's side. Since Jack had given a chance, Jerk Brother had decided to curry favor with him first. Jack thought that he would not use this warehouse in the end. He never expected that he would actually kidnap a person. Jack took the Bentley Continental GT and drove towards the warehouse. He still had to do the questioning himself. Although Denali would have managed all of this, Jack thought that since this was related to his mother, he had to take care of it by himself. Not long after, they arrived at the warehouse. He found that the group that he had taken were keeping watch over the doctor to make sure that nothing happened. When they saw him arriving, they went ahead and greeted him. Jack had no intention of wasting his time with them. Instead, he asked them to bring him to where they had kept that doctor. Looking at the doctor who was sitting on the couch that he had seated on during the time that he had been kidnapped together with Celine, Jack's lips twitched. He now wondered if the gang had no other place to keep the hostages in any case. Jack came and sat in front of the doctor. Upon seeing his arrival, the doctor began speaking. "Do you know who I am? I am a doctor. If the police know that you have kidnapped me, you will end up in jail." In response to his words, Jack smiled and asked, "Mr. Doctor, do you perhaps remember me?" The doctor, who was still wearing his white coat, looked at Jack. He tried scrutinizing him, trying to think if he had ever met him before. But no matter how hard he tried to remember, he couldn't remember anything about Jack. "Oh, looks like your memory isn't that good. Perhaps the name Alfonso family can remind you of something?" Jack asked. "Alfonso family. You are from the Alfonso family. What has the Alfonso family have to do with me? I'm not cooperating with the Alfonso family, and neither have I offended you, right?" The doctor frowned as he looked at Jack. Hee. Jack chuckled before shaking his head. "Are you sure about that? About 4 years ago, did you not have a little deal with someone from the Alfonso family? More so, it was Marion. And if I'm not wrong, you got $30,000 transferred into your account." The moment that Jack talked about 4 years ago, the expression on the doctor's face shifted. It was also at this moment that he finally remembered Jack's silver hair and blue eyes. Back then, Jack was young, and he wasn't like how he was now. He had his body transformed after he obtained the professional combat ability. Furthermore, it had been a few years already, and Jack had already began maturing. So, the doctor failed to recognize him. Back then, he remembered that he had met Marion, one of the ladies of the Alfonso family. She had given him $30,000 so that he could tell the mother and son that there was nothing wrong with the woman's body at that time. Although he was skeptical about the situation, he still agreed it was a woman and a young boy who had no background at all. So, he had made arrangements in a hospital in that. The moment that Jack and his mother arrived in the hospital, they were directed to him. Then, since he wasn't going to treat the lady, he didn't even waste his time testing her. He had simply taken the blood sample before disposing it off. After waiting for a period of time, he forged results and gave it to them, telling them that the hospital couldn't find anything wrong with the lady's body. He had gotten an impression of the two at that time due to their unique silver hair and blue eyes. Furthermore, they truly had good appearance, but as time went by, he forgot about them completely and had never had another deal with a person from the Alfonso family. He had thought that it was nothing big, that he didn't poison the lady. He simply decided not to actually take action in treating her. She could as well go to another hospital to confirm. So, he had thought that although he had gone against his code as a doctor, he told himself that he hadn't harmed her. Now that he was reminded of the scene, and he could see that Jack actually knew about the deal, he was frightened. But, thinking that he was one of the best doctors in the biggest hospital in Crystal City, he relaxed. So you were the one? Anyway, you can't blame me for not treating your mother. You guys could have simply gone to another hospital and done the checkup. The doctor spoke nonchalantly as he leaned his back on the couch. Do you know that she actually died in the end because of your actions? Jack's expression turned cold as he said these words. Yeah, she died. Anyway, it doesn't concern me. I've seen many people dying, so the death of your mother doesn't have anything to do with me, and I don't care whether she died or she's alive. The doctor yawned as he spoke. It was clear that he didn't care about Jack at all. He thought that, with his status as a doctor, Jack wouldn't dare to do any harm to him. Furthermore, just from the treatment that he had received, he felt that it was just a simple interrogation. The moment that he finished speaking, he felt something big and hard smash onto his face. He was forced to fall down, as even the couch that he was sitting on was flipped over due to the power that was contained in the punch. Doctor got on his feet as he screamed in pain that he held his broken nose that was already bleeding nonstop. You don't care. You have seen many deaths, right? Perhaps you have caused even more, but one mistake that you did was to cheat and make my mother die. Jack roared in anger. That was the best hospital in the city. We were brought to you because of your arrangements, that if even the best hospital couldn't find a problem with my mother, did you expect that we would actually go to the small hospitals to look around? At that time, my mother's body was already weak, and she couldn't move around a lot. If you had no intention of taking care of her medication, you could have as well let another doctor handle it. Yet you took it and you tell me that you don't care? Just wait and see how I deal with you. Jack continued speaking before he rushed towards a doctor who had just gotten to his feet and began pummeling him. Just wait and see how I deal with you. Jack continued speaking before he rushed towards the doctor who had just gotten to his feet and began pummeling him. What are you doing? I'm a doctor. The doctor was so terrified that he hurriedly shouted at Jack, hoping that Jack would stop beating him. This was completely out of his expectation. He hadn't thought that he would actually suffer a beating in Jack's hands. Before the doctor could get away, another punch landed on him. At the same time, Jack shouted, "You still f-king dare to call yourself a doctor? Do you think you deserve that title? I'm going to make sure that you pay for what you have done." As he said these words, he kept on punching and kicking the doctor. But all the same, he made sure that his punches and kicks weren't that heavy to avoid killing him. What Jack wanted for now was the doctor to suffer great physical pain. Then he would make sure that his life as a doctor would end. The reason as to why he was so lenient was simply because he wasn't the one that had actually planned to kill his mother. But he was still involved, and the punishment for that wasn't as simple as beating him up. It had to be more than that. The cries of the doctor made those guys who were guarding the place to shiver. They couldn't imagine what was happening to that poor doctor for him to scream the way that he was at that time. Jack cared not about the cries of the doctor. He beat him up till he fainted. But still, he continued beating him up till he was woken up by the intense pain that he was feeling. In this way, for more than 30 minutes, the doctor experienced the cycle of fainting. From pain only to be woken up by the intense pain. It was only after seeing that the doctor was about to break down that Jack stopped. He didn't want this guy to turn into a vegetable. Otherwise, how was he going to have mental torture next? are looking at the doctor who was no longer recognizable due to the beating. Jack nodded in satisfaction as he felt that the anger that he had accumulated in his heart for some time now had been partly vented. But it was only appeased for the time being. There was still a lot that he would have to do to make sure that the anger in his heart actually subsided. Taking his handkerchief, Jack wiped off the blood on his hands. Then he called for the group outside to come and take the guy out that he instructed them to throw him where someone could find him, that he still planned to do more than just beating him up. And for the next part of the punishment, Jack had to release him so that he could be treated. Jack then left the warehouse and went back to the palace. Making sure that nobody saw him, Jack managed to enter his room and took a shower before changing the clothes that were already stained with the doctor's blood. After that, he asked Denali to look into the dirt that the doctor had accumulated over the years that he had been working. And if it wasn't enough, she had to find ways to add more into it, that he planned to make sure that the reputation that this guy had built over the years was completely trampled. In this way, he would then make sure that he was sent to prison, that he had to be sentenced for a lifetime in prison. That was the reason as to why he had actually told Denali to increase the dirt on his name, if possible. He didn't want to have this guy go into prison only for him to come out after a few years. He wanted him to die there. That was the least punishment that he had received at AS for the one that had actually made his mother die. That person only deserved a single punishment from him. Death. Our Crystal City, Alfonso, family mansion that INA. Room. Brenda looked at her mother. Her mother had blonde hair that matched hers and brown eyes. She had a good figure showing that she was trying to maintain, even though she was already so old and had 3 children. Mother. The doctor just got kidnapped today, that I have tried using all the connections that we have in the family to look for him, but there are no traces of him, that it's like he just disappeared. Brenda couldn't sit still at all. Now, she was anxious. She could still remember the time that Jack had told her that he would actually find out by himself. She had thought that it would be impossible. But all the same, she had decided to take action and hide all the evidence that could be hidden. She was just about to meet the doctor today when she suddenly got the news that he had disappeared. She had mobilized a lot of the family's resources and connections to try and find him, but in the end, she couldn't even find a single trace of him. This was Crystal City, where the real power of the Alfonso family was. But surprisingly, they couldn't find a single thing about him. That implied that the one that had taken him away was someone who had planned things well. She just couldn't imagine that Jack could actually capture the doctor that easily. Furthermore, for him to actually know that the doctor was involved, it meant that he had gotten a clue that his mother's death was related to him. Now she wondered if she shouldn't have actually tried to send someone after him. After all, Jack only came looking for her after the assassination attempt failed, and from then, the doctor disappeared. Have you used all the available resources to find him? There's nowhere in Crystal City that he can hide. Marion frowned as she asked Brenda. I have done everything possible. There's nothing that I have spared. All the favors that I was owed during the past few years, I have actually used them to try and find the information about him. In the end, there's nothing that can be found. Brenda said. Marion failed to believe that they actually couldn't find any information about someone who was popular in the city. She took out her phone and made a call. Yes, can you find information about someone? She said to the other person on the other side of the phone. She went ahead to tell that person all the information that she had on the doctor. After an hour, the person called. I'm sorry, but the person that you're looking for cannot be found. Whether it's in the CCTV footages of the city or being seen by others, in other words, the person disappeared early this morning. The strange thing is that not even his family know where he went, and he hasn't been seen leaving the city either. After that, the other party ended the call. Marion was left standing in place, not sure on what to do. She couldn't believe that even the best information broker in the city couldn't find him. This is a little strange. Could it be related to Jack, really? As long as I can remember, Jack wasn't someone with any strength or support. Marion muttered, Mom, what are we supposed to do now? If this is Jack who has actually gotten his hands on the doctor, it means that he will know that we are actually involved in his mother's death. What do we do? Brenda asked. This was actually the first time that she was this anxious about something. She was already used to being able to do anything and finding what she wanted. For her to suddenly be rendered powerless, this feeling was so strange to her, and she definitely couldn't accept it. What nonsense are you spouting? You were so young back then. You only listened from the sides. This matter doesn't really concern you at all. You shouldn't worry about it. I will handle the situation in my own way, that I won't believe that a small kid can beat me. Marion looked at Brenda as she spoke. But Mom, Brenda wanted to refute, but she was cut off by her mother's stern gaze. Go and relax. Leave this matter to me, Marion said. Although she wanted to say more, Brenda was forced to shut up because this was one of the rare times that she had seen her mother this serious. And every time that she was this way, she would always make final decisions that no matter what she did or said couldn't be changed. Seeing her daughter leaving, Marion took a deep breath as she tried to think of what she was supposed to do next. In the end, she decided to sleep and let her mind rest. Only then could she begin thinking. She slept for about 3 hours, and later on, when she woke up, she began thinking again. Finally, she got an idea and decided to call Brenda to ask her. In the end, no matter how she called, she found that Brenda's phone was switched off. She decided to go and get her by herself. But before she could take a few steps towards the door, she received a text message from a stranger. Come and get her at the forest 2 miles from the Alfonso family. Make sure to come alone or she's dead. Marion's heart skipped a beat. She tried calling the other number, but she found that the number had already placed her on the blacklist and she couldn't contact the other party at all. Knowing the seriousness of the matter, Marion rushed out of the mansion. She ignored the strange gazes that she was receiving and got in her car before driving away at a high speed. Brenda was her last born, and there was no way that she was going to allow someone to hurt her. She had always doted on the girl, because the girl had the same character as herself. So, she loved her the most of all her 3 children. Not long after, she arrived at the forest that she had been told to come to. She had rushed on the road and ignored the traffic lights. Luckily, there was no traffic police that pursued her. Just as she was wondering on where to go, she received another text from the very same number. Just head towards the center of the forest. Brenda POV. After leaving my mother's room, I left the family mansion. Although my mother had stated that I had to leave the matter to her, there was no way that I was going to do that. I could tell that all of this was started by me. It was just like a butterfly effect. From the moment that I had decided to have my half-brother Jack killed so that I could hide my mother's involvement in the death of his mother. He must have been taking action in the dark. Of course, it wasn't that I was sure about it. Back then, I had simply thought that his words were a joke and that there was no way that he could find out that we wanted to kill him because we didn't want to have him knowing that we were involved in his mother's death. It wasn't something simple once Jack knew about the cause of his mother's death. Why father actually didn't know the reason of her death. And although he usually ignored her, he had always felt guilty about not marrying her. So, he made sure to warn my mother and my other stepmother that they were not supposed to plan anything that would lead to her death. Although they were allowed to mess with her for simple things, anything that was related to her life was prohibited. My mother agreed to it. But we had no choice back then but to make sure that she died. In the first place, my mother never liked her, and that hatred for her was transferred to me. So, when my mother had the plan to kill her, I was involved. Although I wasn't involved in the issue concerning the process of how she was going to be killed, I was the one that made sure that my father never found that she was suffering at that time. That's right. We were sure that if my father found out that we were planning to kill her, we would have to face his anger. In the end, I managed to cut off all the means that Jack's mother had tried using to get my father's attention. Even Jack was stopped by me from reaching father by lying that he was busy or that he had left the mansion. And so, Jack's mother died 2 months later. I'm not even sure what mother did because no matter how someone looked at Jack's mother, they would find that she had simply died of a natural death. Even when father tried investigating the cause of her death, he found that it was natural. And so, he didn't blame anyone, and at the end of it, he had ended up completely forgetting about her. Yes, I walked out of the family mansion. I was trying to think of a way that would help mother, since I was the real cause of the chain reaction and Jack's suspicion. I had to find a way to solve IT. IT would be good if I could actually kill him off. With him no longer being in Crystal City in the world, I was sure that it wouldn't be a problem to finish him off without leaving behind clues. The reason as to why he found me the last time was simply because the assassin that mother had called over was so weakened that he couldn't even kill Jack. I got into my car and drove towards the outskirts of the city. I planned to leave the city and head to Bullied City. That if I could meet with Jack and kill him, then I wouldn't have the trouble of thinking about how to prevent my father from finding out about Jack's mother's death. That I'd already gotten far from the city when suddenly a Range Rover blocked my path. This place was quite desolate and there were fewer cars. The reason for this was because this road was longer and there was another one that was short that led to Bullied City. I had decided to use this road because I knew that my mind was a mess and I wasn't going to drive well on a busy road. I was forced to press the emergency brakes to avoid colliding with the Range Rover. After that, I got out of the car and looked at the car that was in front of me and shouted in anger. "What are you doing? Do you know that this is a road? You're going to cause an accident here." Just as I finished speaking, I saw the headlights of the car being lit. And what followed was that the Range Rover rushed towards me. I was so scared. The way that the Range Rover was coming my way, I knew that it wouldn't stop. Perhaps the driver had been angered by my words, but that's not a good reason for the driver to try killing me, right? Or with my thoughts still chaotic, I still managed to jump to the side and barely managed to evade being hit by the car. I looked at the car that had suddenly stopped. I was just about to get onto my feet when suddenly the doors of the Range Rover opened and 3 bulky men got out of it. Their body statures were terrifying. Although they were wearing suits, it didn't remove the hooligan vibe that was being emitted by their bodies at all. That I was already scared. Now that I could see these bulky men approaching me, the fear in my heart intensified. What are you trying to do? I tried to question them. The courage that I had when I faced Jack's cold eyes back then had already disappeared. There, at least I knew that we were in a resort, and there was no way that Jack would actually try attacking me. But here, we were so far from other people that if these guys actually had the intention of killing me, I won't be saved unless another person decided to use this road. Gathering all the strength in my body, I got up from the ground and ignored the pain that came from the bruises that I had received from jumping and tried running away. Had I been closer to my car, I would have gone into it, but there were the bulky guys between me and my car's SO. The only thing I could do was to run towards the forest at the side of the road, but the three men ran after me, and the dress that I was wearing didn't support me running. So they easily caught up to me. Leave me alone, help. I tried using all the strength in my body to break free from their grasps, but I couldn't. It was also at this point that I suddenly got hit and everything went black. I'm not sure how long passed when I was unconscious, but I was woken up by the cold water that was poured onto my body. The water made me jump onto my feet that I looked around with fear in my eyes. Then I saw that I was actually inside something like a building. The walls were made of wood. I looked around. My gaze finally landed on someone who was seated on a chair looking at me amusedly. Yeah, Jack. What are you trying to do? I asked as I looked at him. Behind him, there were the three people that had knocked me out and brought me here. Haha, there it goes again. You also think that I'm Jack. You should be the one that sent that guy called Viper after Jack, right? The young man asked. His words confused me. Why was he talking from a different perspective? And why was he asking about something that he already knows about? Or still, just to make sure, I spoke again. Jack, stop messing around and let me go. In front of the three guys, I was extremely afraid. But in front of Jack, at least I had a little bit of courage to berate him. Young lady, you are mistaking me for someone else. Actually, I'm not Jack. I'm Jonathan, Jack's cousin. Yes, for Jack, he should be here soon. The young man smiled and spoke. Cousin. Jack has a cousin. I asked doubtfully. How is this possible? I knew Jack all too well. How could he have a cousin? Furthermore, why would a cousin look exactly like him? This was impossible, right? Oh, yeah, that guy that you sent was so dumb that I told him that I wasn't Jack, that in the end, he actually thought that I was lying. So he attacked me and ended up dead, but I have to thank you for sending that guy to kill Jack. After all, had it not been for that attack, I wouldn't have met my cousin this soon. Jonathan spoke again that I was still confused about what he was talking about. But at this time, I suddenly heard the sound of footsteps heading towards the door that I looked towards it, wondering who it was that was coming. No need to be so nervous. That should be Jack. The moment that Jonathan finished speaking, I saw a person that looked just like him coming in. The moment that I looked into his eyes, I finally believed what I was told. The coldness in his eyes was the same as the one that he had shown back then when he came to my room in the resort. Jack, there are two of you. Author's POV. Jack had already gotten back to Crystal City. This was the first time that he had actually come back to this place since he left during the previous month. In any case, he was here to make sure that those that were involved in his mother's death were all punished. In his mind at that moment, a blood debt had to be paid by another. His mother was the most precious person in his heart, and she was simply killed off. There was no way that he was going to let the murderers off the hook. He had already asked Jonathan for help again. Jonathan had accepted because this matter concerned the death of his aunt, and of course he too was so angry about it. But he was good at hiding things from the others. When he got into the forest that Jonathan had informed him to come to, Jack found that there was a wooden house built here. The house was located in the middle of the forest. He arrived in front of the door, and he could already hear the conversation between Jonathan and Brenda. Without wasting time, he pushed the door open and entered. Just after he entered, his gaze landed on Brenda, who was looking at him. Jack, there are two of you, she asked with disbelief clear in her eyes. Jack, there are two of you, she asked with disbelief clear in her eyes. Jack gave her a cold gaze before he focused on Jonathan. I have already informed her. She should be here in a few minutes. Jonathan nodded and looked at two of the guys behind him. You two can go and bring her over. Yes, boss. The two nodded before they left. Jack, on the other hand, looked at Brenda and spoke. You refuse to tell me the reason as to why you wanted to kill me. I did my own research and found a reason. Tell me, is it just because you don't want to have someone dangerous as me? After all, after I know that you guys actually were involved in the death of my mother, it will be troublesome, right? Brenda, who was still surprised, looked at Jack again. This time, she could see that the coldness within his eyes had grown further, as there was a hint of killing intent that was surrounding him as he gazed at her. And as he said these words, she knew that the cat was already out of the basket, and there was nothing to hide. She looked at Jack fiercely and said, So what if you know? The reason as to why we killed your mother is something that you can't even understand. You think that just because you have found a cousin who can back you up, you can do whatever you want. You're so naive. You are so funny. You actually think that Jack is depending on me. I'm currently in my weakest state, and he's the one that's helping me out. After all, if it wasn't for him, I wouldn't have had the guts to make big moves openly. Jonathan snickered as he spoke. Brenda couldn't understand the situation at all. She had thought that Jack was depending on his cousin so that he could get the information and have her kidnapped. In the end, it was actually the opposite. So what if he's a little bit wealthy? Do you think that you can compete with the one that asked my mother to kill that BTCH? Brenda still didn't believe that there was anything that they could do. Before she could even realize it, a slap landed on her left cheek. The power of the slap was so huge that it made her cheek immediately swell as she fell onto the ground. She held her cheek as her eyes turned red. She really wanted to cry now from the pain, but she would never allow Jack to see her crying. You dare call my mother a BTCH once again, and I'll make sure that you'll suffer more than just a slap. Jack said coldly before he went back and took a seat, waiting for Marion to arrive. At this point, fear had already been introduced in Brenda's heart. For the first time, she had experienced the side of Jack that she had never seen. The side that made him easily beat her without considering that she was actually older than him. What are you waiting for? If you're intent on doing something, then do it already. I'm not ready to continue sitting here doing nothing. Brenda said, do you have a choice? No longer smiling, Jonathan asked coldly. Although he was good at hiding his emotions, there were situations that even he himself would have to show it. He was now angry that someone actually dared to call his aunt a BTCH. Considering that the two of them were twins, didn't that mean that his mother Anita was also a BTCH? Seeing that there was nothing that she could do, Brenda could only continue sitting on the floor waiting. She wasn't sure who it was that they were waiting for, but all the same, she decided to be patient, waiting and hoping that her mother would notice that she was missing. After about 10 minutes, there was a sound of footsteps from outside, and not long after, the two big guys came in following behind Marion. When Marion saw her daughter, whose cheek was already swollen, she cried in surprise and anger before running forward and hugged her. Are you okay? Who is it that dared to hit you? Tell Mommy. Marion began asking. Mom, what are you doing here? Brenda looked at her mother in disbelief. She wasn't expecting that her mother would be here so soon. Then, she thought about how Jack said that a lady would be here soon. Could it be that he was talking about her mother? Brenda's heart tensed. If it was true that he was talking about her mother, then it would be troublesome. Jack would definitely not do something stupid. He must be planning something. Ignoring her daughter's question, Marion finally noticed that there was actually another person in the room. In fact, there were more than two people. She turned towards them, and her pupils constricted. She stared at the cousins and asked, Jack, there are two of you. Never expected that when you actually kill my aunt, right? Jonathan asked. Aunt? And was your aunt? Marion looked at Jonathan incredulously. She was just like Brenda, not understanding why Jack had a cousin who looked just like him. His mother and mine were twins. I was excited that I could finally meet my aunt. In the end, you actually dared to kill her. Don't you have guts, woman? Jonathan spoke coldly. Twins? Anyway, it doesn't matter who you are. For daring to beat up my daughter like this, you should be ready to pay the price. The one that had made me kill your mother or aunt is someone that you can't offend. Marion spoke coldly. Could that person be the owner of that number? Jack threw over the phone that showed a mobile phone number. Looking at the familiar number, Marion felt her heart tremble. She could still remember this person. He was the one that had told her that if she didn't do as he wanted, he would destroy the Alfonso family. And to prove that, he had actually made most of the businesses that the Alfonso family depended on to be suspended, not willing to have her family destroyed. She made a decision to kill, and she never liked that woman to begin with. So, when she was given the opportunity to kill her, she took it. How did you get this number? She asked in disbelief. That's my second uncle. Now that's confirmed, I really want to kill that idiot. Not only has he been trying so hard to send assassins after me, just so that his son can take the position of the family head, he actually dared to have his sister killed. Jonathan was so furious that he got to his feet. Hearing his words, Brenda and Marion's minds blanked out. Uncle? Sister? Did that mean that and was actually part of a family that was far bigger than theirs? And they had just killed her? If the members of the family knew about that, wouldn't their Alfonso family suffer a cruel fate? That GUI seems that he planned everything in advance. Although he was the one that had her killed, he wasn't the one that did it directly. Instead, he pushed the blame on another person. Jack stated, in this way, if grandfather investigates this, he wouldn't think that he was the one that had actually killed her. Jonathan added, since you dared to kill my mother, you should have long prepared to face the same fate. Jack stated coldly as he stared at the mother-daughter pair. He had investigated things clearly and found that it was just the mother-daughter pair that were involved with his mother's death. The reason of having these two to come here was just to confirm that his second uncle was involved before he killed them off. He had already sentenced them to death the moment that he confirmed that they were the ones that had actually killed her. There was nothing like he was going to spare them, just because. They had some kind of relationship. Jack's words made Marion and Brenda look at him in disbelief. You can't kill me. I may not be your real mother, but I'm your stepmother. Marion tried finding a way out. She knew that if Jack didn't let them leave here, there was nothing that they could do. After all, there were actually 5 men here, and the 2 of them were only women. Do you think you deserve to call yourself with the same title as my mother? Had you thought of this before you killed her, it would have been better, but you already killed her and you're trying to tell me that you can be called a mother to me? You don't deserve it. As he spoke, Jack began approaching the two, even if his hands would be stained by blood. As long as it was the blood of those that were involved in taking or threatening the life of his loved ones, he wouldn't mind at all. Seeing Jack approaching them, the 2 women were scared, knowing again that since she was the one that had killed and Jack was angry about that, and he would definitely not let her go free. Marion decided to look for a chance for her daughter. Jack, I'm the one that killed your mother. Brenda wasn't involved in all of this. Please, you can take my life, but please let her go. Marion tried begging. Mom. Brenda was shedding tears. She wanted to persuade her mother, but Marion didn't listen to her. Shut up already. Marion shouted. You think that because you will say a few words I will let her go? Not only had she cooperated with you, she had only recently wanted to have me killed. Oh, why should I let someone who wanted to take my life go? Jack sneered. Marion was just about to say more when Jack moved. Before she even realized it, Jack was already holding Brenda by her neck. Brenda was now hanging in the air. Her throat had been tightly grabbed, completely denying her air. Her legs were kicking in the air fiercely. Marion paled when she saw this scene. She got on her feet and rushed towards Jack as she began hitting him so that he could release Brenda. But her efforts were all in vain. She wasn't allowed to continue as Jonathan came forward and pushed her aside. Since it was just me that she was involved in the real killing issue, I will grant her a quick death. The moment that he finished speaking, Jack increased the strength of his grasp and completely crashed Brenda's neck. Thud. Without reservations, he dropped her body on the ground. He gazed at Marion, who was already wailing from the pain of seeing her beloved daughter being killed. She was almost going mad at this moment as she jumped up and down, trying to get past Jonathan and reach Jack. As for you, other than death, you'll have to experience the pain of having someone that is dear to you being killed. You are lucky that she died with reason, unlike you who killed my mother who had done nothing wrong, Jack said. After that, he held the already deranged Marion and broke her neck as well. Although he would have wanted to torture the 2 women, he felt that it would completely make him so cold-blooded. But there was definitely a person that wouldn't be able to escape that fate. That person was the one that had asked others to have his mother killed. Jack would definitely not mind having him tortured to the death. Now that he was done with the 2 who had been the direct killers of his mother, felt his heart was at peace. He felt that his mother's soul could at least calm down a little, but resting in peace. That would only happen when the last person was taken care of. That was something that Jack decided that he would have to do as soon as possible. He couldn't stand a feeling in his heart, the feeling of knowing that there was someone who had killed his mother. That person was enjoying his life normally. Jonathan felt that Jack wasn't in the best mood. He went forward and placed an arm around his shoulder before patting his back, trying to comfort him. At the same time, he gestured for the 3 guys to take care of the bodies. The 3 guys took action quickly and carried the 2 bodies away. As for Jack, he thought that now was the time to have the Alfonso family go bankrupt. Although it was true that Dalton hadn't been involved in killing his mother, it was also true that he had failed to protect her. He had actually taken her with him. She had sacrificed a lot just for him to ignore her. And as his mother died, she must have died with a lot of regret and resentment. But not wanting her son to have an even more difficult life, she didn't tell him about it. Now, even if his mother hadn't told him to hate them, he still did. At the end of the day, they never treated him properly, considering that they had bullied him and his mother. That was enough for him to make them experience despair, make them know what it felt like to be looked down upon. The Alfonso family already had a lot of enemies. But due to the strength of the Alfonso family, they dared not to show themselves in the light. But once they were given a chance, they would make the best of it. Thinking of this, Jack decided that they would take action. After a while, the 2 left the wooden house. This was the place that Jonathan was staying when he was in Crystal City. At this time, there were already several pieces of news that were trending on the internet and other social media platforms. All of this news had the same topic. Although the titles were different, they all spoke of the same thing. A doctor or a murderer. Are P alpha by D alpha no one's own? Did the doctor really take an oath? Or the doctor's selfish path? Our several headlines talked about the same thing, that a doctor who no longer had the morals of a doctor. Using his position as a doctor to gain benefits, he had killed several people. Using his connections with the Alfonso family, he had actually managed to evade all those victims that had suffered under his hands. The image of the doctor who was in charge of Jack's mother in the hospital was posted. What's more, the audio of him saying that he didn't care if a person died as he had seen many deaths occurring had been added. This piece of news immediately infuriated the netizens. None of them dared to actually take his side. Instead, there were many people who wanted to see him dead. And one after the other, victims who had suffered due to the doctor emerged one after the other. The internet boiled with comments of the angry netizens as they heard the words of those that claimed to have been sexually harassed, extorted, and so on. The Alfonso family was not left behind. There was a transaction statement that showed that it was true that Marion had transferred $30,000 to the doctor. This was counted as her supporting him. Although it was true that Marion had cooperated with the doctor to have him lie about the results of the test of Jack's mother, the Alfonso family had no other relationship with the doctor. Instead, this was just one of the means that Jack had utilized to start dealing a blow to the Alfonso family. He would begin by having their reputation smeared with mud. All the same, it was also true that the Alfonso family wasn't clean. So one by one, several cases of them evading tax, selling defective products, and so on began emerging. It was a storm on the internet as one by one, the enemies that the Alfonso family had been nurturing throughout all these years began emerging one after the other. They were the ones that were adding fuel to the fire that Denali had already set up. This was what Jack had meant when he said that if it wasn't enough, she had to add more to make sure that it was .so. The issue of the doctor cooperating with the Alfonso family, as well as some cases such as sexual harassment, were added from nowhere. The victims were all created by Denali.so. This made the doctor's image plummet at a faster speed. Of course, Denali didn't simply put this evidence stupidly. She had made enough preparations to make sure that no matter how the police looked into it, they would find that it was true. One of the methods that she used was to find those people who had really experienced sexual harassment. Then, in return for claiming that it was the doctor who had done it, Denali would help them solve the real culprit of their harassment. Added with the compensation that they received from Denali, cash of course, these people easily agreed to this. This moment. Inside a hospital in Incoat City, the doctor had just opened his eyes after losing his consciousness for several hours due to the beating that he had received from Jack. He was currently inside a private ward. He was recognized by someone who knew his identity, and that was the reason as to why he was here. In this ward, there happened to be a TV. It was just that the TV was currently in the silent mode, giving no sound. Doctor just happened to open his eyes. When he turned to the side with great difficulty, he saw the news that made his eyes bulge in their sockets. Although the sound wasn't there, the headlines of the breaking news was enough to inform him of what was happening. What the heck? Since when did I start harassing people sexually? I extorted someone. How am I extorting others here? This is framing. Someone is framing me. He cried in his mind in disbelief. His mouth was sealed, so he couldn't speak. He was just shouting when suddenly, a group of 4 police officers accompanied by a doctor and a nurse came into the room. Where's the wounded doctor? One of the police officers asked as he looked around. And no matter how he looked, he could only see a bed, and there was nobody there. He's the one there. The nurse pointed at it was only then that the police actually noticed that the white on the bed was a person and not the bed sheets. He could finally see the little slits that revealed a pair of reddened eyes. That's a person. Another officer asked in disbelief. He's the one that he was beaten and that his whole body had wounds of several degrees. We had no other choice but to put bandages all over his body. The doctor explained. Even the mouth. An officer asked. Yes, not only did he lose a lot of teeth, but even his lips had been burst. Just like this guy had gone somewhere to be beaten up by a gang of people. Even bees don't bite people in such a manner. The doctor continued to explain. Then, an officer in the group looked at the TV and happened to see the news. He looked at the TV before looking at the mummy on the bed. He looked at the 2 sides for a while before he got to get the remote. What are you doing? The officer in charge of the case asked his partner. I want to hear the news. The officer replied. Don't you know that this is a patient's ward? The officer asked again, not paying attention to the TV at all. If it was wrong to have the TV audio, then the hospital shouldn't have placed one here. The guy replied, Doctor, in charge. Others. Before the in charge could react, the other officer had already unmuted the audio. She died? Anyway, it doesn't concern me. I've seen many people dying. So, the death of your mother doesn't have anything to do with me, and I don't care whether she died or she's alive. Or it just so happened that when he unmuted, the audio that played was the record of the piece that Denali had selected from the conversation between Jack and the doctor. And that was a recorded statement from one of the victims of the doctor's cruelty. Yes, you have all heard. He's a doctor, but he doesn't care about the life or death of his patients. What's this? This is irresponsibility and inhumanity in a doctor. Tune in for more news, as we are still looking for them for you. Or that was a reporter giving the report. There was deathly silence in the ward as the officers, the doctor, and the nurse all looked at the mummy in disbelief. They could see the face, and they could see the name on the screen. So they could tell that the person being talked about was the one in there. Doctor, on the other hand, wanted to vomit blood. You only recorded that part. Where's the part where you beat me up? This is scam. He roared in his mind. Then the sound of a phone ringing echoed in the room. It was Doctor's phone. One of the officers went ahead and received it before putting on loudspeaker for Doctor to hear. Doctor, we have found that all the actions that you have been taking in our hospital do not follow the code of a doctor. So from this moment on, you are no longer an employee of our hospital. There's no need for you to resign. We fired you. Immediately after that, the call ended. Silence reigned in the room for a moment. Then there was a rapid beeping sound from the machines that were monitoring Doctor's heartbeat. The doctor looked at it. He was shocked. He hurried forward to check only for things to go silent. What happened? The officer in charge asked with concern. The patient suffered from heart attack and high blood pressure and died. The doctor said as he looked at the flat lines running on the screen that IT indicated that the heart had already stopped beating. He died just like that. The officers couldn't believe it. What are we going to do? One of the officers asked. Well, he was found by a mob, beaten up, rescued, and brought to the hospital. Then he died from high blood pressure and heart attack due to being fired from work. The officer in charge responded. So who killed him? The mob and the one that fired him. Who are we going to arrest? Both. Of course not. Get that person who fired him. He's the one who killed him by heart attack and high pressure. Got it. Have you recorded the statement? Yes, boss. That's all done. Okay. Match on. Let's go and arrest that murderer. Or yes, sir. Oh, wait a moment. Who was the one that fired him and where is he? Look at how forgetful I am. Take the phone with us. That's evidence. Handle it carefully. I got it, sir. The evidence is secured. All right. Let's go and catch that criminal. Doctor in charge. Nurse. A per thousand. I one half a per thousand. Poor hospital director. He didn't think that by trying to save the reputation of the hospital by firing Doctor actually made him a murderer who was wanted by the police. On the other hand, the Alfonso family was in a mess. They couldn't handle things in the direction that they were heading at. The damage of reputation that they had suffered from being connected with Doctor through Marion, who was part of the Alfonso family, had brought them losses. Not only had several employees of theirs stopped working, there were those that had began claiming that their salaries were being delayed. Some even said that they were harassed by members of the Alfonso family who were in the upper echelons of the companies. One by one, the companies that were in charge of selling products began seeing a decrease in the number of sales. Then, the goods that were supposed to have been delivered were detained as the Port Authority wanted to confirm if the goods were defective or not. This in turn led to the delays in the delivery of the orders. Those that were supposed to receive the goods came after the Alfonso family, wanting to have them compensate them for the losses that they had suffered. The contracts were broken one after the other, and the Alfonso family had to pay for the damages that had been caused due to the failure in delivering the products. The banks and SACCOs that had ever given loans to the family came forward to ask them to pay the debts, or they would have their property seized. The banks decided to freeze all the accounts of the members of the Alfonso family and their related businesses. In this way, they would make sure that the little money that was left in the bank wouldn't be used up before they got paid. The products that were related to the Alfonso family were boycotted one after the other. The cooperation that the family had with other partners were broken one after the other. These people were not willing to be buried alongside the Alfonso family. This time in the Alfonso mansion, Dalton was still frowning in the study room. That he was looking at the information that he had received from Kevin about Jack. The information stated that Jack had bought a building that was worth $70,000,000. This was something that made him question if this was true. After all, how could Jack be able to afford that huge sum of money? Or he was still trying to find a weakness that he could exploit to make sure that Jack came back to the family. But he had been in here for over 2 hours, but he still couldn't think of something that could be used to get him back. Just as he was about to make a phone call, there was a sudden bang and the door was opened by force. Who the FCK has no respect that he charges into my study like a mad bull. He was already frustrated. Now that there was someone who actually dared to barge into his study like that, he couldn't help but want to vent. You unfilial son, how dare you say that I don't have respect? Am I not the one that taught you what respect is? And you dare to call me a mad bull? If I don't teach you a lesson today, then I'm not Victor Alfonso. Victor, who had just entered, received the insult from his son. Being already angry only for him to be insulted, Victor raised his cane and began beating Dalton up, completely forgetting that Dalton was now an adult. Dalton, on the other hand, had never expected that it was his father who had entered like that. This was unlike him. So he had simply thought that he could vent on the person that was coming in, who knew that he was actually inviting the old man to vent his anger on him. He had wanted to explain that it wasn't intentional, but Victor had already began beating him up. The cane that he was using wasn't made of plastic or wood. It was made out of metal. So each strike that landed on Dalton made him hiss in pain. But he didn't dare to cry out loud, considering that his children were around somewhere. He managed to go through the pain for over 5 minutes, feeling tired. Victor, whose eyes were already red, looked at him and began berating him again. What did I do to deserve such a useless son? You saw that chasing your son away wasn't enough. Now, you actually dared to do something that is now threatening to destroy my family. Dalton could understand the first mistake where he chased Jack out of the family. But what the heck with the second part? When did he even make a decision that affected the family? Could it be that the Farrell family had already announced the engagement party was going to happen tomorrow? Or what happened, father? What did I do wrong? Dalton asked. You dare to ask again? You don't know that your wife was cooperating with a criminal. Now, the media is condemning our family that we are a group of criminals. Victor roared in anger. As such a thing happened? Dalton was dumbfounded. You ignorant fool. You don't even know something like that. Are you really the family head? All our businesses are collapsing. The shareholders in our companies are selling their shares at a cheap price. Goods that were supposed to be delivered have all been detained. Contracts have been broken. We need to pay back the loans that we took. All those that didn't get the goods on time are asking for the compensation for the damages that have been caused. The more he spoke, the angrier he got. In the end, Victor collapsed on the floor. He was old to begin with. For him to do such an intense activity where he spent a lot of energy, he had to get to suffer. Dalton was so dumbfounded after hearing what his father was saying that he couldn't understand how things came to this. He had thought that he was handling things well. In the end, the family was going to be ruined in his hands. Or just thinking of those that had been eyeing the family business all this time, and those that he had offended to make sure that he succeeded. Dalton couldn't help but shiver. He knew that those guys would come out of the dark and try to devour the Alfonso family. Seeing his father collapsing, he forgot everything that he was thinking about and rushed forward to hold him. After arranging for the old man to rest, he stormed out of the study room furiously. Marion, where the heck has this woman gone to? Come here right now and explain to me what is going on. He roared. Those that saw him immediately took the opportunity to slip away. None of them wanted to face the angry Dalton. Even Dalton's brothers that had always wanted to be the CEO of the Alfonso group couldn't do a thing. This would have been a good opportunity for them to take Dalton down and replace him. But now, how could they dare to take the hot potato? They would let Dalton handle the things himself. If they dared to take over the position, they would be the ones that would have to face the pressure that came with the current turbulent storm that the family was facing. After looking and asking around, Dalton was informed that Marion had left the family mansion about 6 hours ago. And since then, they didn't see her, and neither did she receive any calls. What's more, they couldn't find anything about her. That it was like she had just vanished. That what's even more suspicious was that Brenda had also vanished. This made many people think that the mother and daughter had already run away from the very first sign of danger. Dalton was even more infuriated. How could a woman that he had married actually cause the fall of his family? He was so angry at this point, he tried thinking of the solution to the current problem. He made several calls, but each and every call ended with his face darkening further and further. He was feeling helpless. It was at this point when his phone rang. Looking at the caller, he found that it was actually Alton. He was excited and a hint of hope ignited in his eyes. How could he forget that he had such powerful in-laws? He received the call immediately. Master Alton. He couldn't even finish before Alton's angry voice came over. You dare to lie to me. You told me that he was your son, and in the end, you had actually expelled him from the family. Since you dare to play tricks on me, I will make sure that your Alfonso family falls. That what's more, the engagement doesn't exist anymore. Tut, tut, tut. The call ended there. Dalton dropped the phone onto the ground as he stared in front of him lifelessly as he muttered, "It's over." As chaos erupted in the Alfonso family, Jack was busy with something else that had already been so long, yet the body-strengthening pills had yet to be produced. He was now getting impatient. After all, this was one part of his plans. If it was missing, then the private team that he had formed would be useless with the normal strength. In other words, there would be nothing special about the private team. That he wasn't ready to waste his time and resources in forming something ordinary. That he got out of his room and headed downstairs. He found that Jonathan and the girls were chatting about what was happening in the Alfonso family. The girls had already known that Jack was from the Alfonso family, and now they had also known that he was making them bankrupt. When they saw him coming down, they greeted him enthusiastically. Then Celine asked, "Jack, are you intending to make the Alfonso family bankrupt? Or are you going to make their lives even difficult?" Celine didn't like the fact that these people had actually made Jack's childhood a living hell. Furthermore, she had just known that they were the reason as to why Jack's mother died earlier. In other words, they had killed her to SO. For some reason, she found herself hating them just like how Jack did. But till this moment, she didn't know that Jack had already killed those that were responsible for his mother's death. Jack had decided not to talk about that at all. In any case, it didn't have any effect whether Celine and the others knew that he had actually killed those that were responsible or not. Not really. I just want them to experience despair first. Then, I will acquire all the property under their names in this way, I can make sure that they will have nothing to depend on in the future. Jack replied as he sat opposite Jonathan. Celine nodded in understanding. She could tell that Jack was intent in making sure that the Alfonso family paid for their crimes. She too would like to see that happening. During this time, Jonathan had been one of the important people in making sure that the Alfonso family went bankrupt in a single day. That's right. It was just the previous day that they had released information about the doctor before attacking the Alfonso family, after the doctor had created the hype. Denali was currently busy with acquiring the shares at a low price as the shareholders sold them. These guys were so scared to continue remaining in the same company as the members of the Alfonso family. So they wanted to hurriedly hand over the shares to others, since it was obvious that there would only be a few people who might be willing to acquire the shares. These guys had no choice but to suffer a loss by selling the shares at a very low price. Denali, on the other hand, was making sure that the prices of the shares was pushed to the lowest limit, while at the same time, she was fanning the flames that were already burning the Alfonso family. In this way, those that were reluctant to sell the shares a lower price would have no choice but to sell them. Otherwise, once the company went bankrupt, let alone selling the shares, they would have to pay for all the debts that were accumulating one after the other. The group chatted. Jack continued thinking about the pills. He already had another pill recipe, the anti-leukemia pills. These were the pills that he was going to release to the market. But he was still wondering what was taking the research center so long to produce the pills. They had the ingredients needed, they had the recipe, and all those that were participating in the production of the pills were experts in their fields. And there were 12 of them. Thinking that there might be something wrong, Jack decided to ask about it. He sent a text to Denali to ask her to inquire about the production of the pills. Knowing that Jack was getting impatient, Denali immediately contacted the person that was in charge of the production to confirm what was going on. The information that she received surprised her. She really wanted to go to the capital and look at the results by herself. But considering that she was still busy with the issue concerning the Alfonso family, she couldn't do it. She had no choice but to inform Jack about the results. After all, he was the one that had given the recipe. The production is completed, but the pills are ineffective. How's that possible? Jack asked in disbelief after he received the information from Denali. One had to know that the recipe came from the system.so. Jack was sure that there was no way that the system would give him counterfeit things. What he had received so far was a proof for that. Are you sure that they followed the steps that are required correctly? Otherwise, how can the pill be ineffective? Jack asked again. Boss, that's what they told me. They said that they had made sure to follow all the steps, and they finally produced the pills 5 days ago. But they had tried them out, but they were not working at all. Denali replied, Okay, then I'll head there to see it myself. And if the equipment is what is causing problems, you can as well inform them to purchase a higher version of the equipment if it exists. There is no need for them to save money. Jack stated. After ending the call, Jack was just about to make another call when Jonathan called him out. Hey Jack, what are you talking about? Are you researching on some kind of pill or something? Not researching. The research was already completed and the recipe of the pill has already been produced at IT. It's just that they are informing me that although they can produce the pills, it's like the pills are not working accordingly. Jack stated, What kind of pill are you researching anyway? Celine asked. It's a unique one that you can only know about it after you test one of them. Jack replied, Yeah, test. I'm not sick, so why would I want to test the pill? Celine was dumbfounded and couldn't help but ask to confirm. Of course you are sick. How can you not be sick? Jack said, full of confidence. Not just Celine, but everyone in the room looked at Celine. It was as if they were trying to confirm that she was actually sick. But no matter how they looked at her, they couldn't find anything wrong with her. Humph! You! How dare you say that I'm sick? I'm going to beat you up. Celine's face was flushed as she said these words. Before Jack knew it, she was already rushing towards him, ready to beat him up. Hey, how can you be so sure that you're not sick when you haven't asked what kind of disease you are suffering from? Jack couldn't fight back at all and could only receive the weak punches from the girl. You dare to continue saying that I'm sick? How am I sick? Point out what I'm suffering from. Otherwise, I'm not going to let you go unless I beat you up and make sure that you're taken to the hospital. Celine became angry as she continued hitting Jack. When she noticed that her punches were not effective on him, she looked around and found a shoe. She was just about to continue hitting him when the door of the mansion's living room opened and Faith stepped in. Seeing Celine's actions, she couldn't help but speak. You two like flirting with each other all day long. When are you ever going to stop doing that in public? You are hurting we who are still single. Celine blushed further when she heard Faith's words that it was only at this point that she remembered that there were actually other people in the room other than the two of them. She looked at them and found that they were actually looking at her with weird expressions. She lowered her head and rushed out of the mansion. She was so ashamed to face anyone. After all, she had just lost her composure in front of so many people that wouldn't the image that she had created collapse? Or seeing that he was spared from being beaten up, Jack decided to continue with what he was supposed to. Hello, Klein. Bring the team to my mansion. We're going to Cartoon City tomorrow. S.O. You should be here by 7 tomorrow. Jack stated. Got a boss. Klein replied. Klein was the captain that had been selected by the others of the squad. That was the decision that they had come to after a period of time, and Klein and the others were already getting uneasy all this time. After all, since the formation of the squad, they had only carried a single mission, dealing with the goons that were blocking the store entrances. Since then, they had been idle, not having anything to do. They had thought that Jack had forgotten about them. Although it was true that they had received some of the benefits that Jack had mentioned to them before, there were others that they had yet to receive. But that was not what they were worried about. What they were worried about was the squad that had been formed to be disbanded. If it was, they would lose their advantage. That what's more, they too didn't like the fact that they were receiving their income, yet they were doing nothing other than idling around. Now that they had been asked out again, Klein was clearly more than happy to comply. He was waiting for the time that Jack would have a use for them again. After ending the call with Klein, Jack spoke to the system. Angel, can I have one of the helicopters delivered here? It will make things convenient for me to move around with this large group of people. Or, it will be here in an hour at most. It has to appear like there was a person delivering it.so. I will be making the arrangements for that. That's good then. Jack nodded in agreement. Guys, tomorrow I'm heading to Cartoon. Who's going there with me? Jack asked. I'll be heading there with you. I have to be around you so that you can protect me. Jonathan agreed without hesitation. I will be going back to see my grandpa. He seems angry after what I told him yesterday. Wendy said, Celine will also go with you. Her friend will be coming back from abroad this week. So. There's no need for her to stay here anymore. I'll handle everything here. Faith stated, since they are all going, I'll have to go too. Angie shrugged. She was Wendy and Celine's friend so. If they left in Coet City, there would be no need for her to continue staying there. Okay then. The helicopter will arrive in an hour, but we will be departing tomorrow morning. So. Be prepared. Jack said that he was going to go to Cartoon City with more than 20 people. That it was obvious that the Eurocopter could not take them all at the same time. So. He was going to use the helicopter that he had been awarded by the system as the first income reward for the security companies. Although he previously wanted the plane to be delivered by the system once the merging was completed, the current situation stated that they had to get the bigger helicopter. Or they could as well go to Bullied City and take a plane to Cartoon City. But that was something that Jack didn't want. He didn't want to go through a lot of procedures and so on, just to book a plane that he wanted to leave at his own convenience. That, if possible, he would have used a Boeing private jet, but it was still in Venture City, a 4 hours long trip. What kind of helicopter can accommodate all of us? Jonathan asked suspiciously. You are bringing your team? Jack asked with raised brows. Of course I am. Otherwise, why would I leave them here? They're convenient in doing some of the small tasks. As he said these, Jonathan gave Jack a smile that only he could understand. Jack snorted and asked, how many of them? Not many. There are only 15 of them. Jonathan stated. What are you saying, Jonathan? 15 people in a helicopter, and you're saying that the number is not big. Wendy looked at him incredulously. She couldn't believe this guy at all. Wendy had already asked her grandfather to cancel the engagement between her and Jack the previous day. She had simply stated that the Alfonso family had cheated them, and that Jack wasn't there. In other words, since Jack wasn't there, they were going to replace him with another person. This made Alton angry, and that was the reason as to why he had contacted Dalton personally the previous day to inform him about canceling the engagement. On the other hand, the reason for her asking for the engagement to be broken was simply because she had realized that she had gotten the wrong person. The person that she was supposed to be engaged to was Jonathan, that he was the one that had saved her. Furthermore, he was the one that she knew the most because he appeared in the area that he had saved her frequently. So, most of the times that she sneaked back to Crystal City, she would mostly see Jonathan and not Jack. The number of times that she would have seen Jack was far lower than the number of times that she had seen Jonathan at SO. After some talk back in the Star Hospital when Jonathan was admitted there, she realized that he was the one that she liked her at least. Although he had yet to confirm their relationship, she was sure that he loved her just like how she did. After all, the way that he treated her was special as compared to the way that he treated Celine and Angie, but on the other hand, Jack was already a no-go zone. After all, the way that he and Celine were interacting was enough to tell her that the two of them were comfortable together. And, not wanting to cause problems for her sister, she had decided to withdraw the engagement before it was announced. What are you talking about? 0.15 people is such a small number of people if we start comparing the number of people that have been hired to take care of the two mansions here. Jonathan refuted. What has the mansion got to do with the number of people that you are bringing? When he blinked her eyes as she asked in confusion. It has everything to do with it. The helicopter belongs to Jack. And what's more, the mansion belongs to Jack.So. Everything about the number of people that I'm bringing along has everything to do with Jack. Jonathan explained. You are not making sense at all. When he shook her head, clearly not understanding what Jonathan was trying to imply on the other hand, Jack could understand. Jonathan was implying that just like the subordinates that were taking care of the mansions, his aim of having the 15 come with them was so that Jack could utilize them. He had already seen how efficient they were. So Jack didn't think that it was a bad idea to bring them along. The helicopter can accommodate them, even if you double the number. Jack stated. What kind of helicopter is that? Jonathan looked at Jack, clearly not believing his words at all. Why don't you wait for an hour and see? Jack shrugged, not willing to explain anything. Okay then. Jonathan agreed. An hour later, the sound of a helicopter could be heard coming from outside the mansion. The group that was still chatting in the living room could already tell that this was the helicopter that Jack had said that it would be here in an hour. Since they were going to leave the following day, none of them was willing to leave the living room and check the helicopter for the time being. After all, they had found an interesting topic that they were talking about. Once they left, the flow would be ruined. About 10 minutes later, Celine entered the living room. Jack, whose helicopter is that outside? She asked as soon as her eyes landed on Jack. It's mine. It's the one that we will be using to go to Khartoum tomorrow. Jack stated. That big? Don't you already have a Eurocopter? What is the use of that big one now? Celine asked, although she had just heard from Jack that they would be heading to Khartoum the following day. She didn't say a word because it was natural that she would be heading there as well. Her duty here was already completed, and the little that was left could easily be handled by Faith. There are more than 30 people going. So we will need a bigger one. Jack explained. Oh, okay. Celine nodded. Although curious about who it was that was going to add the number to over 30, she didn't ask. Anyway, she would see the people the following day. After hearing the conversation between Jack and Celine, not only Jonathan, but the three ladies were curious about what kind of helicopter Jack had that could actually accommodate more than 30 people. One had to know that a helicopter had a maximum capacity that it could efficiently handle. Once the maximum capacity was exceeded, it would affect the performance of the helicopter. They were going to Khartoum City.So. It meant that it would take them a long time to arrive there. They wouldn't want to be slowed down due to something like the number of passengers on the helicopter was exceeding the maximum that the helicopter could handle. The four of them got out of the mansion, completely forgetting about the interesting thing that they were talking about. They wanted to see what kind of helicopter it was. After about 20 minutes, the group came back to the mansion. Jonathan looked at Jack as he asked in disbelief, Jack, where on earth did you get that helicopter from? I bought it, of course. Or is there somewhere that they give them out for free so that I can go and collect more? Jack shrugged as he responded. Be serious. That kind of helicopter is mainly used by the big institutions like Red Cross or the bigger hospitals. Maybe some big security companies have them as well. But for you to have one as well, this is surprising. Jonathan said as he sat next to Jack. I bought it, all right. Jack couldn't tell them that he actually received the helicopter from the system. What's more, he wondered how Jonathan would react when he knew that Jack actually had 3 of the helicopters. Is the helicopter that special? Angie asked. She wasn't the only one, as even the other girls were curious about the helicopter. After all, they knew that Jonathan's background wasn't small. For the helicopter to make him to react in such a manner, there had to be something special about it. You guys may not know this. The helicopter out there is special. It's called Milmi 26M. It's a helicopter mainly used by the big security organizations. Even the Army will use this kind of helicopter. It has a large carrying capacity and can carry a lot of weight. What's even more, the helicopter out there is one of the ones that is modified for the security companies. It can deploy up to 80 troops. AS for the price. It's worth over $10M. The number of this helicopter that have been produced in the world amount to less than 500. Even my family only has one. Jonathan explained. When the girls heard the description of the helicopter, they were greatly surprised. They couldn't help but look at Jack again. They didn't know how many secrets Jack was hiding. He could afford such a helicopter. Not only was the price high, considering that the number of the helicopter itself was limited for Jack to be able to acquire one. This explained that he was hiding too deep. The Jesta family had only one of them, but on the other hand, Jack also had one of them, didn't that? Mean that he might as well be of the same level as the Jesta family in terms of influence. Jack, just where are you hiding? Jonathan asked. Nothing much, that it's just that the helicopter out there was bought just recently today. As for where I got it, you shouldn't worry about that. You may be surprised in the future that I actually have 3 of them. Jack stated with a smile. As if I will believe get one of them is already a miracle. How can you get 3 of them? Jonathan couldn't believe it. That's up to you. Jack didn't explain further. The following morning, a group of 20 people arrived at the Prince and Princess Palace. The guards at the gate already knew them, as this wasn't the first day that these people had come here. Furthermore, they were driving the Bentegas that Jack had bought. The 4 cars drove into the compound. Not long after, 3 cars arrived at the gate. Bob was surprised, but when they introduced themselves, he allowed the group in. Jack had already informed him that there would be 2 groups of people that would be coming on this day. I wonder what all these guys are here for. Are they going to go out for a mission or something? Bob wondered that he had seen the helicopter, and he could tell that it was like the one that he had seen in a movie a period back. That was a helicopter that was used by soldiers or security department. Although there were other modifications that could be used by the health sector and so on, he could recognize the one that had landed in the palace grounds. In any case, he wasn't going to be so nosy on what was going to happen. He simply went back to his post after making sure that there was nobody else that was left out. Our Jack and the gang had already been prepared. They were simply waiting for the 35 to arrive. Or when they came, the group took breakfast before they set off. Just like Jonathan and the others, the group of 35 was surprised when they saw such a big helicopter. Those that knew about it couldn't help but wonder what kind of background Jack had in any case. Gabriel and one of Jonathan's men were going to be the pilots for the day. With the size of the helicopter, it was obvious that a single pilot would have a difficult time in handling it. The journey was going to be long. They had decided to leave by 8 in the morning. They had already made sure to take with them the things that they would need on the way. Food and water were some of the basics. Since they were no longer going to take a detour to Venture City and directly go to Cartus City, it would take them about 5 hours to arrive in the central province's Cartus City. The helicopter could fly at a speed of 295 km/h, considering that it wasn't like a car where it would be held in a traffic jam or it would have to slow down when climbing the mountains. This speed was fast enough in air. Or when they arrived in Cartus City, Jack and Jonathan had to look for a place to stay. Although the girls wanted to invite them to their house, Jack and Jonathan thought that it wasn't appropriate for them to go there. After all, if they did go, they would have to face the girls' parents. In the end, it would be like an introduction. Who was ready for that at the moment? None. As the girls went back to their parents' house, Jack and Jonathan decided to stay in the Cardinal's Supreme Hotel. This place Jack had already booked for a month. There was no need for him to book another place. As for the 35, they were going to book their own rooms. Of course, Jack was the one that was going to pay for the expenses. After staying there for the night, Jack took the Lamborghini Urus that Denali had left in the hotel parking space before driving it to the Brightway Medical Research Center. Jonathan decided to go with him. They were currently in the central province. Here, it was easy for his second uncle to know his whereabouts, and just as he knew, he would definitely send more assassins his way. If they did send someone like Spider when he was still weakened, it would only lead to his death. Jack could defeat Spider without getting injured. That implied that he was strong. Jack was his only source of protection as long as he wasn't back to the family manor. He had also followed Jack because he was curious about what type of pill he was producing. He knew about the Brightway Medical Research Center. For how Jack came to be the owner of the research center, that was something that he didn't know about. When they got there, he found that there was a group that was waiting for him. It seemed that Denali had informed them that Jack was coming to see where the problem was with the pill. The group welcomed him, though they were surprised that there were actually twins. In the end, Jack didn't think that it was necessary to explain anything to them and simply asked them to take him to the trial room. The trial room was located in the biggest building that had 5 floors. IT was on the topmost floor, the 5th. When Jack got there, he found that there were several trial subjects there. He knew that this was normal. The research center didn't simply research about human medicine. There were other departments that dealt with other types of medicine. Just like how the test was done, they used a normal white mouse. The pill was pure white in color. Since it was true that the mouse wouldn't simply take the pill, they had to use water to make a solution that would then be fed to the mouse. The test went on. Jack and Jonathan observed from the side. Jonathan asked, "What kind of pill is that?" "It's so small and has no scent at all. It's a body-strengthening pill." Jack replied, "And what kind of pill is that? I have never heard of a disease that requires such a pill." Jonathan asked again, "The weak can be treated by the use of this pill." Jack replied, Jonathan wanted to ask more when the results of the test came out. As you can see, the results of the pill show that the pill has no effect on the mouse. The scientist in charge of the production handed the document to Jack. Jack could see that they had tested the physique of the mouse in terms of strength, speed, and so on before giving it the pill. In the end, after 3 hours, they found that there was actually no change at all. The results were still the same. Jack frowned. He wondered what was happening here. Angel, could there be something wrong with the recipe? Or how can there be anything wrong with the recipe that the system gives? That's completely impossible. Then what happened to the pills? The results show that they have no effect. Jack asked, "Can't you see the mistake that you guys are making? The body-strengthening pill is meant for humans. Yet here you are, testing on a mouse, and you are expecting results?" But the mouse has always been used as a test subject for drugs that are used by humans. Jack said, "Whatever you say, the body-strengthening pill is meant for humans that, and no matter how similar the cells or physique of the mouse are closer to that of human, it's still a mouse at the end of the day. So there will be no effect." Another thing to note is that you only retrieve the recipe and not the prescription of using the pills. Although it was said that a person could only take 2 pills, do you know whether the 2 were taken at the same time or at what time difference after taking the first one? Then, although it's a pill, did you ask for the method of using it? Not really. You simply took the pill, dissolved it in water, and fed it to the mouse. Even if the pill could really work on the mouse, the results would still remain the same. Jack, he had completely forgotten something like that. Although it was true that the scientists were the ones that produced the pill according to the recipe that he was given, they had not really researched the pill at all. So they didn't know about the effect of the pill when taken. They simply knew that the pill was supposed to increase the strength of a person. Jack took a deep breath as he tried thinking about what the system had just said. He looked at the scientist in front of him. His name was Walter. He was from a big research institute and was poached by Denali. "Have you tried different methods of administering the pill to the mouse?" Jack asked. "Yes, we forced the solid pill into the mouth of the mouse. Since the pill could easily dissolve, it wasn't a problem for the mouse to take it, but the results were the same as now." Walter said, "We tried dissolving the pill with different amounts of water. In the end, there were no changes at all. That we used warm water, cold water. Nothing worked even when we used hot water to dissolve the pill first." Walter continued. Jack could see just how frustrated Walter was. That he was someone who likes researching. So although he wasn't the one that had researched the pill, it was true that he was involved in the production. So for him to see that his efforts actually bore no results, it made him so depressed. "System, where's the prescription?" Jack asked. "Do you want to hear or back in a hotel?" Jack thought for a while and decided that he was going to take the prescription back at the hotel. With that decision made, Jack looked at Walter and said, "Just continue with the production of the second batch of pills. Don't worry about the effects of the pill. I will take care of it." Although Walter was confused, he still agreed and went back to discuss with his fellow scientists about what Jack had just said. Jonathan followed Jack back to the hotel without asking a question. He was curious, but seeing that the pills seemed to be ineffective, he decided not to ask. After all, what was the use of something that couldn't be used? Jack entered his room in the suite. Then he asked the system for the prescription. Dr. Angel's body-strengthening pill intake prescription has been placed in the bedside cabinet. "Doctor, since when did you become a doctor?" Jack was rendered speechless. "Of course I'm a doctor. Otherwise, how could I know the body-strengthening pill recipe as well as the prescription? Didn't the scientist that you hired failed after days of tests?" Jack simply shook his head and opened the cabinet before taking a piece of paper. Just like the recipe, the prescription was also written on the paper.
And that's the end of today's chapter from the Dimensional Diary. If you enjoyed wandering these worlds with me, don't forget to like the video, share it with fellow adventurers, and subscribe so you never miss the next story that unfolds.